Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Good to see you. Pep, I won't be here long because I have a date tonight. Nice. I got to grab some stuff after work. Well, I'm just glad you're here to say hello and let me know that. Hey, awesome. Hope you have a good night. Well, yeah, all the well wishes. You know, it's one of those like punch you in the arm, just like, hey, hey there, kiddo, you behave now. But, oh man, all right, sorry guys, I'm kind of resetting here. All right, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna just tell you guys what was going on right before I hopped on stream here. So I took some advice from all you guys, and I think I don't think I did. I applied to chorus. Let's see what happens. I read Pastor Ben Dixon's Substack, and that inspired me to do just that. Which I was also very honest and open about being on this space. So, yeah, no shenanigans here. No lawyers really needed. I had one question that I was able to run by somebody that does work in that field, so I didn't have to pay for it. Yeah. But yeah, everything's good. Everything's hey. We'll see what happens, you know? It does kind of seem like I fit some of the criteria that they're looking for though, because I'm not sure. I've never dealt with this in an application before where they kind of list like what they're looking for, which again, oh wait, but it was at the end of it. So that's how it, okay, hold on. No, that worked, because I was thinking about this for a minute where I'm like, well, you could technically just read that and be like, this is what I want to do, because this is what you're looking for. Hey, Pinkerbell, what up, what up? Ryan, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing better today. Hope you're doing well. We'll see, but I doubt they will accept you since you've been open and outspoken about things that the contract says no to, but if you get it, that will be interesting, right? This will be an arc. Here, actually, I gotta finish this last question. Please provide all links to, oh, it's not even a question, it's just provide all my links, so I will do that. Oh, do I even bother? Do I bother with the I should probably do not YouTube. YouTube's the main one. TikTok and Facebook. Barely use it. Either way, let's see. You know what? I will take care of that in a little bit. But Pinkerbell, if you didn't hear what I was just talking about, I took the dive. I did it. I spent the last hour, by the way. I don't know how Alex did his so quickly, because he was like, yeah, I'm applying. And then he's like, I'm done applying. And was like, how? How are you done applying? It took me so long. So now that Pep is sold out, he's going to cut his hair. Yeah, all of a sudden I'm going to come like all, you know, all coiffed up and wearing a suit. Nah. If there's one thing that I could always guarantee you guys, that ain't happening. I was trying to make some brownies, but my oven effed up, nearly burnt my house down, and now I'm sad because I have no brownies and a broken oven. Oh, that sucks. My coffee maker broke, so I'm right there in the broken appliances. Yeah, this is the second time. I thought it was just a defective coffee maker. No, don't buy the instant coffee maker, because the only reason we got that is because it has the little Nespresso pod thing with it. Don't do it. It is The worst. Get a French press. I know. I should just get a French press. I've been wanting one for a while. Cried some more. Had a slushie. Laughed at my teammates. Had popcorn. Watched my battalion commander being awkward on stage. Okay. Make a pot. I don't have a mocha pot. Yeah, no, I don't have... I have no way to make coffee right now. So it sucks. Like, I'm kind of running on fumes right now. I'm going to figure this out because I powered through one of these, but if I could probably do one more. I just don't want... Everything's falling apart. I know. But no, everything's good. Everything's fine. Right? Everything is so fine. My e-scooter's broken. Sylvie, yes, what the hell? Everything, okay. Everything is broken. What the hell? Why is everything breaking for everybody? That's weird. But, yeah, like I was saying, before I get too stun-locked on this one, yes. I'm being completely honest with you guys. I think it'd be a little bit, I couldn't live with myself. Like, legit, I haven't even submitted the application yet. I have to put in my socials. But once I do that, then it's done. Pep Talks is officially applied to Chorus. Sell out. No, I honestly, I looked back at some of the stuff that you guys were saying about it. And then, like I said, I'm going to read Pastor Ben Dixon, sorry. Old habit. But yeah, I want to read his Substack because it was really good. He had some really, really interesting takes on this chorus thing because I hadn't heard like the whole breakdown of how it's not necessarily that like Taylor lied, but she did omit a whole lot. So change up on me and I won't forgive you. Nah. I ain't changing. It's like you said, nah. I fully expect not to get this because I had to include like links to my channel and they wanted like a bunch of the content that I was proud of. It doesn't help that legitimately one of the first things that I have on there is Taylor Lorenz being interviewed by Franny. So I'm not changing my content or doing any of that. I'm not trying like to, yeah, I ain't doing that. If they want me, then they have to take me as I am. Also, if they want me to sign a contract, if they try to give me like a day to do so, I'm not doing it. If legitimately they don't give me like the proper amount of time to have a lawyer or somebody look it over, no. Wouldn't even consider it. But it is weird. Like, here, you know what? I kind of just want to bring this up. I also have to go get Stan because he, for some reason, would not want... He didn't want to come down here, and then now he's just being kind of a butthead. Still wondering what the hell is going on. Oh, yeah. Also, check out the new thumbnail. What do you guys think? You like the streamlined one, or should I go back to the one that I has me, you know, kind of doing a little handoff? Been so used to that one. I don't know. I just felt like it was time for... Hey, uh-oh, wait a minute. I went changing, guys. Oh, no! Oh, man. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, coffee. I need something. I like them both. You do? Nice. Is that a Stan? There he is. You being a butthead? You being a butthead? You like them both? Cool. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll just cycle through them. Yeah, you know what? That'll be the fun way to do it. Just cycle through. Oh boy. Oh boy. It is fair to say that the USA these days is more United States of Israel, knowing that Mossad and Netanyahu give orders to powerful people in the U.S. It is, I mean, I'm going to just say that much, where, like, you're going to see a battle of egos between Netanyahu and Trump, so the good boy's here. He is. He is, but he also, he wasn't exactly the best boy today. Yeah. Yeah, what was up with that bat thing, huh? What was up with that? You want a bat? Is that what's up? Do things on your terms, huh? I think I mentioned it to you guys that he doesn't actually get like bats. He gets wipe downs essentially, where we have like these wet wipes for dogs with, you know, thick hair. He knows you're talking shit. I know. Trust me, I know. Did you not see those eyes? I know what he knows. That's why I was just like, you know what? No, we're gonna settle this right now. Because, like, he was being a butthead. We've all had dogs that are like that, though, right? Right? Also, Depeche Mood. Hi, what's up? Trump doesn't have an ego knowing what Mossad knows about his dark teen past. Okay. Are we doing the thing where it's like, oh, the spies and... I keep hearing, like, new, yeah, I guess they're talking points. Like, all of a sudden, just, like, they start kind of popping up. So, like, Mossad, I've only heard even just that term, just kind of sprinkled throughout all of this, and then the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, and then now I'm just like, I'll tell you what, guys, I'm just trying to keep my head on straight. Smoke. Oh, crap. Did I forget my grinder upstairs? I'll be right back. That's important. My whole basement it breaks. I did a little harvest today. That was fun. Yo, what up, dude? What up, Kirk? How you doing? Local streamer discovers buzzwords. Yeah, no shit. We got 3 minutes, so that's why I was like, I gotta go get my grinder. And then I felt El Grinder was a little bit, not full. Moose Dublin, you feeling gassy, Unk? Why are you asking me that? Wait a minute. Not today, I was yesterday. Why, what's up? Why are you asking me if I'm feeling gassy? Where's this going? Also, Moose Dublin, nice to meet you. Welcome to stream. Oh my god, I forgot my fucking lighter. Dude, I need coffee. Fuck. I'll be back. This sucks. Come on, dude. Come on. There you go. Kirk, why mango? 'Cause that's what I got. Reasonable reaction to not having your coffee? That sucks. I haven't had coffee all day. I have like a minor headache. I think I might have a little bit of a caffeine dependency, guys. Just a little bit. Oh, good. I drink little tears for breakfast. Out of your mug club mug. We all know, dude. Come on now. At least I... Pepperidge Farm members. Hate when that happens. Lack of caffeine means can't remember things. That's what's going on. Like, literally, my brain is just complete mush. Ugh, sucks. But got the lighter. Remembered what time it is. So we're going to do that. I'm going to power this Mango V8, and then hopefully, I'll be okay. I don't really do energy drinks. This is like about as much of an energy drink as I'll do, which this is black tea and 50% juice, so. Buddy Beats. Welcome to stream, man. Hey, welcome, guys. Over on Twitch, how you doing? Also, come on, guys, we got five live. What's going on? You gonna hit that, the like buttons? Huh? Golf Marine, good to see you, bud. Costco coffee is as expensive as crack. Dude, it's getting crazy. Yeah. Coffee prices were insane. Should at least dampen the headache. I hope so. Yeah, fuck it, you know what? Oh, 420. Perfect timing with that membership. Oh, there you go. All right, cheers, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. My dog is hella cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's my co-host right there. So there's Stan. He's a very good boy who did not get his bath today because he was not always being a good boy. So. Okay. Cheers, guys. Let's hope this works. Man. So I had a good show on this space. Gotta say. Pretty happy with it. Prison Palestinian? What? God himself real? Man. What's going on over on Twitch? How you doing? Don't know what you're saying, but hi. Yeah. I'm like, okay. But, whatever. As I was saying, yeah, we had a good show. It was interesting to say the least because of the whole situation happening over in QATAR. God damn it. It's so weird to say it that way. But for real, like that broke right before I went on. I had essentially the whole show lined up and it was going to be about the Epstein releases. I had, actually here, I have some of the stuff prepared from that stream. So check this out. Did you guys see this shit? Look at this fucking creepy ass letter, dude. Look at this shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, this alone, I don't know, man. This is some, like, that's some wild fucking stuff. Also not well drawn at all. But, yeah. Some of the stuff that come out of this is just absolutely insane. And then how Fox News is doing what they do best. But to watch Caroline Levitt and some of like the, you know, Trump people just kind of going nuts over this, where they're just like, what, just stop. Just stop. No, come on, guys. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Although, like I said yesterday, the fake news thing tends to see, or it tends to look like that's just sticking around for MAGA. That's their number one thing. What the fuck was that picture? Here. This is what was with Jeffrey Epstein's, this was in his book. Yeah. Hey, look at this. Look at this fucking shit. Like, it's literal depiction of grooming. And then, right here. What a great country! Yeah. Trust me, that one's going, like, around to MAGA, where it's just like every single time it's just like, here you go. This is what you're defending right now, whether you like it or not. Because they're really going out of their way with that. I like how they all got turned blonde too. Ooh. Yeah, ew. Yeah, dude, he's even got a lollipop. Like, what in the Chris Hansen? Huh? All right, hold on. Oh, by the way, sorry that I had to, if you guys didn't see my members only video that I released, I had to take it down. Apparently, you can only use music in shorts that were from the, like, their little your curated bullshit from them. Yeah, it's bullshit. So, yeah, no live performances, which I guess, hey, that works. I'm glad for, you know, bands that is protecting, but that sucks for me because, yeah, I had a great little clip of Pink Floyd there. But I will be re-releasing it without the music. Although I could probably use Karina Reichman because I don't think that, like, that didn't get, like, hit at all. I used, like, half her song, so whatever. All right. We're doing this live, guys. All active social media. Oh, man, that means I have to do my Twitter, too. And Blue Sky. Ah, oh, balls. I don't even remember all my socials. Let's be honest, it's not protecting the band. It's protecting the record labels. Yeah. Use AI to separate the music and put Kirk's in. Oh, I could. Actually, it's not a bad idea, Sylvie. I mean, you laugh, but that's not a bad idea. Actually, Kirk, wait a minute. Yeah, your stuff should be available for shorts. Yeah, what am I doing? Should get your music out there for, you know, be like, yeah, here's a Pep Talks clip. And then you get a little bit of Kirk music. Man, I am realizing just how much I rely on coffee. This is sad. Oh. I want a new coffee maker. Sorry, guys. I'm going to complain just for a second. All right. What was I talking about? I was kind of talking about the Epstein stuff, but then getting mad. Wait, Gavin Newsom says Trump is relentlessly wait, what? Obsessed with state? Yeah, because he's obsessed with fucking doing away with his political enemies. He's starting to realize that, you know, even with all of the power he has, he can't just do that. Like, that motherfucker really wants just complete control. Trust me, if Trump could do away with state sovereignty tomorrow, he would. Period. And the weird part is how, a lot of his supporters would just be like, yeah! We don't need states! Trump should control everything! Woo! It's insane. But that's where we're at, guys. That's where we're at. Whew. Alright. Let's get to something, because That chorus application really was like a lot. Had I known what I was getting into, I probably wouldn't have done it at that moment. Because it really did throw a wrench in my day. But, again, I want to see what happens, man. I'm genuinely curious. Actually, here, that's what we'll do. Haha. We'll do the Ben Dixon thing. Oh my god. Wait a minute. There it is. It was you, Etch. Cool. Which, I haven't seen Etch in chat yet. Where's Etch? Probably over on this space. Who's on? Let's see. Who is on while I start? ID from X to Z. Oh, wait. No, power report. Dan from the internet. Oh, is he live? I think so. Yeah, no stun locks today. I am working, so I demand primo entertainment. Well, I am sorry, sir, that I cannot have stun locks, or that I am going to definitely have stun locks, and I'm gonna peter out here, you know. 'Cause, dude, seriously, I haven't had no coffee in a long time. Oh no, I just realized this is a long time. No Power Report is live on Thursdays. Oh, sweet! So they are... Okay, so... Never mind, I thought it was Thursday, so no, they're not live. It's syndicated. Wake up, Pep! I'm playing Armor Core right before work, so I'm good. Nice. Man, I like the fact that you like Armor Core. I need to play the new one. I haven't played it, yeah, because it's pretty much essentially Dark Souls with robots. Which I'm totally good with. I love me some mech games. What's up, Fred? Oh, nice. It's going well? Or it's... You're asking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's going good. My dog's doing well. You know, she had a really good day. Oh, fuck. You know what? Hey, I should probably change the goal. So we have a little situation. I'm gonna keep it vague. But yeah, the wife is she got okay, I'll let her take care of that. Hello all, here for the week. Have pinched nerves, so I can't work right now, but I get to hang with all of you. Yes. So, yes, the wife has a pinched nerve in her back. She is not able to, well, she can't work with that. So, which again, man, it's so weird how people forget about like nerves, where it's just like, oh yeah, these things, these little clusters that the second that one of them gets, you know, snagged, your entire life is over. Because, man, the pain from that. I've had a sciatic thing, so I know exactly. Well, not exactly, but I do know what she's going through. Yeah, Unimoogle, I hope you feel better soon. Thanks, guys. Yeah, hey, definitely give her the well wishes, and yeah, she's gonna be here for the week, so it's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, my dog, my older dog, the old gal, we call her the good gal. She's doing good. She's actually doing really good. She had a really chill night. It was really kind of odd to see her have some like this little energy boost, which is awesome. But man, it's weird when it's such an old dog that you're kind of taken aback by it, where you're like, oh wow, like where'd that come from? Yeah, so she's been really good today, so thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Sean, I have a referral for PT as well. Oh, right. Yeah, Sean knows all about this. Hermit horologist, what up? What up? Shit, you can look that shit up on YouTube unless it's requires heavy duty equipment. At this point, I mean, She has like multiple tests. I think she had x-rays today. And what do you got going? I think you said MRIs later. I know it's serious. Let's put it this way. Unimugel's not the type to just, you know, be in a little bit of pain and then, you know, not do what she needs to do. Like, it's, yeah. She's very, very stubborn, which I love you. But you are very stubborn when it comes to this kind of stuff. So that's how I knew it was serious, where you're like, yeah, I need to go to the doctor. So. Oh, crap. Hey, actually, yeah. X-ray today, steroids and muscle relaxers and PT, then MRI. Ah. Yeah. So, that's where we're at with that. But yes, everybody, give her some well wishes. And also, make sure, yes, definitely hit the like buttons and let's get the stream on out. Let's share wherever you guys can. Definitely got to try and get my stream out there. Boost it. Do the boosty boost. All right. Speaking of boosty boost, man, I have got to. Oh wait, hey, Uni, can you do me a favor? Can you make me a glass of or a cup of black tea? That would be awesome. Or actually, no, Earl Grey. That'd be great. I think that would take care of my little caffeine issue I'm having. Also, Stan is off campus. Dealing with some of that myself. It sucks. I hope you feel better quickly. Yes, I can. Sugar and milk? No, thank you. Just the tea, please. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sweet. Hey, I kind of like this. Wait a minute. Huh. I actually might eat. Whoa. Like, there's some changes happening on stream today. Cool. Yeah, if you guys haven't figured out, Uni is usually not home when I stream, so thank you, Pinkerbell. I hope you feel better quickly too. Yeah, if you you guys are doing the solidarity. Oh. All right. Let's do this Ben Dixon thing. It's not a video, so you get to watch me struggle through this. But let's do it. Because honestly, guys, this is probably the best take that I've heard or read on this, because I have tried to be as fair as possible. You know, I have given Taylor a lot of credit for her reporting on this. I have also kind of done the thing where I'm like, but why now? Kind of this, like, why that? And then on top of it, she's very selective with some of the stuff that she wants to, say about it. And then through reading this, found out more where it's like, oh, there is definite, like, she didn't lie, but she omitted a lot that would have kind of dampened the outcome of her article, because people would have seen some of this information and gone, well, the dark money's bad, but then you look at how they're doing this and how they're curating it, and I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's as bad, One sec. You mean to open the door? Dude! Whatever. Whatever. Just hit me in the Oh, man. Oh. Okay. Oh, I like how that last one's an avocado and eyes and I look at the avocado. I'm just like, yep, that's how I feel right now. Oh. Ow. All right. Well, I'm gonna just sit like this for a second. Oh. 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 I'm sweating. He hit me so hard. I'm fucking sweating. Oh. You guys don't understand. He just went underneath my legs and he did like his back hit him and then his tail went bah, bah, like for good measure. Oh. Ah, man. Feel this like every guy in this audience knows exactly what I'm talking about, where like you feel it right here, where you're just my diaphragm. Oh. Okay. Oh. Tea and enjoy this. Oh. I'm sorry, guys. This is gonna take me a second. All right. I think I'm ready to read now. I was, yeah, I don't even remember what I was saying. Fuck it, I'm gonna just read. Okay. Of course, my glasses are all scratched up. Let me turn the music down. I'm gonna keep it on the background though. All right, so this is from Pastor Ben. If you do not know Pastor Ben Dixon, he was a contributor from TYT who has since, well, long since moved on. He was one of the first ones to really have like disagreements with the way that they were doing things, and you could kind of tell that it was like piling on. And yeah, when Anna started really, you know, going full anti-trans, and then with Jank even going a little more corporate with everything, you know, Ben just, he saw the writing on the wall and he was like, I'm out of here. So he went full independent, and then he is one of the co-founders of this space, which I am on. So I really appreciate the way that he has contributed to the left and leftist media. So, but with that being said, oh my God, excuse me. With that being said, he wrote a Substack about this whole thing that's going on with Chorus, and when I read it, it gave me a little bit of inspiration to just go for it, where I was just like, you know what, like, because you guys were kind of joking about it. I'm not sure if you guys were fully joking, but I took it as you guys were, you know, just kind of, you know, elbowing me, just going yuck, 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 and yeah, you should definitely apply. Hey, wouldn't it be funny? Well, I did. So, and like I said, don't expect anything, like, don't expect any change in content, don't expect any of that, and I'm gonna be very open with you guys. And for any of like, this is kind of one of the things where I'm kind of like, with the contracts and all that kind of shit, I'm wondering if there's like ways that it's like, no, I'm not doing that, but if you guys want me, then you can X that out and just I'll sign the rest of the stuff that says, you know, if there's like trade secret or whatever the hell. I know that specifically, like, they don't want you streaming like the learning sessions, which I get that. But with that being said, are you now taking course money? No, I applied. Bulletproof Baldy. I decided just to shoot my shot, whatever. Also, it's kind of an experiment, because we know that this channel, I don't know, if they're gonna do anything with anybody from the left that is kind of like, just kind of show like, oh, well, yeah, you know how we had all these stipulations? We don't care now. I would be that guy. Where it's just like, oh, you guys are gonna pay me just to do what the hell I was doing before? Sweet. And then if they do that thing where it's like, we reserve the right to not do business with you anymore. So, all right, whatever. Because somebody was saying, like, oh, well, you're going to become reliant on the money. I'm just like, no. This is where I'm trying to not do that. But that's where your guys' support always comes in, so I do appreciate everybody that supports to the stream and all that centrist left. It's not, honestly, it's not, though, because, like, I've seen some of the creators, whoa, that was weird, that are on there, and they're not centrist at all. Also, there's a few creators there. I know you're just joking. That's what tankies say. Oh. I didn't know you were just joking. I lied. I don't even know why I did that right there. I was just like, oh, yeah, I totally know you're joking. Why would you take the money? Why would you take money to spread propaganda? You mean it's taking money to spread propaganda. Listen, I'm already, if that's spreading propaganda by doing what I'm already doing, then I'm already doing it. So why not take some money, like, and get some money for it? I don't know. I don't see this idea of getting paid as being a bad thing. You know, I would like to make a living doing this, but to eat and pay bills. Exactly. You know, so I don't have to go work a normie job. A normie job. You know what I mean. I'd rather do this full time. I don't know why I'm even trying to explain myself, because for real, this is almost for the yuck yucks at this point. Because after, and take care of your wife when she gets hurt. Oh, there, right there, guys. Right there. I'll say this, though. I was trying to get back to my point. Alex, when he did it, I thought that was funny. That's fair enough. You should have a disclaimer that your stream is sponsored by Chorus. I'm not sponsored by Chorus, though. If I am, then I will. Dude, I had ground news in my fucking, in my thumbnail forever. Like, well, that's my big thing. Like, see, this is why I was even worried about bringing it up, but I'm also me, guys. If something happens, more than likely you're going to hear about it. When have I been, you know, very coy about even things in my personal life? So people can talk shit. I don't care if people talk shit. I really don't. What I don't want is, like, for instance, if this were to ever be something where I would lose opportunities with other content creators that I like actually respect and want to be, you know, part, like, like the leftist mafia, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, then I, in a heartbeat, would just say no. But that's also where it is a problem. That if we're sowing these divisions already, where it's like, oh, you're sponsored by Chorus, we're not going to have you on. It's like, wait, what? Like, I don't know. I got to get my digs in. Don't worry about it. I get it, man. Have your fun. I'll also try to respond as in good faith as I can. Because I don't know when you're joking now. Man, as I said, I'm also like no coffee in my system. But nah, if it came down to it, I would, you know, at least put it in the description, right? But I also don't hide where I had sponsorship money. Like I was saying, I had ground news in my thumbnail forever. And then, yeah, no, I don't. So. Oh, hey, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, man. Here's your Chorus donation. Appreciate that. Yeah, see, that's exactly it. Is the Chorus like the people who support me? You all are the Chorus, the pep Chorus. Oh no, they're gonna sue me for infringement. Okay. I put this off long enough. I want to read this. All right. Disclaimer. When I first, here, I'll do this. When I first saw Brian Tyler Cohen's promotion of Chorus, I refused to apply for 2 reasons. First, I assumed incorrectly that I would be discouraged from speaking up speaking up for Gaza. Second, the original organizers of the platform were fine enough, of the program, are fine enough in the fight against MAGA. They are not my ideological kin, and I do not want to be bound by their centrist politics and particular reputations, as many of the absolutely wonderful and new young creators that Taylor Lorenz's article have introduced me to have, unfortunately, found out in the most difficult way imaginable. A journalist doesn't need to lie to mislead. All it takes is a mission. Just enough detail withheld to, just enough context erased, just enough insinuation to pass for investigation to people seeking confirmation. All right, I'm at. Let's see. Let's do that. And then, man, I wish I could turn dyslexia on for this. Wait, can I? Let's see if I can change my fonting. Because if I can put dyslexia on for this, will it work in browser? Come on, man. Really? All right. Oh, I guess I'm stuck with this. The result feels like investigative journalism to those inclined, for whatever reason, to not seek the glaring omissions. But it functions precisely like gossip, and gossip, when aimed at the fragile solidarity and infrastructure of the American left, can do far more damage than easily detectable lies. That's what Taylor Lorenz's Wired story on Chorus achieved. Wired, who prides itself on demystifying complicated technology and issues, published an article with no primary documents, no full clauses quoted for context, not even honest paraphrasing, just stray fragments surgically embedded into sentences carrying the framing Taylor Lorenz painstakingly curated through omission, suspicion, and insinuation. She didn't respect readers enough to show her work. She didn't have to, because the outrage landed flawlessly without it. The right builds billion-dollar media pipelines to spread lies, like all mass shooters are trans, and it sticks. Trump can deploy troops to black-led cities with record-low crime and call it law and order, and the public applauds. That's what narrative control looks like when you have infrastructure. Wow. Like watching me have a stroke in the middle of my stuff. Fundage, here, I'll start that again. That's what narrative control looks like when you have infrastructure. Infrastructure. Funded, shameless, and flawlessly synchronized like a MAGA misinformation machine. Well said. The left has neither the capacity to set a single national narrative nor the infrastructure necessary to diffuse the deadly false narratives woven by MAGA in mere moments. In mere moments when their machinery is activated. And to be sure, MAGA activates this narrative engine dozens of times daily, and the left can't do anything about it but shout in the wind for disconnected silos and algorithmically suppressed social media accounts. That is very true. And yet, instead of building that capacity, we're torching the few scaffolds we have over an article that offered more gossip than proof. No matter what you think of dark money, this piece was designed to make you feel like something corrupt had happened, without ever proving that it actually had. And the worst part, it worked. Number 1, if Chorus is guilty by structure. Lorenz's piece fixates on 1630 fund and Chorus's fiscal structure, hinting at nefarious through phrases. Oh my god. Stay in school, kids. Like dark money and undisclosed funding. But what goes entirely unmentioned is the 1630 fund is a 501c4, a tax designation so ubiquitous in U.S. advocacy it's banal. This is the same legal classification used ubiquitous by organizations like Our Revolution, the post-campaign organization of Bernie Sanders, NAACP's advocacy arm, Planned Parenthood Action Fund. And like 1630, Our Revolution has not disclosed its largest donors. It's only its small dollar base. That's entirely legal. That's entirely normal if we all agree that it should absolutely not be. If chorus is guilty by structure, then so is our revolution, and that is a political contradiction the piece could not afford for the reader to consider. Journalism informs the reader of this critical detail necessary for proper context. Gossip knows that the story is just not as interesting if you include it. Yeah. That is definitely something that was pretty important to omit. What up, Etch? Hey, by the way, thank you for sending me this. Appreciate your contribution, buddy. 7 times... Alright, so, number 2. Of course is guilty by contract. 7 times Lorenz reference... Oh, my God. Okay. I'm not sure if this is just the coffee or this is just, you know, me. 7 times Lorenz references contracts with the phrase, according to copies of the contract I reviewed by Wired. But not a single contract was even shown. Not even transcribed segments of contracts were published, preventing a single reader who was enraged by the article from forming their own opinion through context. Instead, all the reader got was, at best, 2 or 3 word extracts from the contract, not publicized, no naming, funnel all bookings. And at worst, all my comrades who have scorched the earth with this topic received Taylor Lorenz's interpretation without any without any confirmation of the critical details for which you are all enraged. Lorenz dropped these fragments of truth into paragraphs like chum in a shark-filled ocean with no surrounding context, no baseline comparisons, and no ability for the reader to evaluate whether these are unusual or simply standard. In truth, the bookings clause, one of the most heavily cited in coverage, reads as basic operational logistics. It covers coordination with lawmakers, nonprofit partners, government officials, and others, ensuring that Chorus Newsroom could manage overlap and schedule efficiently across partners. Included in Lorenz's article, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wire, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Omitted from Lorenz's article, for book engagements, Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus Newsroom, which coordinates bookings and engagement opportunities with creators, with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1. Utilize the Chorus Newsroom to book engagements. 2. Disclose to Chorus Newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor arranges through other means. Okay. If Chorus is guilty by clause, then so are nearly all progressive newsrooms, advocacy hubs, and campaign teams. No one coordinating creators or staff across selective election periods skips this kind of clause. Planned Parenthood, Greenpeace, ACLU, Sunrise Movement, each uses versions of this language to prevent brand confusion, legal exposure, or duplicate efforts. None of them are accused of authoritarian control because of it. What was missing was just the clause. It wasn't just the clause, it was the baseline. Without comparison, coordination looks like coercion. More importantly, none of my comrades at arms who are enraged by this article noticed this sleight of hand that Lorenz pulled 7 times. This is an alarming lack of media literacy and critical analysis skills that we can all be guilty of when it forwards narratives like that we enjoy. Journalistic integrity requires this context. Gossip requires this context to be left out. Okay, pause there for a second. He's cooking. He is cooking on this. I do like the Gossip Girl references. Okay. That is kind of funny. I didn't even realize that's what was going on. Okay, so, funny enough, need a tea break. Look at this awesome mug my nephew got me. There we go. Is that the haircut I should get? Oh, no. Peps chorus haircut. Etch, not sure if you were here for it, but I gotta include my socials, but then once I do, I'm officially applied to chorus. We'll see what happens. All right. 3, of course, is and actually I can credit this Substack with me being comfortable doing so, because I was just like, oh, you know what? Okay, cool. It's almost like having the full context meant like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, cool. I do also like how the implications of this were good. David Pakman making himself look like a complete moron, doing the IPAC. I don't know how to say it. I just don't know. Sorry, I always have... I noticed this, not everybody else. Like, other people have said that I might be overly critical, but David Pakman moves his mouth like a horse chewing. Like, anyway, back to the article. Of course, is guilty through control. Wired implied heavily that creators were barred speaking on various issues criticizing the Democratic Party. This suggestion instantly resonated in the minds of those of us who already suspect this type of control everywhere in politics. Yet, Lorenz either did not research to find examples that directly contradict this assertion, or chose to leave out her reporting that multiple creators went viral criticizing Democrats and calling Gaza a genocide while under contract as well. Ali O'Brien posted Gaza policy critiques. Heidi Tor commented condemned atrocities and called out the Democratic leadership. Brian Tyler Cohen publicly called out Biden policy failures and discussed genocide of Gaza in a discussion with Mehdi Hassan. Too Raw, Too Real took to TikTok and Twitter with unfiltered criticism. And now I have been introduced to many new and amazing creators I didn't know about before Taylor's article that have exquisite critiques of the Democratic Party from the left. Included the implication that creators were silenced, omitted the actual public dissent that occurred during the program. Man, excuse me. So one thing about these, they make me burp a little bit. If Chorus is guilty by gag order, then these creators' public posts would not exist. But they do, and they're timestamped. Gotta love receipts. What's most telling is the dissent wasn't hidden. It wasn't leaked. It was on creators' public feeds in plain view, but acknowledging it would have forced Lorenz to explain why speech continued unimpeded. The silence wasn't from the contracts. It was from the reporting, and that's what I was saying. Yet many beloved comrades have since seen the evidence from of the freedom of speech of the chorus cohort, have instead rejected the evidence of their eyes and ears. This is alarming for our reputation as being the rational truth seekers who demand nuance before being outraged. That's where I was saying it was becoming team sports, and way too many people were like, what side are you on? Dude, I had people literally coming in my chat when we were covering that, just saying, what side of this are you on? It's like, shut up. Of course, is guilty by funding influence. Lorenz's scandal framework hinges on suspicion that the program... Wait, god damn it. Hold on. Hold on. My Streamlabs is doing something weird here. Oh, good night, Ryan. Sorry, I had to bring... I'm noticing my brain is only registering every fifth word you say. It's a sign from God to go to sleep. Good night, Ryan. Also, Angela. Hello. And Tamara. There. Hey, how's it going? All right, let's get back to it. I'll just restart this one. Okay, so of course is guilty by funding influence. Lorenz's scandal framework hinges on suspicion that the program was steered by powerful funders with nefarious intentions. There is no evidence that the messaging was dictated or constrained, no evidence that the posts were suppressed, and most glaringly, no mention of what the funding actually achieved. The 1630 Fund helped do what we on the left often dreams but rarely delivers. Flip the House in 2018. defeated Trump and flipped the Senate in 2020, protected abortion access on ballots in 2022, blocked GOP suppression bills in Wisconsin, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. These victories were either not mentioned at all or buried deep within the broader narrative. If Koris is guilty by affiliation, then we must indict the very mechanisms that secured some of the most impactful left victories in a generation. Journalistic integrity demands that this be foregrounded for context. Gossip knows that you can't say positive things about the person and group you're gossiping about. Yep. The most damning omission was equivalence. Omissions aren't random. They're an intentional methodology. And the most consistent omission in the Wired piece was symmetry. The repeated refusal to admit that the very things being framed as scandalous were standard across institutions the left holds dear. If structure was the crime, our revolution is guilty. If contractual language was the issue, Planned Parenthood is guilty. If coordinated messaging was the problem, so is every progressive campaign. If funding secrecy is unacceptable, then Sanders' own post-campaign project should be under fire. But they're not. And they shouldn't be. And that's the tell. The article needed readers to believe this infrastructure, I hate that word, was uniquely shadowy, uniquely coercive, uniquely dangerous. Which meant everything shared, every point of comparison, every useful outcome had to be erased. Because once you admit equivalence, you have to let go of scandal. And once you let go of scandal, you're left with the task of actually doing journalism. Ben, Jesus. I like that one, man. Damn. He came out like swinging, just like, then you're left with the task of actually doing journalism. Call out. And for being honest, that was the real threat. We can all agree that dark money should be removed from American politics entirely. That's not a controversial position. It's a civic one. But let's be honest, this Wired article was not an expose about dark money. It was a performance, a narrative crafted through omission and gossip, not documents and facts. And that's not speculation. It's pattern recognition. We've seen this form of reporting cloaked in moral certainty, empty of evidence throughout much of Taylor Lorenz's body of work. It is fascinating that this methodology is not only tolerated but celebrated across the legacy media landscape, because I cannot name a single black journalist, established or emerging, who could deliver a piece this thin on substance and still be treated as a national authority. This strategy, gossip posing as accountability, has served certain figures well. It launched Lorenz. It launched Barry Weiss. And it's telling that they've risen using the same formula, self-positioning as truth tellers while practicing the very narrative manipulation they claim to expose. We can also agree, again, that dark money corrupts democracy. But if that's your concern, then why appear on Glenn Greenwald's show, a man who publicly defends Citizens United, the Supreme Court case that opened the floodgates for dark money? Why go unchallenged as he lauds right-wing media as authentic and grassroots while smearing the left as top-down and inauthentic? If you're genuinely concerned about the influence of billionaire-funded politics, perhaps start by interrogating the ones defending it on national broadcasts. Not the people trying to beat fascists at their own game. And now we have even more clarity about how this story was gathered. In a recent revelation, creator Ariana Jasmine recounted the moment Lorenz refused to honor an off-the-record boundary regarding Koris, saying, I need to give some context here. Ariana was wrong about this. When you are on the record, off the record, and I learned this just, in a professional setting, but it's pretty simple. When you say, I want this off the record, then they cannot report on it and you can sue them. Here's the bitch of that. If you don't have that on recording, it's the onus of proof, like, kind of thing. It gets a little murky. But yeah, Ariana, she did say, I want this off the record after she was already on the record, which most journalists like Taylor would probably go, oh, okay. But yeah, she She did the journalist thing. She literally did the thing that any other journalist in, like, the White House or, like, the ones that we see in the movies at a murder scene where it's just like, I really don't want you reporting that about my child. It's like, sorry, if it bleeds, it leads. Nope, sorry, that's not how off the record works. I would never grant someone off the record status to defend a man exploiting young creators. Pause and reflect on that moment. Lorenz's original framing of her Chorus article wasn't even the dark money angle. It was about allegations of Chorus exploiting young female content creators. But when that didn't materialize, you found a way to craft the dark money narrative. Lorenz was not reporting a story, she was hunting for one. The goal was never context, it was confirmation. Confirmation. Creators have since described a pattern. Boundary violations, berating, editorializing quotes before they were even given, and that matters because ethics in journalism doesn't end with what's printed. They begin with how power is wielded off the page. And no, we don't have to like the creators in the program, though I have been wonderfully pleased with some of the young TikTokers Taylor has inadvertently introduced me to. But again, I didn't join the program because I didn't want to be bound to its original cast ideological posture. They're just fine in the fight against MAGA, but they're not anti-capitalists, they're not anti-imperialists, they're not grounded in black radical traditions, so they're not for me. Ah, shit, these two. Well, if I let them know just like blatantly, it's like, hey, I'm anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist. You still cool with that? But ideological difference is not the same thing as misconduct. Disliking someone is not evidence of wrongdoing. If anything, the willingness to ignore evidence simply based on because we don't like the personalities involved reveals something uncomfortable about ourselves. That we are not immune to the same manipulations we condemn MAGA for. And that should haunt us, because while we're tearing ourselves apart over aesthetics and fragments, fascism is at the gates. It's inside the house tearing it apart. Troops are already being deployed to black-led cities. Trans people are being demonized with lies so monstrous they defy belief. Public health is being gutted. Billionaire-funded MAGA networks are broadcasting disinformation at a velocity no independent journalist, no grassroots collective can counter. And still, the left has no comparable media infrastructure. None. We shout at the wind through algorithmic suppression. We organize in disconnected silos. We get punished for trying anything that looks like scale or coordination. And the minute someone builds even a half measure or a strategic infrastructure, it's torn apart by a headline designated not to inform, but to provoke. Not to clarify, but to corrode. That's not just Gossip Girl journalism. That's controlled opposition. And Taylor Lorenz has done her job masterfully. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to back out of that. Let me link this Substack here. There we go. Masterfully said by Pastor Ben Dixon. Okay. Hey, Tony. I agree with every bit of it. Not like valid justification for continuing practices that have been that way, or everyone's doing it that way. We can all agree self-evidently. We cannot, not in any meaningful way, beyond just superficial and consequential mere genuflection of the principle. Oh, I need to get my eyes a minute. This is why I hate the white background, black letters. Like, I've gotten so used to dark mode, my eyes are like, no! Dude. Lorenz's AI cult video showed me she is pretty flippant with research, though it was not important. After this, can we put this baby to bed? I was tired of hearing about the story before it was even surfaced. Yeah. Yeah, we can, actually. I mean, it's happening that way. Oh, none of that will probably be comprehensible, as it was reacting in real time to the article contents. I mean, I think that it was the like most fair and balanced way of tackling this subject, and honestly, he was calling out stuff from Taylor that I'm glad that he did it in the way that he did, because I couldn't really articulate it, but now like I understand. It's like, yeah, Gossip Girl journalism. What do you think about the South Korean Hyundai workers? I think that I love how that woman, she's taking credit for it, but then the head of like the plant like said that they're gonna have to shut down, and like they may have, like, because she did that, they may have cost, you know, the Americans who work there the jobs. So I don't know. I'm kind of loving how MAGA will eat itself, like, quite literally, where, you know, while we're playing these online games, at least they're doing it in real life. Oh, your comments. Oh, my bad, man. No, I appreciate that. Well, I kind of remember, like, a little bit of what you'd be responding to, but yeah, I couldn't have chat up while I was doing that. It's the only bad thing about doing the reading part. Did you guys get the... Yeah, you guys got the Substack, though. Cool. Also, follow Pastor Ben. He's a badass. I am legitimately intimidated to talk to him, though, because I gotta be real, man. If there's somebody that could almost convince me to go back, it might be him. Because, I don't know, he likes to quote Proverbs, and Proverbs was always a good one for, like, the feel-good sections of the Bible. Yeah. I will always say that there are some beautiful verses, and there are some, you know, there's some good stuff to come out of the Bible. It's just, you know, the way that they use it to manipulate other people's actions, and then say, like, okay, if you don't do this, then you're going to hell. It's like, that's wild. Why couldn't we just look at it like a comic book and just be like, hey, you know, that super Jesus was pretty cool. Super zombie Jesus, you know, his superpower is raising from the dead. Although I heard, did you hear about the Book of Barnabas, where they found a apocryphal book in a monastery that dates back to the 8th century. So this is right around the time that, you know, the apocryphal books were curated. And yes, it is the Gospel of Barnabas, and it talks about, and it has a story of the gospel that is entirely different than, like, Jesus. Like, they say that Jesus, like, essentially just pissed off. Like, he died, but then he came back and was just like, later, guys. And then the rest of it was actually about, like, the apostles and, like, how they were, you know, the actual holy men. And, like, it was kind of crazy. No, when did they find it? Here, let me see. Is the Gospel of Barnabas a forgery? Oh, it's a forgery. The Gospel of Barnabas is widely considered a forgery by scholars, as the earliest surviving manuscripts date to the 16th century, not the 8th century. As previously claimed, ties to Islam, that suggests it was written much later than the time of the Apostle Barnabas, who was a contemporary of the Apostle Paul. Oh. Well, yeah, if that was... Okay. Never mind. Well, either way, it was a pretty kick-ass alternate story of Jesus. Here, let's see. What was the actual thing? Innocence. Judas was the one who got that's what it was. It says that Judas was the one that was crucified and not Jesus. I could see why that would piss some people off. But all right, sorry guys. Moving on. Oh yeah, there's so many manuscripts that have not been recovered yet. Yeah. So I don't believe in any of it. Hearsay. Or heresy. What are you, a space marine all of a sudden? Oh no. Oh no. Ah, ha ha, there it is.
HBX $2. I just wanted to get the total to the magic number.
Let's go. Thank you, Etch. I appreciate that. I also really appreciate the fact that, look at that, guys. We hit 420. Woo! We hit the magic number. We hit the magic number. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And let's give the doggo his bit. All right. I was about to say. Oh, wait. Oh, this will be easy to get him down here. Back to work. Back to work. Come here. Come earn your money. Come earn your keep. Right here. Come here. Come here. No, come here. Good. You should be on camera over here. You gotta go over here. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it. You're such a goof. Here, look. Oh, not on the computer. Dander dog. It's treat time for us. Hey, it is. What are you doing? You gonna land Snorlax? What you got on your head? What'd you do? I think heresy's with a C. Isn't it? Let's see. No, you're right. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that moment when you, the hit's a little too hard. Trump says Princeton student Elizabeth Surkov freed after being held by Hezbollah for 2 years. Is there any update on the what happened in the Qatari capital of Doha? Do we know if here? Let's see, fatalities. 2 killed in Doha strike. Fatalities do not include the leaders. Oh shit. And this is from the Times of Israel, so this is not something where all of a sudden they could just be like, what? Yeah. Okay. So, ain't that interesting? Let's see if there's an Al Jazeera piece explaining how they're going to handle that. Oh, that's right. Before I do that, Angela's going to be mad, though.
crossing them, and it's unlikely.
I got a Chapo Trap House clip discussing some of the core stuff, and they had a pretty funny take on it, but if y'all are done, I guess I get it. I'm kind of done with it myself. I don't really want to talk about it much.
To pay a price
I've got to just interrupt because
But
we
now
have
you guys are
this
gonna
news conference
accuse me
taking
of
place in the
being
Ministry of Finance.
You know, you guys are just going to say, oh, it's because now all of a sudden you want to be part of it, okay.
So we can get over and have a listen to what the Foreign Minister is at the moment saying, or his spokesman. And here you go, Majid Al-Ansari there.
Seen as terrorism. This has targeted the headquarters or the political office of Hamas during the negotiations. The security forces and civil defense went to
like ignoring the moment, what seems daily more self-evident, we live in a world where justification is at most pretext to make doing what you're going to do regardless if you can do if you can just more efficient to do or otherwise means nothing. Oh, you're is this all like one big thing? Because okay, since no entity is actually holding those powerful beyond a certain point to anything resembling accountability for any of their supposed justifications for their actions, what possible justification could you have for bombing negotiators countries away? Exactly. Like other than that, just obviously being you want to avoid the possibility of even having a peace offer being extended. Yep. Then you just, yeah, exactly. No, I was saying this earlier on my This Space show that this was essentially them being like, oh, yeah, we don't want that.
Directly under the directives of His Highness the Emir to address the situation that happened, the attack that took place on 3:46 p.m. and taking care of all those who died or were injured during this attack. We also took all the measures in order to contain the situation. In this regard, we present and express our sincere condolences to the martyr Saad al-Dusri, who died during his while he was carrying out his duties in this event. We also pray that all those who died or has been killed will be in the paradise. The state of Qatar is committed to act in a decisive way with anything that would target its territories and will
Okay, so they're gonna
reserve the rights to retaliate. And
because like with all this, does anybody here know the state of the Saudi like royal guard or like their military? You'd think that with all the money that they have, that they would have some semblance of like, I don't know, some powerful craft that people would be afraid of.
Will take all the needed measures to retaliate, and under the directives of His Highness the Emir, the security of the citizens and the residents is our top priority, and based on that,
I'm looking at that like little white cup koozie thing on top of it. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. We used to go to this club called Al's that was like one of those like country club type of things where they would have all of their the water already on the tables with those things covering them, and I always wondered, I'm just like, but like what? How do they do this and have all the ice still in the cups? It's like, do they just constantly go refill them? Because every single table had ice in the cups. It was crazy.
as of tomorrow, God willing, we will review all the policies and the directives in order to deter such actions and measures in the future so that it cannot happen again. And this will be also the committee will be headed by State Minister Mohammed Al-Khalifi, who will take all the needed measures in order.
Well, isn't that egg on Israel's face? Because what if they needed to do a precision strike again? Because, you know, they knew where those leaders were.
To retaliate and to respond to this attack, against this attack. The Israeli attack that took place today on in the state of Qatar.
Okay.
We can only call it as state terrorism that is being exerted by someone like Netanyahu,
Damn. They're actually like calling it out as terrorism?
given his
Okay. I'm glad that I didn't stop
attempts
it.
and his policies as he tries to threaten the regional security. This is only a clear message to the whole region. And this message says that
They survived? No, two people were. Yeah. So the leaders that they were aiming for, they apparently survived. Not only survived, but apparently, like, it sounds like they were not there. It sounds like they hit the wrong target.
there is one player, and there's also a disrespect to all the policies and also a violation to the sovereignty of all the countries and the states. Netanyahu said himself that he will reshape the
Oh, yeah.
Middle East. Does he mean that he's
This is great.
also going to reshape the Gulf region?
Oh, God damn it.
I think that we have reached a decisive moment.
Did I not call it? I just said, I'm like, dude, this is what would start a world war, like in any other historical context, doing an oopsie, we got your citizens and we attacked your sovereignty, you know. Israel, dude. I love how they really, like, they have their Iron Dome, right? And then they want to play this game of just like, we're doing all this shit, but don't hit us. Like, for real. It's literally the bully that just goes, bah, 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 bah. And you just finally get an uppercut. And they're just like, bah!
There should be a retaliation from the whole region
Oh, it's on now. Shit. Yeah, no, this is like a declaration of war.
in the face of those barbaric actions that only reflects one thing. It reflects the barbarism of this person that is leading the region to, unfortunately,
That's really anti-Semitic.
to a point where
I mean, sure, from the IDF standpoint, I guess.
we cannot address any situation and we cannot repair anything and we cannot work within the frameworks of international laws. He just
I know. Trust me. That what I got, and I was meeting your sarcasm with sarcasm. Come on, Tragic.
violates all those international laws. This attack the targeting was beyond and violating not only international laws but only all morals. We are talking about a mediator state that is hosting formal
Dude, for real. Oh my God. It's a media. Seriously, they're holding peace talks. The peace talks get bombed, not successfully, and then they're just like, now don't you go hitting us back now, you hear? Come on.
negotiations in a formal and official mediation and hosting with a delegation from a state that is sending missiles and rockets against another group of a delegation from another.
Shit, this actually might force the United States to stop sending arms to Israel because Doha, like, and Qatar and like the Saudis could start playing games with us. Oh my God. I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm just going to say this one.
Other state that
I think this is it.
they're supposed to negotiate with. How can this be?
If this does not get resolved by the end of like tomorrow, I think that this is like, it's just going to escalate to a point where we'll see.
Morally accepted.
But then again, we did say the same thing about Iran.
We can only call this as treatness and to be cheated on or to be treated in this way and coming from such a person is not surprising. However, this is a systematic behavior coming from a person that is claiming or alleging that they want to stabilize the region, but what he's doing is only destabilizing the region for his own and personal.
Welcome to another Zeteo Breaking News Town Hall. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and we are talking about the big story of the day, the Israeli attack on Qatar, on Doha. We woke up this morning to news that the Israelis, and sometimes when you do these
just dropped
stories, you say maybe the Israelis, because the Israelis traditionally didn't take credit, but they are bragging. Benjamin Netanyahu is bragging about the fact that he launched what can only be described as an illegal attack on a sovereign nation to try and take out the entire Hamas negotiating team leadership in Doha, Qatar. Whether it was with U.S. cooperation or not, we're still working it out. There are so many unanswered questions that we thought, let's put together this town hall, invite you, Zateo subscribers, to come ask your questions to experts who know what they're talking about. I'm joined by Palestinian journalist, analyst Mohammed Shahada, who is from Gaza, but right now in Italy. And he's joining us to talk about what is going on. If you're following
Look at that crown molding.
him on Twitter, he always has
Very nice.
very useful insights. We appreciate, Mohammed, you rejoining us on a Zateo Town Hall. And somebody
I actually hate wall molding, if I'm going to be honest. I don't mind like the little, mid piece here, but all this bullshit, come on.
who's not in Italy but is Palestinian Italian is Rula Jibril, who's sitting in front of
The news is bizarre on every subject, right?
a best-selling Italian book, Genocidio. You can see it there behind her. Get your copy. Rula is a Zateo contributor, an author, an academic, an analyst. Thank you both for joining me. I'm just going to jump right in. What was your initial reaction, Mohammed, when you saw that strike this morning? The Israelis have been complaining about Hamas being in Qatar for ages. Did you think they were actually ever going to hit them?
Well, thanks so much, Mehdi, for having me. Until this afternoon, I thought it was completely unthinkable for Israel to even consider attacking Doha, for the precise reason that it is Netanyahu, it is the Israelis and the Americans that asked Qatar to host Hamas in the first place.
Yep.
You might recall Antony Blinken refused Qatar's request after October 7th to ask Hamas to leave Doha. Hamas was asked to leave Doha in November last year, but the Qatari government, when they announced suspending Hamas's office there and suspending their mediation role because they saw negotiations were going out in completely in nowhere, and Israel was using negotiations basically as cover to buy time for genocide, and Hamas's leaders left the country at the time. I was there when Trump asked Qatar to bring them all back to Doha again. The entire leadership were re-invited to Doha in early December. So basically, Hamas for this whole time were told that operating in Doha, a political office, a mediation office, is coming with a solid guarantee that Israel would never attack you here. This was an American-Israeli guarantee in the first place.
Dude.
And what you see Netanyahu doing is doing three things simultaneously: ensuring the destruction of the annihilation of the largest urban space in the Gaza Strip, Gaza City at the moment, and at the same time
No one.
attacking any solidarity activists in those flotilla that are trying to prevent
Jesus would get crucified for saying that they needed to have peace.
the physical destruction, the annihilation of Gaza City,
Again.
and attacking any
No, ironically, we would definitely, kill Jesus again.
diplomatic prospect for saving Gaza City from full annihilation. So he managed to do this outstandingly today, bringing the negotiations to a halt. Qatar announced that it would suspend its role, and there's no incentive for Hamas to be there anymore and engage in those strokes when they're just there in a death trap.
Yeah. Mohammed, our friend Ryan Grimm was tweeting earlier today that these leaders of Hamas, and the main target apparently was Khalil al-Haya, who's become a much more senior figure in Hamas after the killing of Yahya Sinwar, after the killing of Ismail Haniyeh last year. He was the main target of the attack. Apparently, Hamas are saying that all of their leadership were unharmed, were not killed, although Khalil al-Haya's son was killed. He lost a son previously to an Israeli strike back in 2014. I never understood how killing family members of your opponents is going to make them more likely to come to the table, but that's a conversation for another day. They say that the Hamas leadership are alive and well. This is yet another example of the Israelis trying to kill a negotiating team when they're close to giving a yes. It's almost as if Israel doesn't want a yes, Mohammed.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an Israeli general that said in 2014 verbatim, he said, if we kill their families, that might frighten them. And that's the Israeli strategy that we saw on display when they killed Khalil al-Haya's family in Gaza during the genocide, as well as Bassem Naim, Ismail Haniyeh, even Ismail Haniyeh's granddaughters and children. It was a victory at the time when Israel assassinated them in a surgical airstrike. But you saw it's a consistent Israeli policy since the start of the genocide. In July 24, right after Haniyeh accepted Biden's ceasefire proposal and prisoner swap proposal that would have seen the release of Israeli hostages, Israel assassinated him immediately in Tehran. He was the chief negotiator for Hamas. The opening strike for Netanyahu when he collapsed the ceasefire in March was on Hamas's entire negotiating team in Gaza itself. So it was at the time Issam Da'alis, the acting prime minister. It was Abu Ubaid al-Ijmasi, the head of the emergency committee that's in charge of keeping some level of survival in Gaza. It was Ismail Barhoum, the one that was in charge of financing the emergency committee and government. And it was Salah al-Bardawil, the last standing member of Hamas's political office inside Gaza City. And you're seeing it exactly now at a moment where Hamas has been compromising to great lengths, according to Bshara Bahbah, the American-Palestinian negotiator that was talking to Hamas on behalf of Witkoff and the White House. At this precise point, Netanyahu does not want to take any chances that Hamas might say yes to Trump's final proposal that was announced 2 days ago.
Rula, the U.S. government is not giving comment at the moment. Last time I checked, the Deputy White House Press Secretary Anna Kelly was saying no comment from the U.S. administration. The Israelis, however, seem to have a lot of comments. And traditionally, Rula, you know that the Israelis have always done this kind of ambiguity. Maybe we killed that guy. Maybe we didn't. Maybe we dropped that bomb. Maybe it wasn't us. This time round, they are bragging about it. Benjamin Netanyahu has been on Twitter saying Israel initiated it, Israel conducted it, Israel takes full responsibility. The Israeli military are claiming that the IDF conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. Wasn't that precise if they didn't actually kill any of the Hamas leaders? I mean, this is a new Israel that we're seeing, openly, proudly belligerent, not covertly belligerent.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
I mean, they've been, since this government was elected and took office, they've been clear about their genocidal intent, their ethnic cleansing agenda. They never hid it, Mahdi. They speak in Hebrew things that nobody translate. And then when you listen to them in Hebrew and when you listen to them in English, these are two different stories. One cater for a Western audience and one cater for the Israeli public. And I think it's very important to understand that the assassination attempt comes after they bombed 8 countries in the last month: Syria, Iran, Lebanon, Tunis. Last night they bombed Tunis. Then they bombed Yemen and they bombed Gaza and they continue bombing left and right. I wasn't surprised. The West Bank, Syria, The West Bank, Syria, etc. I wasn't surprised because it's clear with this rogue government, they're not going to stop. They're not trying to influence the Let's agree to...
Striking Qatar and murdering 11 Qataris was a huge mistake. Oh, this is gonna... Yeah. I think that this is kind of like the calm before the storm, guys, because, like, this is... It's almost scarier that they're not, like, doing what Iran did.
Every turn.
The way that they're handling this is almost like, okay. Okay.
They've been agreeing for a while, going out of their way, as Muhammad said, to accept every term. Yet Israelis was never interested in the negotiation. And I don't believe that that Trump didn't in any way know about it. I truly don't believe that I think there's this dance and this relationship, because remember when Soleimani, and I want to just remind everybody, when Soleimani was assassinated in Iraq in the first term, general. He was going to negotiate with the Americans. He was told by the Americans, come to Iraq, we're trying to negotiate something. This is a tactic, which is terrorism, that was used by the Americans and by the Israelis. They're partners in crime. And I want to remind everybody that I believe 2 weeks ago, Trump envoy in Lebanon told a Lebanese journalist, Mario Nawaf, and he said, Israel doesn't believe anymore in borders. They will do whatever they want. They will go whatever they want. For them, they don't believe anymore in the established border that were established post-Sykes-Picot. I mean, it is clear that Israel is now acting like a rogue state. It is clear that they are committing terrorism, and we need to call it terrorism, whether the Badger attack in Lebanon, this attack in Lebanon, this attack in Qatar, the attack in Iran, the attack in Yemen. And the main question today, what are Europeans going to do about it? Because we know that this is a byproduct of the total impunity that Israel was granted for the last 50 plus years.
I mean, rogue state is a good word because I can't imagine what we would describe any other country in the Middle East that wasn't Israel that had bombed not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, 7 countries and areas around the region. It's insane. Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, as you mentioned, and obviously the West Bank and Gaza, and Tunisia. Last night,
Sonar combat vet, what up, dude?
The Samud flotilla was hit with a drone strike. It was a ship that our colleague Greta Thunberg was apparently on. She wasn't on at the time, I'm told. But this is the impunity that they have. And going back to the negotiations point that both you and Mohammed have raised, I mean, I interviewed Gershon Baskin, the Israeli negotiator during the Gilad Shalit period, who got the Israeli soldier, the only Israeli ever to successfully negotiate with Hamas for the release of hostages prior to October 7th. He told me when I interviewed him last year, he reminded me of Ahmed Jabari, Mohammed, in 2012, who was the Hamas commander who was about to sign a permanent truce with Israel. He had been given a truce and he had signed off on it. And they assassinated him then in 2012. And last year, of course, earlier this year, of course, when Israel bombed Iran, they targeted Ali Shamkhani, who was the lead nuclear negotiator, who had just gone on NBC News and said, I'm up for a deal with the United States. We're ready to sign a deal with Trump to do a nuclear deal again. And Israel targeted him, thought they'd killed him, but actually he's still alive. Their targeting isn't so great. But that is their goal, right? To take out people who actually do want to have a negotiation, who do want diplomacy. Mohammed, how dangerous does that make the region right now?
Oh, absolutely. So basically, you saw it. If you just Google the words Haaretz, we could have made peace and then fill the brackets with the name of any Hamas leader, Ahmed Yassin or Ismail Haniyeh or Ahmed Jabari, or now with Khalil Hayya, you would find an article in Haaretz verbatim saying that this was a possibility. You have Ahmed Yassin, who offered Israel about a 10-year truce right after Israel assassinated him. About 2 months later, Khalid Mish'al offered Israel 30-year truce. Israel attempted an assassination on him immediately afterwards. Haniyeh, we know the fate that followed in Tehran in the assassination there. And you saw it, as you mentioned, with Ahmed Jabari that pushed Haaretz to label the article with the headline, "We killed our subcontractor in Gaza," because he was advancing a permanent ceasefire that would have ensured Israel's security. Israel always sees this as what Avner Yaniv, the Israeli military analyst, referred to in his book Dilemmas of Security as peace offensives. When Palestinians become too moderate, they rise to international respectability, that Israel runs out of excuses to maintain a form of apartheid or an illegal occupation. So that's what you're seeing right now. But the danger of it is that every other country around the world is watching. And the message that Israel is sending, if you don't arm yourself to the teeth and stand for yourself and bully Israel and other countries in return, you wouldn't get so far. And you saw the same behavior from apartheid South Africa, because it attacked at the time Angola, it attacked Namibia, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Botswana. They attacked like virtually every single country around them. And you're seeing the same rogue state behavior from Israel today.
So you mentioned what should other countries be thinking, doing, watching. We've got a lot of questions in the chat. Please do ask your questions in the Q&A. We've got more than a couple of hundred of you watching this live right now. Please do stick your question. We'll try and get through as many as we can. Can't ask them all, but let's try and ask some to our expert guests. Vishy Beta Pudi asks Rula, what do we think the Gulf states are thinking now? Hard to imagine this isn't a turning point for them.
It should be a turning point for them. Israel is trashing, the most rudimentary norms of international law, any norm. And I think the Gulf state that tried to appease Trump administration, I mean, for God's sake, the Qataris give him, a plane. The biggest military base.
Do they get the plane back, or how does it work? Is there a return on that?
I mean, the biggest when nobody wanted Americans in the regions, they opened the door and they had a biggest military base in the region for Americans with 100,000 basically soldiers there. Nobody in the region, especially after the invasions, the first Iraq, nobody in the region wanted that. But the one thing that I think it needs to be clear, not only for the GCC, the Qataris, the Gulf, etc., you cannot appease Israel. You cannot negotiate with them. You cannot appease the Americans. You cannot even pour billions of dollars and think you're safe, not even if you buy weapons with them. And I just want to point out, unlike many others, the Gulf states understand the impact of these kind of policies. They remember the Iraq war and the Iraq invasion. They also remember President Obama, who said ISIS is a direct outgrowth of Al-Qaeda in Iraq that grew out of our invasion, which is the American invasion. That's why you need to think before you shoot. Not only that, they even, ISIS was much worse and much more radical, much more extremist than Al-Qaeda will ever be. Hamas is a moderate, and it's never been an international organization. It was always national, always connected with its aim to the military occupation of Israel. I don't know, to be honest.
Rula, just to clarify, when you say moderate, you mean, some of the stuff they've done is not moderate. Let's be clear.
What I mean,
you mean relatively, it's not a Salafi jihadist group in the same way as ISIS, Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda, which is what the Israelis have always wanted everyone to believe. Their goals are more local, they are more national, they are interested in the Palestine issue. Yes. They're not interested in a global caliphate.
I am comparing them to ISIS. Yeah. I'm comparing them to other jihadist groups. Hamas was never interested in international jihad or transnational jihad, whatever we want to call it. Yes. But Israel is interested in that. Israel is now radicalizing and use its policy, 100%. Its genocidal policy in Gaza is creating so much desperation, so much hopelessness, so much hate. And I don't know, we will have terrorist attack. That's for sure. It's the question of when.
Well, there was one, unfortunately, tragically this week in Jerusalem. There was an attack this week in Jerusalem, which is
but this is only the beginning,
as tragic as it is.
Because they're radicalizing an entire generation. But then they'll turn around and say, you see, it's not us. It's not our policy producing this. This is a clash of civilization. This is us versus them. This is a civilization of evil and death. And nobody will remember, because mainstream media is not addressing the fact that Israel genocidal policy is creating extremism and is
100%.
Creating terrorism. And if we think that any terrorist is a legitimate military target, then Ben Gvir is a legitimate military target because he's a convicted terrorist. He's an Israeli. This logic goes nowhere. We need to address the underlying
It's a very dangerous road for the Israelis to go down. The precedents that they've set over the last 2 years, I think they're going to haunt us for decades to come. And I think the Israelis will haunt Israel in many ways. Cassie Ahmed asks, Mohammed, is it true that Qatar knew about the attack prior to it happening? What reason would they have to allow this? I mean, we were told at the time when the Iranians, of course, rained rockets down upon Doha earlier this year, that was all done in coordination with the Americans and with the Qataris. The base was emptied. No one was hurt. Could that be the case again this time, do you think?
Well, I think if Qatar, the idea that Qatar would have any sort of foreknowledge about an Israeli attack on it is completely moronic, because Qatar's entire brand is that it is an area that would never be bombed. It's an area that would never be attacked by Israel. That's an absolute red line, because Qatar is a key US ally. And basically, the entire Qatari brand is around mediation. It's even written in their constitution. So it would be a suicide, a political suicide for their image internationally, for anyone to try to visit Qatar from now on and expect that they would survive. They would be walking into a death trap. So I don't think they had any knowledge about it, but the US had for sure. It's a question about how much time was the US given before the attack to deliberate whether it's a good idea or not. We know from experience that when Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, they informed the US right before the attack. Yoav Gallant, he admitted later on, the Israeli defense minister, that he told his American counterpart right before the attack, in order to prevent any room for the US to thwart or undermine this assault on Tehran or another country unprovoked. And you're seeing the same scenario here.
It's just fascinating and weird and depressing for Qataris, I'm sure. They're the only country, I think, in the world to have ever been bombed by both Iran and Israel in the same year. Bizarre. I guess that's what happens when you're negotiating in the middle of things. Mohammed, one follow-up, though, and I want to bring in an audience question. Rula mentioned Saudi Arabia and the UAE and the other Gulf countries and what lessons they take. There are some people arguing that this couldn't have happened without the UAE and Saudi sign-off. They've always had it in for Qatar. Do you buy that? I mean, there was a famous blockade. They had a big falling out. Then they all reconciled. Do you think the Emiratis or the Saudis may have had a heads up about this? Or are they furious today?
Well, there are still some rivalries and disagreements and tensions between Qatar and the Emirates in particular, and between Qatar and Bahrain, less so with Saudi Arabia. There's been a process of reestablishing relations to a solid level. But the idea that a GCC member country would allow an attack on a single GCC member country undermines the whole GCC idea, the Gulf Cooperation Council, because the Emirates, as well as Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar, they're all doing the exact same thing. They're all hubs for regional and international diplomacy, mediation, etc. So if one of them is attacked and that taboo, that red line is gone, that means every single one of them is prone to attacks as well.
Good point. Rula, Mira Al-Rabi, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, says, if for nothing else, shouldn't this latest terrorist attack warrant the end of the Abraham Accords?
Absolutely. I mean, the genocide in Gaza was supposed to be the end of it. Remember the whole promise that they are going to do the Abraham Accord, normalize a relationship with Israel in order for Israel not to annex the West Bank. That never happened. That promise really never materialized. Actually, it emboldened Israel to annex more land, to steal more land, to kick out more Palestinians. Before October 7, nobody remember, but way before October 7, Israeli cabinet ministers were bragging openly about annexing territories, were bragging openly about kicking out Palestinians, not only from Gaza, but from the West Bank, from East Jerusalem, where my family lives. I mean, we saw the marches everywhere, the Israeli marches before October 7, where the public together with some ministers and some MK, members of the Knesset, talking clearly about ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and calling for a second Nakba. That was before October 7. The agenda never changed. It's Jewish supremacy, is greater Israel, is ethnic cleansing, and is genocide.
Mohammed, a couple of questions, linked questions from subscribers in the chat. Ahmed Hamdi says, will the Hamas negotiation team leaders now remain in Qatar? If not, what are their alternatives? Do they go to Iran? Do they go to Turkey? Do they stay in Doha, which is obviously not safe now for them? And Furqan Amjad asks, what happens to US troops stationed in Qatar? Are they there? Are they there for the long run? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. So now, number one, with the second question, that's a very important one. The US just sent a message to its key allies all around the world that nothing is going to protect you, no matter how much US weaponry you buy or how much you invest in US territory or US industries or how much American troops you put on your ground. None of it will shield you from Israel. Israel is above and beyond anything, and it's bound by nothing. The second question about Hamas, you're basically, you saw American diplomats in Doha that would go there and walk on the street without any protection, without anyone around them. Like John Bolton, at some point, there was a picture of him on a street in Doha walking around. And in the first Trump administration, at the time when Qatar was under Emirati, Saudi siege and boycott. So that brand is now being shattered by Israel, which means it's basically like an existential threat to what the country stands for, what the entire GCC stands for. The last time there was a similar debacle was when Israel assassinated a major Hamas leader, Mahmoud al-Mabhouh, in the Emirates in 2010. And it became such a deep crisis between Abu Dhabi and Tel Aviv. It took an entire decade to solve it again with the Abraham Accords. Back then, the Emiratis managed to immediately identify.
That's why I was trying to stipulate how this is huge.
Really still immediately and publicized it all over the media.
This isn't just a one-day story, guys.
To scandalize what happened there. It was an absolute red line. As for Hamas, they have many other options. Qatar was the area that the US and Israel asked them to be at and asked Qatar to host them as an area where they can be reached and where they can reach the Israelis and the Americans through mediators and de-escalate or reach to an agreement or end wars or military assaults, Israeli military assaults on Gaza. But now what's the incentive to be there anymore? They have many other options. They have Turkey, they have Iran, they have North Korea, they have
Russia.
They have Iraq, Russia, China. It's all over. And it's basically Israel is driving those Hamas leaders away from where Israel should have them. Israel should have them in a place where they can talk to them when things get too far, when there's a time for a solution. But now they're going to disappear off the radar.
Can I add something, Mehdi?
Yeah, please.
There's a big scandal in Italy where Muhammad is because the Italian government, the Meloni neo-fascist government, is hosting 100 Israeli soldiers in Italy. 2 resorts actually in Italy. Jeez. And they're protecting them. They have them walking around with the police protection. Nobody wants to see them. Nobody wants to serve them in restaurants. They stopped talking in Hebrew. This is the report coming out because they're terrified. They're scared. In a resort where they came out of Gaza, most of them, they talked about, oh, we want, to decompress from the genocide. They didn't use the word genocide, decompress after the Gaza war. But what's happening in European nations is fascinating, but also alarming. The level of hatred that people have.
Here, I linked it to, I put the link in the chat for the full full story here. We're going to listen to the last bit here of her point, and then we're going to move on.
Average European citizens, they have for Israeli soldiers, people don't talk in Hebrew anymore because they're terrified. Israel is putting at risk the life of Israelis and Jews alike. By their policies, it's putting a target on everybody that is traveling around the world.
Yeah. Okie dokie. There will be a point that being worried about American reprisal for retaliation against Israel will be a net neutral. You're not wrong. All right. Oh, how's everybody doing? If you're just joining us on the show here, welcome, welcome. If you're new here, hi. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. We're going through some news segments right now. I know. But, hey, guys, so I hit this point where I can't... All right, this is the awkward part, because there is the NDA. Not sure if I want to do this. To be completely fair, though, without saying too much, it's your standard NDA. It's literally just, hey, don't tell people about things that are, internal, blah, blah, blah. Don't tell people about this proprietary thing. Yeah, I'm not really saying anything that's, like, too out of pocket. I gotta read the back end, though, and I don't want to do that while leaving you guys hanging. Normal contract stuff. It is. It literally is. I've had to, I think that I've talked about this before. I literally still can't say what I did, for my living. So, trust me, I understand this one. But the reason I understand that is because I did have, I sat down with an attorney and he explained it to me in as simple a terms as possible. So, yeah, don't pull a Crowder and read your contract live. No. It's the same with that one creator that she's like, here's the proof that I don't have this contract. And then she's putting the contract up and it's showing the provisions. It's like, but this isn't even the contract. This is just an NDA. Which, I kind of get it. Oh, Angela, you got to run? Alrighty, I'll catch you later. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to pull this up. What do you guys think? You like the new thummy? Or the new thummy? The new thumbnail? Ew, I just called it that. What do you guys think? I was going with something a little more streamlined. But I don't know. Is it catching the attention? Does it catch the eye? Because I kind of like my last one. To be real. I like the whole pass it, but... Oh, yeah, that's sick. Oh, you like it? All right, cool. Cool. Hey, you like it. I have an orientation on my server. Who knows if anyone will show. They will. They will show. And if they don't, then can you record it? I mean... I like the drawing aspect. Cool. I mean, it's just my logo, so... Wasn't anything too special. It's literally a mixture of my logo, my background for when I have guests on, and then my, I guess, my show name. Alright, cool. I'm feeling good about it then. Sweet. Thank you, guys. I always appreciate the feedback. I really do. Because you're the opinions I actually care about. Autism rates skyrocketed as more people became billionaires. All right, that's pretty Turn that logic around. I like that. I like that. That was pretty good. Alrighty. Well, thanks, Satch. I appreciate you letting me know. Here, let's go to... ooh, perfect timing, actually. Let's finish this up. That's technically a verifiable empirical correlation. Make of that what you will. Wait, what'd you say? An empirical correlation of what? Seth, I got a little lost there. It's one of those days, guys. You are gonna have to bear with me. My brain is literally at half-mast today, so... I like them both, but I think the other one shows more of your personality. Okay. Alright, I appreciate that. I think... Yeah, I think maybe I'm gonna go back to the old one. Because honestly, I'm looking at, like, my, the way that it also stacks. The show card is sick because of the drawing. Verifiably correlated or whatever that's worth. Oh. I have no idea. I don't know what happened. Give me a second. Yeah, I'll keep it for this one, but very worst case, I'll just swap it later. Because I think you're right. I think that was what was missing, because the other one is like me, like literally past. Like I always liked that. You know, I like the way I put that together. All right. Let's get to this video that I've been holding back for a while, but we might as well cover it because I know we're kind of bouncing all over the place today, but this is going back to the chorus thing. You know, a professional probably would have done this right after the Ben Dixon segment, but we needed a break. So Chapo Trap House, I've always loved listening to these guys. They had a pretty interesting take on everything that was going down, and it was pretty funny. Oh, I just realized that this is audio only. Shit. Well, here. I don't even need to bring this up then.
You know, like it's on Valentine's Day. Yeah, the people who like this, I just see them going, "Wait, do we do that every year or every day?" This is for a very low functioning type of person. There's a group of American Girl dolls in a playhouse, and the caption or the words on the meme are, "Did you remember the weed?" That one's a little edgy for them. I wonder if that was before the chorus deal.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've seen some bullshit meme accounts on Instagram, but this is among the worst.
Well, I guess like a sort of follow up to this story is that like in the week since it's come out, like all of the people who are mentioned as being sort of part of this chorus incubator project have all issued statements, like, you know, saying that the article is full of lies and distortions, and that like in no way is this some sort of coordinated messaging operation to sort of enforce Democratic Party groupthink. But the problem with that is that they all released virtually identical worded statements.
Yeah.
So but like,
was it really all of them though? I mean,
I want to get to one last.
I know Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman essentially did. David Pakman really did himself a massive disservice.
Element of this story that I think is like
have you seen the new draw? Yeah, we covered that earlier in the show, Fred. It was gross.
An interesting sort of layer or reflection upon like meta commentary on the story is that like the fact that the article was written by Taylor Lorenz, who is,
I realized LT hasn't been here, man.
Sort of something of a, I don't know, like a lightning rod herself, but like particularly in this story because like didn't Taylor just get in trouble for like doing ads for some company that like sells smartphones to children or something like that?
Yep.
Okay, so it is, I think it's either an app or just an entire smartphone that like it doesn't go on like Facebook or something. So apparently she did an ad, but it wasn't paid, which is one of the weird, craziest things I've ever heard.
Wait a minute. I've done that on Pep Talks.
Yeah, she posted a video on her account that she labeled as a hashtag ad.
I think I've done that on here, and I think that I even may have done that on my This Space show.
And she said in the video that she's proud to partner with a company called Bark, which is it advises parents on phone software to purchase for kids, like small.
I haven't seen one chorus participant come out and say, "Yeah, it's kind of messed up. Actually, I'll aim for more transparency in the future." Yeah, see, that's kind of what's bothering me. And as much as I want to like apply even for yuck yucks, there is something kind of, I don't know, once I hit this NDA portion, I was like,
all kids. And I don't know, because like I don't know, like Taylor is like,
because this NDA, like, I'll just say this much, it does cover like future stuff. So
she's been very vocal about being opposed to like efforts to restrict the usage of smartphones among school children, which I find somewhat baffling because like I think I mean like that to me, I don't have kids, but like it would seem to me that like I think it'd be wrong to say that kids can't have access to the internet or phones or shit like that, but like I do not understand why anyone thinks it's a good idea to allow them to like be used in schools, like when you're supposed to be receiving an education.
Yeah, if you're even kind of ambivalent on this, okay, get two kids, raise one of them unrestricted phone access, the other one normal style. See which one turns out better.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a tough question because kids are going to get access to it no matter what.
Yeah.
And everybody else at school is going to be talking about skibbity riz and all that bullshit. So like they're going to get inundated with it no matter what. And I think like even though it's objectively harmful, it is sort of helpful in a way in understanding the world. Because unfortunately, for better or worse, the world is kind of defined by that, by the dynamics of social media. Kind of the same thing with TV. Like it's objectively good not to let your kid watch a lot of TV. But we also live in a world right now that's completely shaped by TV. And we have the TV guy as president. And he plays to the ratings and everything else. Like he's completely defined by TV. So
yeah, the fact that we're still talking about TV like that, though, is kind of like, I don't know. When he said that, it almost felt dated. You know what? I hate to say that. I might have saved this for too long. Because this was back to my point about like some of Taylor's bad takes. Screw it. I'm jumping ship. We're jumping ship on this. We're gonna move on. There's a failure of a segment. It's okay. Oh God. Guys, I need to wake up. All right. We got 10 minutes until fun the West Coast fun time. So let's prepare for that. While we do that, oh man. Perfect. While we do this, I'm going to take this opportunity to say, number one, if you are just joining us, thank you. And if you have not hit the like button already over on YouTube, please do. Really helps out the channel. Really, I really appreciate it. And also, you guys can help support the channel by either getting yourself a membership, which I know that a lot of you guys have done that. Also, for that one, apologies for the members-only content having to get taken down today. I will be making the adjustment, and it will be going back up for tomorrow. And if you guys also do not know, for a $2 super chat, you guys can give the dog, who is being so cute behind me, he is sleeping, you guys can give him a treat. You guys don't know, he gets 2 marrow bones. No, look at how excited he just got. I was watching Xander Hall the other day, and he and his chat were going off about Hassan. I couldn't help but see it as a massive red flag. The short was taken down. Yeah, Ed, you got to see it right before I got, I actually got like a straight up like copyright flag on it, so I had to remove it because, yeah, that little portion of the Pink Floyd song, that did it. So I'm going to re-edit it. I'll actually, now that I'm not going to have that little portion of the song in, it'll have a few more clips from the concerts that I was able to watch and some of the fun. I actually forgot to include one from Dark Star Orchestra. Dude, their like their co-lead singer and their main guitarist, like he looks just like me if I gained fucking like 20 pounds. It was so funny because my wife even said, she was just like, you gained 20 pounds, you would look just like him. I was like, oh shit. Actually, it might have been more than 20 pounds. I gotta be fair. All right. So wait, yeah, the one reason I don't watch Xander, his hate boner for Hassan is a little too big. Okay, I didn't actually know that he felt that way. Somehow I have, you know, peppered in Xander Hall content to the point where I kind of miss that. So what's going on? Let me know what's going on with the Xander Hall. Let's have a little tea time. Tea time with Pep. Explain to me what's going on with the Zan man. I should try and have him on the show. I think, oh man, he would vibe on this show. I just thought about that. Like, he would have a good time. Just sit here, talk about, you know, stoner shit and politics and maybe a little bit of drama. But the thing is, like, he's so involved in it where it's almost like you don't even want to talk about it. Because you don't want to start up shit. It's almost like, you know, don't want to get involved. I'd rather, you know, sip the tea with everybody else where it's just like, you know, sip the tea. Because centrist maligning leftists is a time-honored American tradition that has directly led us to where we are right now. He's not a centrist, though. Like, he posits himself as being leftist. No, this is, again, Dave, I think that we covered this, and I said this yesterday. Dude, I'm getting sick of, like, the centrist, liberal, oh, you're too left, you're too commie. I'm getting sick of this shit, dude. Like, honestly, and maybe it's because I am truly beaten down by the, like, my own life experience that's going on, how I can maybe compartmentalize a little bit and see what's truly important in life and just go, that's not it. Like, because honestly, what's that get us? Like, what's this? What is this? Because that is a form of virtue signaling. That's us going, well, we're right, they're wrong, they're stupid, they're gay, they're whatever. Like, it's literally the same shit that we used to do in the, like, you know, late 90s, early 2000s. Just now with, you know, adding politics to it. Oh, actually, no. Not even early 2000s. Maybe for me, because I'm thinking back to high school. It's like high school politics, man. I'm so tired of it. Reminds me of effing Bill Maher whining about the far left all the time. Yeah, he sucks. The thing is, for anybody that could see that, they stopped watching him. The thing is, this is a marketplace of ideas. So that, like, and this happens to me. I've had people disagree with me and leave my audience. You know, it sucks. It hurts, especially when it's somebody that, like, they were a long-time contributor or they were somebody that, like, you know, always claimed to enjoy the content, but, you know, God forbid I have a disagreeable opinion. And that's one thing that sucks about this whole thing. You know, I will say that, because, like, for the Howard Sterns of the world and, like, radio hosts that had all of, like, they don't have to really deal with that. And to be fair, it's because they didn't really make politics their whole thing, which politics is inherently going to bring about some division. You know, I'm automatically, by being a left-wing creator, turning off 50% of a potential audience. So, like, this is where I also get really pissed off when people try to tell me that I'm doing this for, like, oh, you're doing this for clout, you're doing this for cash, you're doing this. It's like, whoa. Especially at the point that I'm at, that's fucking wild. But I know people don't like this. It's kind of where somebody said it yesterday. Where, do you know, like, somebody went to a protest and asked about, like, the chorus stuff. Nobody cared. Nobody knew, and nobody cared. That was kind of like, and then one girl legitimately said, "You're too online." And that's it. I'll admit it, man. For seeing, I think it was like on TikTok, where I was just like, okay, wow. But whenever I see people, whether Destiny, Bill Maher, Xander Hall, going after someone like Hassan, it rings. The thing is, why? Hassan has bad takes sometimes. So no. I don't like this. I don't like this pedestal thing because, like, again, it's sometimes some people can, like, they cannot like a person and have some decent takeaways even if you disagree with them. Because, again, you can disagree with Hassan and still watch his content. This is, again, my biggest thing where it's like, man, half of it is personal preference. You know, Hassan was covering this today where he's like, yeah, you know, some people claim that I'm kind of a shock jock a little bit. You know, some people say that I'm a little edgy. It's like, are you? It's about the degrading and trying to deplatform of him for him having bad takes. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, it's where I disagree with H3. It's where I disagree with anybody doing that shit. I will never agree with that bullshit. I mean, that's cancel culture at its most disgusting. Again, this is people wanting to flex their power, where it's just like, oh yeah, you want to have a disagreement? You want to have a disagreeable take? Well, fuck you. Unfollow. Marketplace of ideas, bitch. I have to disagree with what I'm watching sometimes. Well, I had this argument with a right-winger where they were just like, yeah, I just wish all the left, I just wish sometimes that the left would get shipped out or maybe just go start their own country. I'm like, you mean, wait, what? That's what? I'm like, you mean the antithesis to America. So you just want to create a new country where it's a bunch of, like, you guys. I'm like, so what happens when you have no one else to blame? And they were like, what? I'm like, what happens when you have no one else to blame? No one else to hate? Oh, that's right. You're going to just turn on each other and hate each other. It's mostly going to be women, right? Because they're it's going to be women and then any POCs, you know, oh, sorry, I don't want to use that term. People of color. I tried to defend Hassan once in Xander's chat. He called me Hassan. Really? And he went off about how bad Hassan was and why you shouldn't watch him. Yeah, I disagree with Hassan often, but I'm not out here telling people not to watch or listen to him. Yeah, that's where Xander's a dick. I can disagree with Xander Hall. Xander Hall's a dick in that regard, and he's wrong. You could clip that and send it to him and say Pep Talk said it, like, for real. He needs to grow up, you know? This is the difference between me and Xander Hall. I'm pretty sure that I'm damn near, like, you know, I'm 6. How old is he? Let's see. Let's do the math. Uh, 25? 26. 12 years older than this kid. Like, Jesus, I experienced 9/11 when he was like, what, 2? Like, yeah, I'm putting this in perspective. Hot take. Whatever. I mean, I have them. I mean, would you ever see, like, Tim Pool telling people not to watch Ben Shapiro or something? They kind of do. But again, they do it in a more professional way where it's like they're leading you to that out, like, they'll lead you to the water, right? Kind of situation. Whereas Xander Hall is sitting there trying to sit on the horse's face, just going like, drink, drink. Meanwhile, it's, you know, not even water. I don't know. That was a bad analogy. I am definitely not all there today. No, again, like I said, Xander Hall's wrong. He's wrong in this. And if he's going to go after Hassan, you know, in bad faith or just because he holds a personal grudge or he has, like, what's his deal? Do you know the lore? Like, I'm actually genuinely curious. So what's his deal? Like, what happened with the Hassan stuff? who did Hassan attack, or like what bad take did Hassan have that Xander Hall like obsessed over and then just decided that he was going to make it a permanent thing that he's just like, I'm anti-Hassan. You know, at least with Destiny, it became easy because Destiny is sex pestiny and it's proven. So like, I don't know, man, it's pretty easy to not want to be associated with the sex pest. Same with Vosh. It's kind of easy not to want to be associated with that stuff. But, you know, again, he fell for Destiny and Willie Mack anti-content. Yeah, Willie Mack, I don't know, his drama farming shit. But then again, like, this is where I'm not even trying to condescendingly, like, bring up the age thing, because I mean that there is a difference in the way that we think about this kind of stuff. Like, the second that I see it, I'm just like, this is just a bunch of drama bullshit. Whereas he might see it and just be like, oh, well, this is content, or this is, you know, I have a disagreement here, I'm going to turn on my microphone. I mean, this is part of being an opinionated content creator. You're always bound to say something that you're going to either, you know, regret, which I'm sure I have. Regrets. I have a few. I think it was the Ukraine. Then again, then he needs to grow up. He needs to, like, maybe take a look at, like, the way that they brigaded Hassan, and that, you know, Hassan has been pretty good in what he's been trying to do for, like the left, the broader left, and just, you know, his protest record, the fact that he has kind of made this type of leftism a little bit more mainstream. What worries me is the fact that CNN doing the piece on Hassan was fine, but then they did the one on Destiny. And that scares me, because Destiny, they tried to focus on, is he the Joe Rogan of the left? And I was like, what the fuck? I'd be way more apt to, like, or even comfortable calling, you know, Hassan even, like, close to that, but I don't know. Life becomes content, content becomes life. Yeah, I have to find that balance. Like, even when I was at that fest, I was kind of like, you know, figuring out what I should record. There were dudes that had their rigs and shit. I was just like, nah. No thanks. Because that's also where it's like, no, this is for me, man. I have to, I like this for me. I'll do, like, the protests. We have a few organized protests happening coming up. I know that I have one for the No Kings 2 coming up. So that's going to be good. Also, have a guest coming on Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you guys can make it for that show. Because at least Hassan asks questions and doesn't call you the R word for simply disagreeing. Exactly. And that's where, again, I will say this. I haven't watched Hassan's Xander Hall's content in quite some time. You know, I orbited his channel for just a little bit to try and get my name out there and, like, try, because somebody gave me a piece of advice when I first started this channel, where they were just like, yeah, you know, one way to try and, like, get into the political commentary space is to try and, like, go to another person's chat and get them to recognize you. Majority Report, I was already there, and I was already kind of recognized even before my channel. Like, you know, I had already had my emote and all that kind of shit, so I was just like, yeah. And then that's also where I asked the mods straight up. I'm like, hey, can I promote? And, like, shout out MIDI Doctors for, you know, not only, you know, saying I could, but they put together a whole thing with the links to my channel. It was really cool. Like, that was kind of an honor. That was, like, the first time that I was like, oh shit. Like, I felt like I was accepted into the leftist content space. Then I had the thing where I got banned from the Majority Report Discord for making the joke, you know, dude's not gendered, dude. Direct quote. That's why, if you ever wonder why I'm not in the Majority Report Discord, that's why. It's because I got hard banned for making that joke. Which, again, hard banning for that is insane. That's where I actually, like, I got so mad about that I was like, I'm making sure that no matter what, on my Discord and on my channels, you get a 3-strike rule. The time I was referring to Dustin. Is Hassan working for Chorus? No. No, he's not working for Chorus. If he did, I would respect it. I'd be a little like judgy just because he doesn't need the money. You know, it's this David Pakman syndrome. But if you found out that he was like affiliated with Chorus and he was only getting like a stipend, or like he was getting a back end deal, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Actually, fuck that. I got to be careful with that shit. No, the thing that annoyed me about Pakman is the fact that he was getting paid for his bullshit opinions, and he was already, you know, kind of a centrist Zionist, and then he was trying to appropriate like being a leftist. That annoyed the shit out of me. Oh, that time I was referring to Destiny, not Dustin. Got it. That reminds me, I need to put together something like that for MIDI Doctor for this space. Thank you. Yes, please do. If you want to include a little reminder that a certain chatter is included in this space. Banned for a joke. Yeah, I was banned for a joke. And the thing is, I was standing up for another trans person because like there were two trans people in the Majority Report Discord that were arguing with each other, and one of them was completely out of line and just like going off, like they were having a borderline like fucking mental crisis, and everybody was saying calm down, like they were being hyper aggressive. And at one point, another trans person in the Discord was just like, calm down, dude, and completely lost her mind. Just, don't call me dude, don't misgender me. And that's when I made the joke. And then I noticed that I was banned from the guild and not ever invited back. Like I tried to rejoin recently just to see, and it's like, nope, still banned. Oh, that's fun. Whatever. If the mods over there are on that type of power trip, to this day, I gotta say, guys, they deserve the criticism that they're getting here. Realistically. And again, clip it, send it to them. Like, if you guys are part of the Majority Report Discord, clip all this and send it to them and make them... I would love for somebody from the Majority Report Discord, like mods team, to come on here and explain themselves. For real. Oof, that sounds like Astray. Yikes. Yep. Whatever. Not just Astray, though, but like, yeah. But that's where that was my first little glimpse where I'm just like, oh, I see how people like totally just go, oh, fuck you. With how big they are, I can understand a zero tolerance policy. Modding is hard when you have a bunch of these rules. Yeah, I get it. But that's why I like Autumn Leaves and MIDI Doctor, because they saw right through that bullshit. Fuck, I think Autumn is even banned from the Majority Report Discord. I might have that wrong, but I'm pretty sure one of the main mods has told me that they are also banned, where I'm like, that's kind of funny. You have to take things to case to case. You need a lot more mods. I'm hoping they can make it right with you. We'll see. I've asked multiple times. The thing is, I'm not begging anymore. Like, I don't care. I honestly don't care that much. I have my own Discord that we have a lot of fun with. I have this space, and I'm part of the Michael Brooks Discord if I want to talk, Majority Report during the Majority Report, because people that have joined the Michael Brooks Show Discord, apparently we are the outcasts of the Majority Report Discord, because other people, actually our own Ilirda here has been banned from the Majority Report Discord for having a disagreement, so... I'm totally with you. Dude is neutral. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Well, that's what I was trying to, like, my broader point wasn't like I was being transphobic in the slightest. Like, that kind of bothered me, where I was just like, wait a minute. Yeah, I heard it's a whole different crew modding the MR Discord. It is. It's an entirely different crew. I don't think there is a single crossover from YouTube chat, because I've also seen them talk shit about YouTube chat. Which is also funny. Like, while I was part of it, I noticed the internal politics, which was really weird. And, like, again, it's like high school. Don't you just love the lunch table politics? Like, God damn. Every once in a while, it really is just... All right, guys. Clicky, clicky. Okay, so you're telling me... Nope, still banned. I was just checking, sorry. I grew up in Cali. We literally say dude for everything because saying things like dudette is just... It doesn't run off on its own. No. No. Also, like, I don't know. I grew up calling my sister, like, dude, man, bro, like... And she says the same shit to me. Like, my sister's not even a stoner. That's my favorite part about her, but she still talks like me. So, oops. Yeah, that whole being an older brother thing. At least she looked up to me, right? Which was always cool. I always, I've always been very happy to have that. All right, there we go. Yeah, I heard it's a whole different crew and they're practically rogue. Well, that's the thing, because like when I first got banned, I got like mad when they started promoting the Majority Report Discord pretty heavily on the show, where like downsides are going up entirely. My voice is very vocal fry forward. Oh no. Downsides of living in Cali. Oh my god. I have a little bit about, like, I have a little bit of it, but, yeah. The people, actually, I hate to do it, but, like, the way Taylor Lorenz talks, it's kind of the same thing. I don't know. If you're a millennial, though, and you heard that, you're just like, ah, okay. And she's definitely from California. Ooh. Is Kyle sick? He ain't looking good. Let's take a look. What's going on, Merman Kyle? No suit today, just white shirt and... Oh, he looks stuffed.
All right, y'all, we are here before the show because I have multiple giant pieces of breaking news that I have to give you. The show was already full, so I had to hop out here beforehand.
Oh, jeez. You know what? I want to watch this with y'all. Give me 1 second. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I will turn on the waiting music, and then we will go to the Kyle Kulinski bit. Man, oh my. I swear to God. I don't get a caffeine headache from trying to power through these. Let's do it. He just say he's doing his pod dirty.
To break down this super important stuff for you. So first of all, I think you know where I'm going with this. We have the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book that came out in its totality. And boy, oh boy, is it damning. It is more damning than I thought possible.
Oh my effing God, he says damning. Oh my, damning. What the
possible? Because very clearly, and you can see this in the
phonetically, he's right, but that sounded weird.
Book, everybody who was friends with Jeffrey knew exactly what was going on, and they were making inside jokes about it. So they understood very well who Jeffrey was.
Which, that's even, yeah, that right there is like, okay, there's the story. Like, all of these guys are such sickos that they just make jokes about it, and they're like, meh, he was still a good guy. But then they come out and they're just like, I regret my relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
What he took part in, let's say, if I'm trying to sanitize it as much as possible. And they were all totally fine with it and playing along with it and making inside jokes. And the other thing you see in this book is many very, like, overtly sexual things that are written down and people attach their names to it. So it is wild. So I'm going to walk you through a bunch of this stuff here. Yesterday, we discussed the full Trump letter leaked, and that was incredibly creepy. We did a breaking news segment on it yesterday, but now everybody's had time to go through more of the book, and the more you look, the worse it gets. So let's start with this one. I'm going to just give you a little taste here. So here's what one of the people wrote to Jeffrey Epstein. Dearest Jeff, 50 years old. You really have had a pretty amazing life. Amazing because of where and when it started. Okay, so far, so good, right? Paula and Seymour fucking. Who was there to tell him where to stick it? Who told him to spit on her cunt to make it wet? Maybe they had more on the ball than we all give them credit for.
Jesus Christ.
What? Who writes something like this in a 50-year-old birthday book? You know, funny enough, and I swear this is true, you can go, read the whole thing yourself and find out. One of the only messages that is not incredibly creepy or overtly sexual is the Bill Clinton message to him.
That's
insane. Now, we already know that guy's a creeper, but the fact that that's like one of the
just want to say happy birthday, buddy.
only
And that's
messages
it.
that's not creepy or overtly sexual is wild. By the way, another huge piece of news that this is going to get buried. People are not going to talk about this, but it's actually super important. There's 8 business titans in this book that wish Jeffrey Epstein a happy birthday. 8 business titans. So, as George Carlin said, it's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Yep.
And in this club also happens to be a child trafficking ring as well.
No, it's almost like they proved the cabal, but again, MAGA can't deal with the fact that it's like, oh, this isn't just a bunch of the Democrats. This actually is like a whole bunch of people that if they were to go down, we would somehow like be implicated in protecting these kind of people.
And so when we said Jeffrey Epstein,
either that or it's monetary, where they're like, oh, we can't have them go down because wouldn't that bring down the economy? Oh,
Epstein is Mossad, and he has a tremendous amount of dirt on celebrities and business people and politicians in the U.S. Oh, we meant it. And if anything, this book helps to validate that. All right, more. So these are some of the pictures that are in the book. Here's Jeffrey Epstein looking young, like maybe it's in the early 70s or something like that. And he's wearing his little tidy whities with his other friends wearing their tidy whities. And then I guess did they try to retake the picture? Or are these different people? I don't know, but here's them
I'm going to assume that it's the same guys recreating the photo.
Older, standing around in their underwear. Do I understand what's going on here? No, I don't. Here's a picture from Ghislaine Maxwell saying, happy birthday, Jeff, and she's topless, and it looks like they might both be naked and engaged in some inappropriate activities to post in a fucking 50th birthday book. This one is a huge deal, bro, and people are talking about this one. So this is...
Oh, geez.
This is Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago. And what this shows is Trump giving Jeffrey Epstein this big check, and it says $22,500 on it. And it's for a woman, the woman who's in the picture, who they say is, quote, fully depreciated. And so this is supposed to be, I guess, a joke, maybe, of Trump paying Jeffrey Epstein to buy a woman from her, which, I don't know, man. I don't think that's the funniest joke in the world.
Jesus Christ, dude. They were so open and brazen about this shit.
Given that he is literally a human trafficker, So is it a joke? Is it not a joke? I don't know. I'm willing to entertain both sides of that conversation because that is...
It is really funny how QAnon legit was just like, pay attention. You guys don't care about the victims. It's like, oh my God, there were a lot of victims. Oh my God. Did you know that Donald Trump might be implicated in this? Hold on. We didn't tell you to go look at that deep.
That is bizarre. So the current sitting president is getting outed as giving a giant check for $22,500 to the most prolific child sex trafficker.
But hold on, we watched Happy Gilmore, and I said, I have some of those big checks. Let's give her one.
In the world, and he's smiling, and he's giggling, and he's laughing, and they talk about how this woman's fully depreciated. What the fuck? All right, so we also have Midas Touch.
It was black leather. Ha-ha.
Here did a breakdown of what's in the Epstein book, the contents of the Epstein book. So here, let's go through some of this stuff here. This is what we just discussed. The Trump check, and he's got his creepy little letter here. Very bizarre. As you all know, Trump's happy birthday letter from him was also incredibly, incredibly creepy. Alluded to weird things about never aging and saying, we share a lot in common, don't we, Jeff? It looked like the drawing was of a girl, not a woman. Very disturbing. Here we have another girl who... this is creepy. Before Jeffrey, I was 22 years old. I was a 22-year-old divorcee working as a hostess in a hotel restaurant. After Jeffrey, I now live in New York City, have traveled to Paris, London, Milan, Copenhagen, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Stockholm, blah, 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 goes on and on and on. I have met Prince Andrew, President Clinton, the Sultan of Brunei, Donald Trump, Antonio Vargas, Naomi Campbell, Stephanie Seymour, Peter Brand, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, blah, 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 goes on. I have flown on the Concorde, gone skydiving, taken flying lessons, blah, 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 that goes on. And then it shows, thank you to Jeffrey Epstein, and it's Jeffrey walking with his hand down the back of this woman's pants where he's either, fingering her asshole or attempting to get low enough to finger her asshole. Again, 50-year-old birthday book, very normal stuff to put in that, right? Here's the one that I was fucking floored by. I was floored by this one. So this one doesn't have a name, but it says, Dear Jeffrey, happy 50th, right? And he got these little drawings, including women. Then we get to this. Look, somebody actually drew this and put it in Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book. 1983. Here's Jeffrey giving balloons to little girls. Is this alluding to, like, this is what you used to do to fulfill your disgusting pedophile desires? Is you would go to little girls' birthday parties and, like, try to pick them up there? What is this alluding to? But then the picture next to it, so that says 1983, and then 2003, as you can see here, you have Jeffrey Epstein getting rubbed by prepubescent girls, and this fits the fucking pattern of how he abused these girls. He would have these 14, 15, 16-year-old girls in Palm Beach. He would basically coerce them into giving him massages, and there would be an array of different sexual things that he would do with them. Obviously, this is totally illegal, and this guy's drawing it, and so, in other words, it was commonly known. This is what Jeffrey does. Somebody's drawing this, and ha-ha, hee-hee, isn't this funny? For your 50th birthday, here's you getting jacked off from a fucking teenager. Like, what? What? They all knew. They all knew. And what this tells me is, not only did they all know, they're okay with it, and they're all in on it, meaning there's dirt on them too. And their perversions are known in this circle, right? So that's terrible. Let's keep going here. Two very young girls, probably just 17 plus, were riding in my father's caddy, Park Ave, top down, smooching it up in the car, drop dead laughing. This is what one of the notes said. What the fuck? Girls on my boat. We picked up girls on the beach, went out on a boat. I tell them with knife in my hand to take suits off. But Warren tells, don't worry, his name is JN. He's just joking. He live at so-and-so. I tell Mark to throw him in the water. He did. What does that mean? I don't know what any of that means. Well, as many people have pointed out, it sounds like a lot of this is them speaking in code. That's what it seems like. It's either overtly sexual and, like, very clear what they're talking about, or many instances they're speaking in code. Castaways Volume 1. I was porking some girl in bed, and Jeff brings in the maid to make bed. She left screaming and never came back. We're both in bed porking some girls. I said, what do you think? While he's shoving penicillin down my throat. Alluding to some creepy sexual thing that Epstein did with this guy who's sending him the letter. There's another one here. The Midas Touch thing just says, what the fuck? Dearest Jeff, 50 years old. You really have had a pretty amazing life. Amazing because of where we were and when it started. Paula and Seymour fucking. Okay, so that's the one. I already read this one to you. It goes on to say other overtly sexual things. Very bizarre. How about this one? Are you sure this will make my winky grow? waiting for my foot
Oh my
massage. Here, let me show you the
God,
picture of this
dude,
one.
this is-
Are you sure this will make my winky grow? And it appears to be Epstein standing in, I don't know, is that a grocery store, a candy store or something? Oh my, never seen those pants before, waiting for my foot massage. Okay, speaking in code, clearly, here's one that the fact that this is actually in there is just out of this world. So there's a section labeled children, and then if you click this here, now they redacted the faces of the kids, but you can see there's at least one picture here with this, like, actual child, like, not even teenager child, in this, like, provocative pose holding her hip. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Then you have this one. People are talking about this one. Here, I'll show you the picture before I read it for you. So this is Jeffrey Epstein. We don't know who this person is. There's some speculation this is Trump. I don't think this is Trump. Trump's a lot taller than that. But here's Jeffrey Epstein. They're looking like they're, about to go rob somebody. The text says, finally at the home of our friend. Let's call him Mr. Brown. Jeffrey unveiled his plan. To some, it may have seemed a get-rich-quick scheme, but to me, it was pure genius. Rob and kill was the name of the plan. The first victim, redacted, to be attacked and brutally plundered. Would she want more than that? On the boardwalk in Venice Beach, broad daylight. The dastardly thieves were never caught. Postscript, I retired from the life, but I recently read an article in New York, which led me to believe that my old friend, Mr. E, had continued on and become an industry leader. What? Again, speaking in code, talking about some criminal past, talking about some crime that they committed, or, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You got Alan Dershowitz had said he wasn't really close with Jeffrey Epstein. Wrong. There was a picture in there. There was a letter and a picture in there where he jokes about changing the article of Vanity Fair to take out at Jeffrey Epstein's name and put it in Bill Clinton's name or something. We have photos of animals having sex along with photos of their genitalia.
I wish the conservatives would actually treat child predators how they treat child predators in Facebook comment sections. Yep.
I don't know why this is in there, but that's exactly what it is. I don't know if YouTube will knock me for this, but there you have it.
The thing is distracting. They think child predators are essentially just trans people by merit of existing.
That's
why they do that. It's actually code for, K trans people.
This one too, people are talking about, who is that?
I'm going to take it upon myself to smoke an entire
bum over there. Why is it's Jeffrey, I declare, the man of means in sweatshirt and jeans at a black tie formal affair. To add to life's piquancy, Jeffrey, with increasing frequency, on any occasion, with little persuasion, will outrage the public decency. Huh? I have heard that Jeffrey will act with morals, decorum, and tact, with honor, goodwill, and truth, but forsooth, this information may be inexact. As far as I can detect, Jeffrey seems to select to express his mood terms rude, crude, and lewd, and politically incorrect. Jeffrey, at half a century, with credentials plenty...
By predators, they don't actually mean PDFs, they just mean Democrats, yep.
Potentiary...
Yeah, it's all code to these guys.
Though up to no good whenever he could.
And then on top of it, they do this thing where it's just like, no. Well, we're going to make sure that we call them all these most heinous things. But then when it's proven that somebody's doing the same thing from their side, they're just like, well, we forgive people like that because we're good Christians.
Has avoided the penitentiary.
Smears trans folks as groomers, votes for an actual groomer into the highest office of the country. Yep.
So again, that's like, you're a sex criminal. We know you're a sex criminal. We're cool with it. You're our dog. That's the vibe I get there. And it just goes on, man. And it just goes on. Dear Jeffrey, I wanted to give you what you want, so here it is, and it's a picture of tits. How about this one? This one is super coded. Leaving you with some interesting friends to entertain instead, and it's, I don't know who that is, but he's with some woman in her underwear, seemingly. Or in one of his glorious homes he likes to share with his friends, and then in parentheses, yum yum. And it's, I think, the picture of Epstein's pedophile island. This
is so fucked up, guys. Like,
that's it, bro.
Honestly, how are they defending this? And how in the hell are there not more exposés running from CNN onward to just be like, hey, this is really gross shit.
That's it. Trump should have to fucking resign. And Trump should be fucking behind bars. And everybody who's in this fucking book should be behind bars. Clearly, all these motherfuckers knew exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. They were totally fine with it. And there's dirt on them because they were fucking clients of Jeffrey Epstein. So here's another one, a picture of an ass that, if I'm being honest, looks like the ass of a younger person right here. We don't need, you guys go watch. Here's another one with like that girl looks kind of youngish, if I'm being honest. And you see, the side of her ass, but she's wearing underwear, but you see the side of her ass. Very weird. A post named Booby. This one, again, another code. Ready? A, quote, shopping trip with your, quote, old, and I am, friend. So the shopping trip is in quotations. That probably means, like, we said it was a shopping trip, but then we did stuff with underage girls. Remember that? So absolutely disturbing, man. This thing is, this is worse than anybody could have imagined. Between the picture of Trump holding the big check to buy a girl from the world's most prolific pedophile human trafficker, between that and the picture of this one here of Jeffrey Epstein getting his fucking massages from underage girls, to me, we're done here. Wrap it up. Lock them all up. Lock them all up. All right, now I also have, before I end this pre-segment here for you, before our main show, let me just also show you this, because this was big breaking news that just dropped. Trump gave Netanyahu approval to bomb Palestinian negotiators in Qatar. So now Israel is attacking Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Tunisia, which they just did. They attacked the next flotillas that were going to go and try to deliver aid to Palestinians. They attacked them in the port of Tunisia, and Qatar. Qatar's a U.S. ally. Qatar has a U.S. base there. Qatar tried to bribe Trump and give him a fucking massively expensive Air Force One plane. And Trump just greenlit, illegally, Israel to attack Hamas negotiators, so the political arm of Hamas, not the military arm of Hamas, gave them the green light to attack them in Qatar, in Doha, the capital. So first, let me show you the picture. This is what it looks like here. This was the attack. This is a huge deal. This is a huge, huge escalation. Israel views themselves as completely and utterly above the law in every imaginable way. So Yashar Ali points out, the Qatari government has released a statement in response to the Israeli strikes in Doha on Hamas leaders. The state of Qatar strongly condemns in the harshest terms the cowardly Israeli attack that targeted residential compounds housing several members of the political bureau of Hamas in the Qatari capital, Doha. This criminal assault constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms and poses a serious threat to the security and safety of Qatari citizens and residents in Qatar. The ministry affirms that security authorities, civil defense, and the relevant agencies immediately began handling the incident and taking the necessary measures to contain its consequences and ensure the safety of residents and surrounding areas.
Sorry, guys. I'm having a back and forth about this NDA thing.
If Qatar strongly denounces this aggression, it also emphasizes that it will not tolerate such reckless Israeli behavior and that continued tampering with regional security nor any action targeting its security and sovereignty. It further notes that the investigations are underway at the highest level and additional details will be announced.
The youth pastors are actual groomers and PDF files. Maybe putting children under the supervision of SULE repressed weirdos isn't a good idea. Yep.
As soon as they become available. So again, massive, massive escalation. Get this. Ready? Mohammed Shahada lays out the following. The U.S. and Israel are the ones who asked Qatar to host.
As I said, these guys get caught. Like, we had a situation where we had a youth pastor get caught with a 14-year-old boy that went on an apology tour, then went to gay conversion, and within, I think it was like 2 or 3 years, he was a pastor again.
Host Hamas's political, not military.
You know what? Fuck it. Christ Community Church.
Leadership to maintain indirect.
Look up that one. Because this guy, he had to do an apology tour, so I didn't go to this church, but he went to one called Christ Community. It is located in St. Charles, Illinois. You can look up some of the deviancy that has come out of that place.
Direct dialogue with them. When Qatar asked Hamas leadership to leave in November 2024 and suspended their office in Doha, Trump asked them to reopen it again and rehost Hamas. Netanyahu just broke this arrangement and bombed Doha to target Hamas negotiators in the midst of their discussion of Trump's latest ceasefire proposal.
If the right can do gay conversion, why can't we do re-education? Because re-education's scary because, you know, the whole re-education part.
So Trump released a ceasefire proposal, but it was super light on details. And people were like, well, why the fuck is that? That's kind of weird. So they meet to talk about those details. Boom, they get murdered. Now, one is definitely dead. There's one other who they say is not dead. But imagine that. The same thing that they did. And this is why you can't trust the Americans and you can't trust the Israelis. You literally just can't. This is the exact same thing that they did to General Soleimani, the top Iranian commander who was fighting ISIS. They lured him with fake claims of diplomacy, and then they murdered him. And so now, again, what Trump never understands the long-term consequences of his actions, nor does he give a fuck. But basically, what this means is, now, anytime America asks anybody, hey, let's talk, hey, let's have a negotiation, hey, let's figure this out, they're not going to want to meet, number one. Number two, they're never going to fucking trust us. You're giving your seal of approval that everything's going to be okay. We're going to have this negotiation. We're going to try to work it out. And then you fucking murder the people. What that said, that the message that sends to the world is, we are psychopathic, sociopathic warmongers. We don't care about peace. And if you end up getting murdered, when you're there under our protection, we don't give a fuck. We're happy with that. So just absolutely destroying the United States and Israel on the world stage. And then we have validation here. So breaking: Israeli strike on Qatar reportedly done in coordination with the Trump administration, who proposed a ceasefire offer to Hamas to review in order to gather several officials in one location. So now do you see, like, this is the world's most obvious genocide of all time. The entire time the Israelis were not negotiating in good faith.
Yes.
The entire time the Americans were not negotiating.
Although, dude, I've been literally saying this since the very beginning when Trump did the accidental Trump Gaza fucking memes, all that bullshit. I was saying this back when they started on October 7th that Jared Kushner had already said that he was aiming to destabilize Gaza because he wanted that property. He kept talking about how it's great beachfront property. Nobody talks like that unless they have plans with some genocidal maniacs, to actually clear out that area.
Being in good faith. The entire time it's delay tactics, stall, to allow the IDF.
Yeah, the church protected my abuser and let him in Awanas.
To do their mass
I was an Awana.
Pulverization and
I was an Awana cubby.
Annihilation campaign of Gaza. So it's do the genocide, complete the ethnic cleansing, build fucking hotels and casinos, and make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East with big golden statues to fucking Donald Trump. That's what they want to do. They're not kidding. They're not joking. They're dead serious. And this further validates that point. So there are your updates. As I always say, we live in fucking hell. Stay tuned in because we got a full show coming in just a little bit.
That had to be wild for him to just be like, dude, I was so done. I was about to go chill and then this shit just dropped. He had a double whammy. Damn. Yeah, it's weird. We had one of the most famous, like, pastors, who, like, Bill Clinton came to the church and they were, like, buddies, and it turned out, guess who might be on that Epstein list? I wouldn't even doubt it. If his name popped up, I'd be like, tracks. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's see what iHip News has to say. We're talking about Trump and his big week that he had.
Donald Trump's top advisor is this complete freak, Stephen Miller. He looks like a freak. He sounds like a freak. He is.
He's a total freak, and everybody should be making fun of him as
total
a
freak show. And here he is talking about himself on Fox News. Play the clip.
Are run by Democrats. Look, this has become their religion. Celebrating criminals, celebrating predators,
Who likes this guy? Like, who watches this guy and is just like, yeah,
illegal aliens who prey on our citizens?
Okay, this is a classic.
Why does he also talk like this?
Classic case of projection that psychologists talk about. He celebrates all of the things that he's claiming that Democrats celebrate. This guy is the weirdest psychological makeup I've ever seen. He's literally like a Jewish Nazi. He is a total Nazi. He's the one behind the White House ASMR videos that advertise cruelty, and he is far more ambitious than Trump is. Trump can only see what's in front of him, which is a camera, and I'm going to do Sharpie pen, and I'm going to put gold leaf, and look at my angel. Oh my God, I want to steal the World Cup trophy. You know, he's just like a little klepto. Mm-hmm. But Stephen Miller is a total psycho. So this is what is on Fox News. Here's another thing that's hitting mainstream media. This is what MAGA is talking.
Celebrate predators, says the guy that's working for a PDF. Yep.
About when literally inflation is through the roof. The executive is trying to take over the Fed. The Supreme Court is abdicating their power to the aforementioned kleptomaniac Kanks. And here's Tucker, who is in the Death Star, right in the epicenter of MAGA culture. Here he is on Piers Morgan. Listen to this word salad insanity.
There's no such thing as a multicultural society.
Oh, God. Oh, here. Damn it. How much of this do they cover? Because I was just about to cover this. Okay, good. It's only a clip.
It's not sustainable. One culture.
We're watching this after this, by the way.
Will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes mandatory to worship at the altar of gayness or whatever. Trans stuff, sodomy, pride, all this stuff.
This is a jet stream of bullshit that is mainstreamed.
I love the way that she says that.
This
is a jet stream of bullshit.
The people who are looking for cover to feel better about being racist. I mean, I could dismantle everything he's saying about the gay stuff, and we could go back before Christianity and look at Roman times where people were openly gay and bisexual, and it really wasn't that big of a deal. But, you know, the danger of him saying this stuff is my maternal grandfather was a gay man and had to live his entire life closeted in Dallas, Texas. And it wasn't until after he died that my mother had kind of pieced it all together, and we went and talked to my grandmother about it. And it really makes me sad that he lived his entire life closeted and in shame because of people like Tucker Carlson. And this is what this is how regressive their conversations are. You just heard from Stephen Miller. You just heard from Tucker Carlson that multiculturalism isn't possible. Well, that's what we've been doing for the last couple hundred years in America and trying to make it better and better. So these people are homophobic, racist, and they're regressive. Like the way they think is it all goes back to that make America great again. Pumps, this should be a layup for Democrats to take out. It
absolutely
should be the easiest thing on the planet. Let me just show you what's going on over on the Dem side. And I want to show you in Pumps this comparison, because the shit that we just saw, freak show Stephen Miller and Tucker's jet stream of bullshit. I mean, it should just be so easy to make a layup argument against these people. But instead, the Democratic leadership is word salading themselves. Bernie Sanders was in Brooklyn with Zoran Mamdani over the weekend. And here is what Bernie says about Democratic leadership.
I find it hard to understand how the major Democratic leaders in New York State are not supporting the Democratic candidate. One might think that if a candidate starting at 2% in the polls gets 50,000 volunteers, creates enormous excitement, gets young people involved in the political process, gets non-traditional voters to vote, Democratic leaders would be jumping up and down. This is our guy.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, you would. When you think about how the Democratic Party has failed to endorse him in favor of establishment politics, when their establishment politician is in bed with Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, I mean, it's crazy. It is insane to me.
And then you have Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer sitting here going, we're not going to shut down the government because that'd be bad for decorum.
And that is why, in my mind, we lost the last two elections, because we are not playing.
We don't want to be seen as the bad guy this far out from an election. It's like, dude.
We're not looking and listening to the base.
Well, and
no. And on top of it, they're not playing the game because, like I was saying,
and if you, the shit that I played first, I did that on purpose because the split screen for that is what Zoran is talking about, affordability. He got 50,000 volunteers, a total grassroots movement. He is beating the field. He won the Democratic primary. And it irritates the shit out of me that establishment Democrats, particularly I'm talking about Hakeem Jeffries right here, to be a leader, you have to be a compromiser. And it should be such a layup for him to go stand with Zoran and stand up and say, I agree with him on about 9 out of 12 things that he's saying here. And I want to focus on those things. And that's the affordability crisis. That's the fact that we have a welfare system for billionaires, that the working class waitress or the working class bus driver pays a higher percentage in taxes than a billionaire does. I'm very worried about people filing.
And on top of it, can we also acknowledge how they're actively trying to give us less money
for medical bankruptcy?
Like they're trying to literally increase taxes on the lowest income. They're trying to take money from every little piece that they can.
And there's been no compromise.
Look at the inflation. Look at all the fucking, the way that they're, benefiting from that.
No leadership from Hakeem on this. And David Axelrod, who is Obama's former top advisor. And you may remember Obama went through kind of the same thing. Weird name, melanin in his skin, major.
You know what really scares me is the way that I've watched parents just accept the way that some things are done and they're super predatory, like Whatnot. I've seen the downside of Whatnot, and that fucking site.
Major grassroots movement in the Democratic.
Where these kids just watch, Pokemon pack rips, and it becomes normalized that it's like you're not even buying the product. You're paying somebody else to open the product for you, and if you get something good out of it, then you might get it shipped to you, or they'll give you a payout option.
Establishment pushed back against him as well. But let's listen to what David Axelrod,
it's literally gambling,
has to say about the Democrats' decision.
And then you have their dads that are waiting for their fucking DraftKings parlay. Like, seriously, like they use the algorithm to poison our brains into just accepting fucking gambling as normalcy.
The Democratic leadership's decision not to have moral clarity on this issue.
Democrats are not embracing him.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake. I mean, I understand it. First of all, there's probably donor pressure from, particularly in New York, on this, and I'm sure that in part there's a fear that he will become emblematic of the whole Democratic Party. But understand that he ran on the issue of affordability and on a kind of positive politics that got, as Bernie said, many young people in that city to involve themselves in the process. What is the message that they are sending? By the way, he carried Hakeem Jeffries' district 2-1.
Wow. He carried Jeffries' district 2-1. So what's happening here is it appears that it's AIPAC money. And for me, as a person who is desperate to fight against this fascism, who is desperate to make sure that we don't go backwards the ways of what Tucker Carlson wants to do, the ways of the Turning Point people with all of the anti-woman rhetoric, Stephen Miller's concentration camp, wet dream. Why are the Democrats beholden to the same lobbyist that helped elect Donald Trump? And this lobby,
Hey guys, what's up? I'm from Romania. How are you? What are we talking about? We're talking about some Trump news, the Epstein stuff. We covered the stuff that's going on over in the Middle East right now, over in Doha. But welcome. Ramses, appreciate you stopping by from Romania. I think that I remember you.
PAC says, we want to root out anti-Semitism.
I know you've been here before.
So they partner with the people that want to do away with education, who are far right-wingers, which is an incubator for anti-Semitism. Right-wing thought and lack of education is where Nazism blossoms. So it's this really weird marriage. And I wish Hakeem could just come to the public and say, I was totally beholden, and I thought that Israel, that was our best ally. They're clearly doing genocide. I'm sorry I'm late to the party here, but we're in the fight for the heart and soul of our country. I don't agree with Zoran's maybe a little bit further left than I am, but I'm about compromise. I mean, you think about the political
Again, anytime that we start playing that game, remember that Hassan loves these guys.
races in.
Because, this is where I got a little pissed off at Hassan for, he would do this, talking about liberals and talking about certain content creators, but then not acknowledging that, I don't know, I've had it, definitely fits that criteria. But then all of a sudden when they invite him on and then they're just, open to, engagement and having, their minds changed a little bit, then all of a sudden...
in Europe.
Let's be very charitable.
They have 6 political parties. And you always hear about the socialists coming together with the centrists to fight off, in France, to fight off.
I'm glad that she actually addressed that, though, and just said it, where she's like, yeah, I'm late to the party. You know what?
Marie Le Pen, who is a far right fascist ruler. You don't have that sort of compromise here. You don't have leadership in Hakeem that is willing to do that style.
They just keep radicalizing further left.
Compromise because...
Yeah, oddly enough, just through literally covering the news and then talking amongst themselves, it's they're coming to this conclusion organically.
The fact is, the lib,
which I do value that, and I value their show for that, because they have a huge platform. I mean, 1.15 million is nothing to scoff at.
The centrists and the leftists need to come together. And the thing that's preventing us from coming together to form a real coalition against these fuckers is AIPAC. And that's so devastating. It's so devastating to me that the people that fell prey to genocide in Germany are now committing it in Gaza, and they are controlling both sides of the political party. And as you just said earlier, Pumps, that Hakeem and others in the Democratic Party have not outwardly spoken against Andrew Cuomo, who is Trumpian from top to bottom, the special interest, the sexual abuse allegations, not to mention he's second up to Donald Trump. It's devastating. It's really, really devastating that our Democratic leadership is letting us down this much. It's such a horrible, horrible time. And, Hakeem Jeffries has the luxury of living in a blue state. people in red states, they're fighting for their lives here. You have governments that are mobilized.
Hakeem and Schumer need to go. Yep.
Mobilizing actively.
Yeah, but they're actively fighting to keep their power, and look at their smug little attitudes about it. Like, honestly, watching Hakeem at that podium, I saw, like, I would not be surprised if he made a fucking sweetheart deal with Trump to make sure they stays in power.
Against trans people, gay people, women, and they're putting the 10 Commandments in schools, and that this
Bernie and AOC need to be minority leaders. Yep.
is the future Speaker of the House. This is his leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is extremely disappointing.
Is it the future Speaker of the House? Come on now. With all the gerrymandering that they're pulling, with all the fucking shenanigans that they're pulling, we're still like playing this like, oh, everything's normal. The elections are going to go off completely normal.
Particularly in the era of Trump when there's lies.
And then on top of it, we have, again, the DNC literally pivoting to pull a Bernie on a fucking mayoral candidate, mind you.
After lie.
Like, dude.
Lie. And to piggyback off the money issue, you also have the issue of the strongly worded letter.
The nice part is we're kind of pushing these fuckers out to where it's like, no, they don't own the party. We will take the party from them if that needs to happen.
You know, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, they're sending strongly worded letters. Stephen Miller is on TV saying, we Democrats support predators and convicts. Dude, it's the easiest thing in the world to say. Donald Trump
Yeah, but this is like where I get it, where I'm like, oh, we're organically doing the Tea Party thing.
is both a predator and a convict. If anybody is celebrating predators and convicts,
Here's the problem, Pumps. Hakeem Jeffries has said that. He said it 2 days ago. I saw it in a clip, or yesterday. It's the credible messenger situation. When you don't see him uniting the party right now and uniting the base and actively, like his silence on the Mamdani issue. Here's just a little clip of his leadership pertaining to not only his own district, but he wants to be the Speaker of the House for all Americans. So listen to this.
DNC posted in support of Zoran Mamdani's campaign yesterday with a statement of Mamdani saying,
look at this smug asshole.
And we welcome anyone to join this movement. You've met with him twice, and stay tuned, declined to endorse him. Are you out of step with your party on this issue?
I don't know. I guess people are going to have to figure that out. If that's
No, do we got to figure it out? You have the lowest approval fucking ratings ever. And they're lower than Trump's.
the question you think that my constituents are asking me, because they're not.
Are they not?
What a dick. I mean,
what a fucking asshole.
Seriously, what a dick. The person who answers the question like that and doesn't have the leadership ability.
Yeah, you literally, like, I want to take him by those fucking big ass ears he has and just slap him. Or like, just like, yeah, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Say, I've heard the voters in New York. I am very, very worried about Andrew Cuomo being compromised and not a good candidate. Furthermore, he lost the Democratic primary. So I absolutely don't support him. And Zoran and I agree on 8 out of 12 things. He's a little bit further left than I am, but I have listened to the people in my district. I am listening to the overall message about affordability, but he stands there and he says that. So with everything that you say under that, you don't have credible messengers. It's like MAGA. That's why I'm not a MAGA person. They're not credible messengers. They talk about, family values, and they
need to prune the timeline. It's a complete
crash
failure.
Grinder. You know what I mean? And so this just pisses me. It just pisses me off from top to bottom at Hakeem. This is horrible, horrible, limp dick energy. It's not even little dick energy. It is limp dick energy that he is saying that when so many Americans are suffering, and he's smug as fuck standing there like that. It just makes me sick. But I want to play you how good Mamdani is at campaigning and how good he is and what a credible messenger he is. The New York Times wrote a piece about everybody in the Hamptons, billionaires, are losing their minds about Mamdani. It's all they can talk about. And so he has somebody do a dramatic reading. And this is A+, 10 out of 10, no notes.
August in the Hamptons. Ocean breezes, oversubscribed Tracy Anderson classes, parking woes. And this year, with a New York City mayoral election looming in the fall, a freakout that the most sumptuous of summer staples has ensued. Even overpriced lobster salad can't seem to make people out here feel better. A veteran political fundraiser said, everyone is talking about it all the time. What they are talking about, for the most part, is whether anyone, specifically former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo or Mayor Eric Adams, can beat the Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani. In June, he dared to say on Meet the Press,
I don't think that we should have billionaires.
Yes! Dude, that's rules.
The Hamptons is basically in group therapy about the mayoral race. In other words, the plutocrats are panicking. Another recent benefit for Mr. Cuomo took place at the Southampton estate of the conservative media executive Jimmy Finkelstein and his wife Pamela Gross, a former advisor to First Lady Melania Trump. Mamdani has a great smile and is wonderfully articulate.
Just started watching the show. It's kind of boring so far, but this guy is awesome.
Social media is entertaining, and his promises sound fine.
Oh, the Gilded Age?
Until you look
I
at
don't
the
watch
fine
it,
print,
so.
and they're not realistic.
Okay, I think this is brilliant. I think he is very...
Again, the fact that I don't even know who the guy is, it still hit.
To be a politician these days, you have to be smart. You have to get the attention of the people. You have to be a good campaigner. And he's all of this stuff. And I just want to say to the people in the Hamptons, be careful trying to align yourself with MAGA light. We can report from deep in red states. At the epicenter of this MAGA base are people that want your daughters at home being trad wives, are people that want to bully and probably incarcerate gay people if they get their way, if this keeps going. These Christian nationalists are racist to their core. And I noticed from some of the last names there, the people that are hosting these fundraisers are probably Jewish. And I have to tell you, be wary of the Christians that are rapture preppers that want you to be in Israel so that Jesus can come and then send you to hell forever. Because the anti-Semitism that spews from this group, the WASPs, they will not have your back ever. Zoran is not an anti-Semite, and shame on these people where capitalism has been so good to you, so good to you, in a city that has been so good to you, that you don't have enough decency or integrity to think about the people that don't have health care, that have to work a couple of jobs, that can't afford childcare. And you're a billionaire. If you're $100 million less rich, you're still rich as fuck, period. Get over it. Seriously, this is really, really a dangerous moment. All right, that's all we have for today on this episode. We'll be back later with more news.
Nice. I gotta say, I appreciate their coverage of that. It's like you guys were somebody said in chat that they were moving farther left, and that's what Hassan was noticing. And you know what? No, that's fair. That's totally fair. I just want to give, a lot of people that same kind of leniency. Except for this guy. Now, I know that I said that we were going to go right to the Piers Morgan thing. Just give me
the official story on 9.
We are gonna go for it. But before we do, I have one little surprise. Okay, guys? I was going to save this for the fun half, but I think that I kind of want to get this out of the way. Certainly, Pep, keep fair. We like that about you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, guys, I must prepare you. Don't punch your computer screen. Because this is going to annoy a lot of you from the two people that are involved in this clip, but it's gonna be funny as hell. So, did you know about the David Pakman situation going on where he has been getting torn to shreds by his own audience? Okay, well, of course, if you were watching my show on Friday, then, we read the comments. It was pretty funny. Well, you know who got a hold of this and made a little bit of content out of this? Well, none other than somebody that you have not seen in a long time. It's fucking Jimmy Dore. This is wearing a fucking fedora. This is like, is he trying to gift us? Like, it's just like, hey guys, look, I'm a cool incel now. I've officially got my fedora hat. Look, guys, I'm so cool. I'm one of them now. Woo! Well, what a throwback. Indeed. I appreciate the fact that we have a throwback with Jimmy Dore talking about some David Pakman being a lying sack of crap. So let's his words, not mine. Let's take a look.
Suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC, IPAC.
Oh, cute.
That is funding this show or other creators.
All right, I've never figured this out. Is his co-host his wife? Because I know that Kurt Metzger is one of his co-hosts, which is such a weird crossover. Because Kurt Metzger is a comedian who I have met. Nice guy. He did a good set. I kind of saw him as like, oh, cool. You know, it's like that second degree of separation from, you know, like the Legion of Skanks, Big J. Okerson, those guys. He was Big J. Okerson's roommate for a little bit. Stephanie, his wife. Okay, that's who I thought it was. But then all of a sudden, Kurt Metzger shows up as his like, you know, funny man. I was like, huh, that's odd.
Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved. Not true. Some creators in the first
so a guy who's pretending to not know how to a guy who's pretending not to know how to pronounce the word APAC is telling you to trust him, that someone else is lying about him. Come see me on tour in Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Louisville, Fort Wayne, Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, San Francisco.
Oh, God. He's going to Zanies. Oh, he's hitting both.
JimmyDore.com for a link for tickets. I've resisted talking about this garbage person, David Pakman, who's a transparent garbage person.
I'm wondering how big his show will be.
He's a Zionist to the hilt.
Who is his audience? I have not been able to figure that out. Did he get the right-wing audience that he was trying to like curate, or what happened there?
He certainly has an APAC handler. He's the infiltrator inside the left. He's the one that takes the revolutionary spirit of the left and funnels it back into a pro-genocide, anti-worker, pro-war party. That's what he does. And
he's pragmatic, Jimmy.
And this is what he's done. He's done dozens of videos about trying to slander me, and one time he did it, and half of his paying audience left him. And here's a little clip of that. Yeah.
So last week we got a live call. As you know, Pat, we don't screen live calls for topics. Whoa. People can ask anything they want. And a caller said, David, what do you think about Jimmy Dore, who's now going to battle against Sam Cedar or Bernie, AOC, Andrew Gillum, I don't even know how he says his last name. And I gave my opinion. I gave my opinion, as I always do, which was to say in this case that I think Jimmy Dore has become totally toxic. I think he's a useful idiot and a tool of really bad movements.
So the funny part about that is that David Pakman should have been saying that into a mirror, because that's exactly what David Pakman is, always has been. And he has zero talent, yet somehow he has 3 million subscribers on YouTube. And that's because he has an APAC handler and Democratic donors who get him in with the Google and YouTube, and they get him on the good algorithm. That's all that is. That's just like the same thing with that Lex Friedman. The guy the guy who is a human sleeping pill somehow has millions of viewers and all this out of nowhere. Same thing with David Pakman. And the irony is he got caught being an infiltrator. He got caught being controlled, being paid by big money Democrat groups, and to keep it secret and quiet. Dark Money Group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. And one of the things they tell them is don't talk about Gaza. What do you want to say, Kurt?
Do you think Barry Weiss is maybe the $150 million blog that she runs on? Do you think that is suspect as a result of this David Pakman?
So here's part of so this is from the article that Taylor Lorenz.
I'm going to speed this up because hearing his voice is kind of grating.
He finally did good journalism, and here it is. They were being.
I like how all of a sudden I've had this problem with Taylor Lorenz, but she finally did good journalism because I happen to agree with it.
Offered $8,000 a month to take part in a secretive program aimed at.
I happen to agree with the smears.
Bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet, but
they're not.
The contract sent them from a group called Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. By the way, Chorus got money from Kamala Harris also. So among the other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. So they're controlled. So these are just ops. David Pakman is a psyop and a liar and a garbage person, and it doesn't take much to see through that. And the only reason he has any kind of traction on YouTube is because he has an APAC handler, and is because he's got Democratic donors greasing the wheels with him, getting him pushed by the algorithm on YouTube. He's not on the same algorithm we are.
Well, I mean, there's a reason for that.
So here's what he had to say about it.
And implications about me and other creators, claiming I'm taking money in exchange for letting someone dictate the content of this show or restrict what I'm talking about.
This video was such a mistake for him.
And many other claims and implications.
I don't know. Does David Pakman, do you think that he can get past his own smarminess to like maybe look and see like, oh, this Oh, my audience is really pissed off, and this isn't just a bunch of like the algorithmic manipulation.
Well, it's right there because that's in the contract.
How do you say it? IPAC, APAC? I don't know. I can't talk.
It mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had
Jimmy low-key mad he ain't getting that money.
restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. And then you lied about it.
How long till Pac-Man's on Bill Maher? Oh, probably not too long.
And you kept it secret. And you had his big...
Trust me, the fact that now he's like doing the thing where he's like, I'm a victim of the left.
Remember he had his big meeting with Joe Biden at the White House? Remember that? With the Demented Joe?
Some creators in the first 48 hours.
And so now...
Even though I said that I was them, I always said that I was part of the left.
You're going to see how he's a degenerate liar.
Perfect freeze frame.
Because he is a degenerate liar. And watch this. Watch how he pretends to not know how to pronounce APAC.
Some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it.
Yeah, you know how Matt and like even Emma were like, yeah, maybe I think he was doing a bit. Well, your bit failed, dude.
With even more outrage.
Everybody in your audience cooked you. Not a single comment was just like, I think he was joking.
Outrageous claims suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC, IPAC, that is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved. Not true. Some creators in the first.
So a guy who's pretending to not know how to. So a guy who's pretending not to know how to pronounce the word APAC is telling you to trust him. That someone else is lying about him. By the way, here he is. He knows how to pronounce APAC when he's attacking Ilhan Omar. Watch this.
A couple different things. Number one, APAC is a more right-wing group, and Jews in the U.S. are very, very liberal. So, yeah.
Is he moving left again? What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, there are Jews who support APAC.
So he knows.
Nice try, Jimmy.
Knows how to say APAC. And
IPAC?
You know how I know?
Still has 1.62 million. Ugh.
How he knows? Because his brother.
I guess I can make fun, but I also have to be real here, where it's just like, well,
brother Nathan Pacman was the senior strategist for trust and safety at Google, also senior associate regional director for the ADL. For the Anti-Defamation League, which is the Jewish defamation. They go out and they defame people who tell you the truth about Zionism in Israel. His brother was the senior associate regional director. You're telling me David Pacman, who does this for a living, and his brother does that for a living, doesn't know how to pronounce APAC? So he's just a degenerate liar. And so that's just proof he's a degenerate liar. And I got that term from Russell Tabular when he said, I was like, I will never stop repeating that. Correcting the record, journalist David Pacman pretending not to know how to pronounce APAC to prove he isn't getting paid by them is the only evidence I need to know he definitely is.
Oh man, I said October 7th was the end of woke. And that's why, because all the APAC, the ADL, the fake left wing. You know, we have a left and a right wing that both support APAC.
all right, guys, let this one sink in. You heard that, right?
There's ADL, or it's all the same thing. You don't get to have your own politics. It's directly affected by Israel.
Here is Russell and Keaton, and they're going to tell you exactly who David Pacman is and how he got to have a successful YouTube channel.
We have always said this. You know, we don't get this too much anymore because it's just so fucking obvious that we're almost like doing everything we can not to cash in. You know, we're like anti-money at this point with the way that we run the channel. But we used to get it like, oh, you're grifting. And we always said this because it was always, even without this being out in the open in this way, it was always very obvious that people like Pacman are getting
confluence of terrible hats.
Like these. The shallowness of their politics and the way that, just like you watch corporate media and you can see what the marching orders they're getting are, it's the same thing with certain content creators.
Fuck is the gay pilgrim?
What did you think?
Kurt Metzger.
The people who have been bribing the corporate media through various means, usually through advertising dollars, through gigs, through the revolving door, through promises of board seats if you leave this job or promotion, you'll be in the club, you'll be taken care of, like the mafia, right? Like it doesn't have to be as overt as a sack of cash. It's, you know, one hand washes the other, and it's understood. You know, as long as you don't cross certain lines, you don't talk about certain things, you don't piss off certain people, you're gonna have a cushy gig for life, whether it's in the media, whether it's in the government, whether it's in a corporation.
I have the sped up. He has it sped up. The speed up mixes and creates ultimate speed up.
Just be in the revolving door. You'll be in the mix. When you're at work, you'll be able to pick up the phone and call Clinton's inner circle or Obama's inner circle, and they'll hook you up. And, you know, same thing on the Republican side. What do you think? When indie media broke out, these people were just going to let that go, especially as indie media became more watched in many cases.
So he's saying the same people who control everything, the corporate news media, you think they're not going to control the independent media when the independent media became more popular than the corporate media? Of course it is. And they got people like David Pacman to do their bidding, and he does.
And the corporate media, they've been throwing hundreds of millions of dollars out all these years. Of course they got in and they co-opted it. When you see a guy like Pacman with no talent whatsoever, nothing to recommend him, no reason anyone would watch him. When you see Lex Friedman, a guy who really could replace the entire sleeping pill industry, having millions of views and getting pushed in the algorithm the way that he does. Somebody's doing.
Haha, you stole your. Ha! You just got busted stealing a joke.
Somebody's.
Jimmy.
behind it. And Tim Dillon made this point about how these people
He totally stole that joke and said it about 2 minutes ago.
work very cheap. They really do, man. Like for a guy like Pac-Man, where you got that many subscribers and that many views, yeah, man, $8,000 a month sounds like a lot. It's really not a lot relative to what his numbers should be based on that. So you can compromise your whole integrity for $8,000, but that's the thing. These people don't have any integrity to begin with. So the $8,000 is like a bonus. I think for that. I think it's the point. It's the access more than the money.
Oh, Jimmy Dore. You can stay irrelevant, buddy. I appreciate that. That's where you function best, is irrelevance. Irrelevance. All right. So now we go to the Piers Morgan bit of the show. My nose, give me a second. Yeah. Dude. Ugh. Lord almighty, my legs. All right. So first, we've got two. But without further ado, we have the Tucker Carlson versus Piers Morgan. Let's go.
The official story on 9/11 is a complete lie.
The point was to leverage the pain and outrage of that day and use it to convince Americans that we ought to.
Oh my God. The fact that this is like, if this aired in 2009, fuck, let's be fair here. Again, this would just be labeled as, truth or shit.
Iraq. I'm not alleging that they committed 9/11, but I am stating, because it's a fact, that they were aware the hijackers were in the U.S. even right now as we speak.
Tucker playing the hits. I mean, dude, this is literally 9/11 truth movement, circa 2003.
CIA is effectively refusing to release information that they have from 24 years ago. They should be forced at gunpoint to divulge this. I'm not an anti-Semite, obviously. I'm not even anti-Israel. And you're calling me names is not going to stop me, because I don't have to take orders from you about what I'm allowed to know or not know, because it's my country. So don't tell me that the greatest threat we face is Iran. That's a lie. It's not an endorsement of Iran, okay? Doesn't make me a simp for the Shiites.
President Trump told reporters at the time that you had called him and apologized. Is that true? The biggest dividing line in politics is arguably no longer right or left. Instead, it's a lot to do with trust. There are those who broadly trust our institutions and our experts, and who generally believe in the stories and the mythologies about our history and the events which define it. On the other side of the people who increasingly don't trust any of these things. They see a deep state, a swamp, and a cabal of vested interests who are anything but America first. That dividing line explains a lot about MAGA's division on everything from the Epstein files to US support for Israel's war and the decision to bomb Iran. This week marks 24 years since 9/11, the deadliest terrorist attack in American history. For most of those 24 years, there's been no real dividing line over how most Americans interpret the horrific events of the day itself. But Tucker Carlson's about to release a documentary series with the tantalizing tagline, "It's time Americans learned what actually happened." And Tucker Carlson, founder of the Tucker Carlson Network, joins me now. Tucker, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers. Thanks for having me.
You're looking very sprightly, if I may say so.
Thank you. I think your intro is, you make a smart point that it is about trust. It's not a classic partisan division. And I'm...
Oh my God, nightmare blunt rotation? Hell yeah, good call.
Really struck, we spent the last 4 months looking into 9/11, reassessing the explanations we were given by the government for 9/11. And one of the things that really struck me was the viciousness with which anyone who questioned it, certainly in the first several years, was treated with. They were dismissed as crazy. By the way, I participated in that.
Yeah.
I attacked people who questioned 9/11, so I'm very culpable there. But there's a very simple way to dispel conspiracy theories to make people with dumb ideas look foolish, and that's by disclosing what actually happened. It's by telling the truth. It's through transparency that you gain trust. It's not, if you ask your children, where were you last night? I'm not going to tell you. Does that engender trust? Of course not. It destroys it. And so there's also a sense in which it's outrageous that the U.S. government could presume to hide from the people who own the country, the citizens, the truth about an event that changed the nation more than any other in our lifetimes, any since the Civil War. It's a completely different country. since 9/11. Millions of people died in the aftermath of 9/11. And so what exactly is the justification for not telling us what happened that day? And they haven't, period.
Well, let me play a trailer from the series. Let's take a look at this.
The official story on 9/11 is a complete lie. The 9/11
Tucker's squinting, furrowed brow, or how you know he's lying. That's his tell.
report is a joke.
You have the CIA following two men all over the planet and then eventually even to America, right? And you don't tell the FBI. 9/11 Commission cover.
So what did happen? What did the government know? What did foreign governments know? There was a cover-up. Why? It's been nearly 25 years. It is time Americans learned what actually happened.
It's a great trailer. What to you, though, Tucker, are the biggest lies perpetrated on...
Jesus, it's literally like he took zeitgeist from that time period. It was just like, I'm gonna just wait 24 or 20 years to make a movie based on this.
The American people from
that dumb face he makes. He really, see, I'm not worried about this guy becoming president. He's got the charisma of a wet blanket.
11.
Well, the core lie is the 9/11 Commission itself, which was an instrument, a political instrument of...
Plus, enough of the American people think that he's just a certifiable dumbass.
The Bush administration.
I mean, trust me, you would think that they should think that about Trump. I get it, but at least with him, they just look at him and they're like, look at this dingus.
Run by a guy called Philip Zelikow. And from beginning to end, he stage managed the explanation for 9/11 in a way that benefited the neoconservative factions within the Bush administration. The point was to leverage the pain and outrage of that day and use it to convince Americans that we ought to invade Iraq, which of course had nothing whatsoever to do with 9/11. And he wrote the commission report.
The hell? Oh, shit. Hold on, guys. Uh-oh. Did Piers Morgan do something that... Here, hold on. Does he show any more of this? Yeah, if he shows any more clips, that could be an issue. Just hold on. I'm getting the warning. Let's see. Let's wait for that to disappear. Hold on, guys. We've got the thing, which, if you're new here, I get the little heads up from YouTube side saying, hey, that's behind a paywall. There we go. We're good. I think even people who like him think he's faking everything about his branded personality and beliefs. I guarantee you if he was in the room with both... I guarantee you if I was in the room with both of them, I would have the least soft hands of the group. All right, we can keep going.
With that in mind. And by the way, he wrote it before the investigation took place. He literally sketched it out before they knew what the facts were. And then during the course of the investigation, he systematically, I'm not guessing, by the way, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is the testimony of people who are directly involved in the commission. Chairman Tom Kean, the former governor of New Jersey, Republican governor, he stage managed the entire thing and prevented investigators from looking into like core questions. For example, the CIA was fully aware that many of the hijackers who committed 9/11 were in the United States. They had followed them, as the trailer suggests, around the world. 11 out of the 19 hijackers had visas for travel to the United States issued in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, at exactly the moment that John Brennan was the station chief for the CIA in Saudi Arabia. They knew that they were here. They didn't hide the fact that they were here. I mean, Khalid al-Mihdhar, who was a 26-year-old Saudi with the plane that hit the Pentagon, was in the San Diego phone book, and he was being followed by the CIA. I mean, this is all documented, and not just by the CIA, by foreign intel services, probably the British, possibly the French, definitely the Israelis. They knew. Now, I'm not alleging that they committed 9/11, but I am stating, because it's a fact, that they were aware the hijackers were in the U.S. and were planning a terror attack against the United States, And they never passed that information to the FBI, to local police, much less to the American public, and 3,000 people died as a result. So what is that? Huge parts of the 9/11 story were left out of the commission report. For example, what happened to Building 7, which was not only not next to the Twin Towers, which were hit by airplanes, but had a building in between itself and those buildings, collapsed that afternoon for reasons that no one has been able to explain since. You're not a lunatic for asking. There is no there's no plausible explanation for how that building collapsed.
Well, so let's talk
That's
about
not
that.
even mentioned.
Well, let's
in
talk
the
about that
9/11
for a moment,
report.
because it's one of the many things that have raged since. If you look into the investigation into Tower 7, the findings of the investigation into it were that the North Tower, when it came down, had set off a load of fires in Building 7. And it was a steel structure and shouldn't have gone down, but it did. That these fires burned all afternoon, and I think it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon or something, the tower eventually gave way to the welter of fires raging inside it. And it was the only time that had happened to a structure that was built in that way. However, there has been another tower very similar to that in structure, which has since gone down in Tehran. So it's no longer the only one. In other words, there is another example of a tower like that collapsing. So when it comes to the specific theory about that, what is the alternative explanation? I mean, if you're examining another theory other than the one that the investigation concluded was simply that the North Tower came down, fires were set off in Tower 7, and then it eventually collapsed, what is the other theory which we should give more credence to?
I don't know. I don't know that the onus is on me or anyone who seeks the truth about what happened to come up with an alternative theory. The onus is on federal authorities to explain why, for example, they never investigated it. Why, for example, the rubble and the steel from that building was carted off within hours and sent out of the country to Asia. Why, for example, an analysis done not by kooks, but by chemists found traces of explosive material in the dust from that day. Why structural engineers who had
it was thermite paint
have kind of no skin in this game came to the conclusion that that just couldn't happen based on all available evidence, and that none of that is addressed at all or even mentioned in the 9/11 report. So, and there are all kinds of anomalies, as I know that you're fully aware. And
actually, Dave, that's a good point. Yeah, it's because he's trying to push a severe anti-immigration narrative, and he needs to invoke 9/11 to get people scared of, Muslims again.
Possible.
And Zohran Mamdani, they had that in the bag for so long, and then people got, kind of comfortable with the idea of, a black Muslim.
Explanations to explain all of them, for example.
Oh, I meant black and Muslim.
The BBC report on air saying the building had fallen when it hadn't fallen yet. There are all sorts of reasons to wonder, what the hell
The hysteria around 9/11 allowed us to do the Patriot Act ICE. Yep.
is this?
NSA.
But it's not incumbent on us to provide explanation. It's incumbent on the people running the government and running the supposed investigation into this to tell us, what was that? And they
I have a very open mind. The reason I'm interested to watch your documentary series, I have a genuinely open mind, and actually, I would say it's been
how convenient for you, Tucker, that you don't need to prove it. Yep. Or you don't need to provide proof.
Opened.
Just remember Chorus is watching.
Generally about this kind of thing since the COVID pandemic.
I still have not clicked submit yet.
The
NDA is a little.
I was too, I think, credulous about what the authorities were saying.
Even for an application, it's a little.
Through the pandemic, to my detriment. You and I have had this conversation. So I'm actually have a very open mind about this. I mean, on the specifics, for example, the BBC report you mentioned was based on a false Reuters report that they retracted soon afterwards and said it shouldn't have gone out. And the building, you could see the building behind the BBC journal. So it was obviously ludicrous. CNN did the same thing. But having been in the news game as you have, on big breaking news stories, fog of war stuff happens. And if it was a genuine error by Reuters, okay. I remember, for example, just as a comparison, I remember being on air at CNN when the hurricane came through, Hurricane Sandy burst through Manhattan. If you were probably at Fox then, I think. But if you remember, half the lights went out in Lower Manhattan. And I remember a report coming from CNN that the stock exchange was underwater, and that had an immediate impact on global markets. And it turned out that was a false report. So these things can happen.
I mean, it's a pretty egregious one, Pierce.
In terms of your overview from everything you've unearthed in the documentary, though, have you unearthed any evidence that there was any suggestion anywhere of an inside job? Or is the stuff that you're talking about in relation to CIA and...
Why is he acting like the news never reports things prematurely in a huge breaking news story and using that as evidence of some cover-up? Yep.
And the fascinating details of these two...
Because he's disingenuous, and it's kind of like Pastor Ben was talking about earlier, where it's like, oh, it's actually not technically a lie, it's just omission.
People in particular, they were...
Convenient omission.
Following. Is that more cock-up than conspiracy? In other words, was it a gigantic cock-up that after bin Laden had already had one go at the World Trade Center, that there was just not a collective effort by the CIA, by FBI, by other intelligence agencies around the world to stop him succeeding with a second attempt? So is it cock-up, or do you think there is merit to suggestion that some people somewhere must have known more than we've been told?
Well, we know that people did know more than we've been told. I mean, somebody shorted the airlines and a bunch of the banks that were affected. Now, this is not a conspiracy theory. It's not a guess. This is publicly available information. Now, the FBI found out the identity of the person or institution that shorted these events on 9/11 and made a huge amount of money by doing that, but never released that information. So why can't we know who clearly had foreknowledge? I mean, if you're shorting American Airlines a week before 9/11, when no one knows it's coming, I think you should have to explain why you did that. And if you're shorting Barclays and banks that were affected by 9/11, why can't we know who you are? These are public markets, by the way. This is not private equity. This is publicly traded equity.
God, when Tucker's making sense,
So I wonder about that. So clearly, yes, there was foreknowledge. By the way, there was a team. This is according to the FBI. By the way, this is the FBI saying there was a team of clearly intel-connected foreigners who were arrested after 9/11, as you well know, videotaping the terror attacks. I'm almost verbatim quoting from the FBI assessment of this. And the FBI determined that they apparently had foreknowledge of the attacks. So why can't we know more about that? Exactly. Shut up. That's bigoted. No, this is my country, actually. I know people who died on 9/11. Everything was changed because of it. I promptly went off to the Middle East, just like everyone else in our business. I'm sure you did as well. And then we lost our civil liberties at home. We immediately started torturing people and locking up people.
Oh, shut up like you cared. You were literally on air, like going to bat for it.
Years. They are still locked up.
Stop.
In Guantanamo Bay with no charges at all. And the rest of us, very much me included, nodded our heads and were like, yeah, they're bad. They're Muslim terrorists. Now, I think a lot of them were bad, and they were Muslim terrorists. On the other hand, if your government is allowed to torture people and lock them up indefinitely without charging them, how long before they do that to you? We don't do that here. And I know it's very common in the UK now, which is an authoritarian country. We don't want that here. And 9/11 dramatically changed our assumptions.
Did you just say that with a straight face? Do you think that like Pierce actually kind of like gets a little, I don't C-wordy, and he comes back at him just like, you want to talk about authoritarianism?
It's about what the government is allowed to do. So, and by the way, I should say the main beneficiary.
He was fear mongering about freaking crime.
The United States.
LT, what up?
It's of those attacks. What was the CIA, which allowed them to happen? So the CIA budget became, more than doubled. Of course, we're not allowed to know what the CIA budget is, even in government. This is a fact, by the way. If you ask a high-level official at the White House currently, what's the CIA's full budget? They can't tell you. It is a secret that is so closely guarded that even people...
My coffee maker is broken, and I'm starting to have a come down from my frickin' energy drinks.
People in charge of administering the government don't know what their budget is. But from
Tucker,
what it's more than twice what it was before 9/11.
Okay, but what you're suggesting with your phraseology about that is that the CIA were part of a kind of inside track knowledge about what may happen,
good, man.
Which is obviously an incredibly serious
No, I'm not
charge.
suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm stating the facts, which are that the CIA was fully aware that many of these hijackers were here, that those visas were issued in a country with which we have very close security service cooperation at a time when John Brennan was running a station there.
But that's different to saying that they knew what was going to happen.
Well, they actually did know that these people were planning a terror attack because they surveilled a meeting planning it in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, a year before, and then followed the guy as he came to the United States and arrived in San Diego for flight training. So again, I'm not guessing about any of this. These are established facts. There's no person, including then CIA Director George Tenet, who would deny this. They'll say, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Okay, fine, whatever, attack my character as you will, but tell me how I'm wrong, and of course I'm not wrong. So I'm not alleging or suggesting anything.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong or anything. All I'm saying is that from everything you're saying, it is a leap. It is a leap. There is a demonstrable difference, I would argue, and by all means push back on this, but I would argue that there's a demonstrable leap between knowledge of bad people moving around and maybe monitoring them and aware they may be up to bad things, but actually having coherent, clear knowledge in advance that they were planning the attack using planes on the World Trade Center.
I understand. I understand. You're saying that intent matters, and I would not. Of course, I would not dispute that. Intent does matter. It matters under the law, and it matters morally. Did you mean to do it? Yes, that matters. However, it doesn't matter as much as we pretend that it does. If I pull up to a casino and leave my toddler in the back of the car with the windows up and just kind of forget, and the kid dies, do you say, oh, you didn't mean to kill your own child? No, you'd say through your negligence, your child died.
Yes.
It's murder. Now, it's not a first-degree murder, but it's certainly at least a manslaughter.
It's certainly severe negligence. I agree with that.
We know.
I do, and I agree with you.
That is a kind of murder.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's any doubt that there was massive negligence when it came to 9/11 happening on the watch of whoever was running the U.S. government at the time, the CIA, the FBI, all of them. No one can credibly say that what happened was not a
I missed that part. So
failure of intelligence, because I've always assumed there must be some guys at the Pentagon in a room whose only job it is to think the unthinkable. And it's not that difficult to think that one day somebody may hijack a plane and use it as a weapon, right? It's not that. When you've got fundamentalists prepared to kill themselves as they kill people, doing it using a plane did not seem to me to be.
How come we don't call Christians, the evangelicals, fundamentalists when they're literally trying to egg on the fucking apocalypse?
That unthinkable, and yet nobody seemed to have thought that through.
Well, the U.S. government had war gamed that. Of course, look, I mean, that was, of course, a possibility.
Leaving a kid in MAGA at a casino parking lot, that's how he imagines MAGA, by the way.
In the minds of the people whose job it is to protect the United States from it happening. They war gamed that. They took bin Laden very seriously. We interviewed members of the bin Laden station, CIA bin Laden station.
It reminds me of Dan Soder. He was on the bonfire at one point where he was talking about something very casually, where he's just like, yeah, I used to, go to the bar with my dad and play Mortal Kombat 2. And he wasn't making a joke, and that's when everybody in the room said, can you repeat that sentence? So he's just like, what? It's like, how often you did what? Oh yeah, I used to play Mortal Kombat 2 at the bar. They're like, how old were you? He's like, oh, I was 8. It's like, you were at the bar with your dad when you were 8 years old? He's like, yeah, we were regulars there. They knew my name, and they would give me a little bowl of peanuts, and I would just play Mortal Kombat 2. And Big J Okerson just said, Danny, I hate to break this to you, but it's like, you have some trauma you need to work out.
Who I think are patriotic, decent people who really wanted to prevent a terror attack.
Oh, man.
But there are also elements of the CIA which does not act as, a coherent body. It's a vast, sprawling organization. There's not a single person at CIA who understands everything that's happening at CIA at any given time because it's compartmentalized. That's the nature of it. And so there were people at CIA, and I would say John Brennan clearly one of them, who understood that these terrorists, these hijackers, planned to commit violence against Americans in the United States, and they did nothing about it. Now, you can draw your own conclusions about that. In fact, they abetted it. They helped the hijackers get here. Fact. And so you can argue about...
Does he have like a little gnome in his pants just pinching his nuts, just like, yeah?
Why? But the truth is, it's incumbent on them to tell us why. We had a fake investigation. George,
when he does that little laugh, it's like the gnome just reaches up and
Dick
twists.
Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, Philip Zelikow participated in hiding the truth from the public.
He's batshit crazy. He's definitely not sane.
Voted for them,
T-Bone, what up?
I'm not, it's not a partisan point. That is a fact. We know it now. And why?
Damn, you ever wonder what the balls look like outside the sack? The wonder is over. Oh, and hello, everyone.
Isn't there a 9/11, an actual 9/11 commission dedicated to finding out what happened? And the truth is, not only is there not, but even right now, as we...
Bro, we went... I lived through a bunch of those 9/11 commissions. You can shut up, man.
Speak the CIA.
They were literally using your talking points to get around that shit. Come on, man.
Is effectively refusing to release information that they have.
This motherfucker, like, now wanting to rewrite history and just be like, I was always one of you. I was just asking questions.
24 years ago. And why? What is the answer? I don't know, but they should be forced at gunpoint to divulge this. Because
Well, it reminds me,
our country.
It reminds me of the JFK files, of the RFK files, of the Martin Luther King files, of the Epstein files. Time and again, we are led to believe we're all going to find out exactly what went on, and then we don't. So that there is clearly behind the scenes, at high levels of the government machinery, a concerted effort, and there has been for many, many decades, to prevent the American people and the wider world, but the American people, I think, from knowing the full story about any of those things. Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Now.
Well, especially in the case of the Kennedy files, which have been the subject of a bunch of federal laws passed by Congress that demand disclosure. The president, current president, on January 23rd, issued an executive order saying release it all, and they haven't. So why is that? Is it to protect the CIA, actually? Who was the CIA director in 1963? John McCone. How many people know that? How many people care? Nobody.
This is gross, yeah.
So is it to really
The nice part is it's not getting any traction.
protect an
Outside of like his audience here.
agency? You know, 60 odd years later? I don't think it is. Or maybe it is. I don't know. All I know, and this is a statement of fact, that they are not releasing relevant...
Have you heard the one about where they say that the government created Lyme disease? Man, screw Lyme disease.
Information.
I had a Lyme disease scare. Then it turned out that I got bit by a brown recluse, and I'm just a badass who apparently doesn't have dissolving skin.
That pertains to that event.
Yeah, I do have a scar though. Like I actually have like a little circle scar.
Murder of a sitting U.S. president.
Yeah.
And by the way, a whole lot of other things. I mean, the UAP, I mean, you could just go on forever.
It just looked like a really bad bruise for a minute there, but it itched like a son of a bitch.
And the cumulative effect, it bears on what you said in your smart intro, I think, which is that at a certain point, people understand it's not a democracy, that people do not rule. They actually have no relevant input into how the government operates. It's not operating for their benefit. And they either become one of two things: cynical and resigned, non-participatory, I give up, give me some fentanyl, or they become revolutionary. And both are really bad. Both make a stable future impossible. And so the only remedy is disclosure. And I have to say at this point, because they've been so resistant to it, I don't know why we have a CIA. It's the most important significant player in global affairs. It's not controlled by.
So you're telling me that this guy wants to get rid of the CIA, which does most of our intelligence and the secret shit that keeps our country safe, presumably. Meanwhile, KGB and everybody else gets to run their spy agencies, including Israel. What are you fucking talking about, man? Holy God damn. I want to hear what an ex-CIA analyst has to say about this interview, specifically. I hope Mike Baker does it, watches this and makes a commentary on it.
By anybody. It's not democratically controlled. Again, we don't know the budget. And that fact alone prevents this country from being a real place. So why?
What is it about dudes that set foot on Russian soil that all of a sudden are just like, we need to get rid of all the, the intelligence protections for the American people? It's so weird that we have that.
Why do we have it? You could.
What?
Certainly, we need intel gathering of.
Meanwhile, you literally have KGB. Hey, look, we did very good job. Tucker Carlson's stupider than we thought.
Of course. You need some sort of probably paramilitary force, I guess.
We gave him vodka. We actually didn't even give him vodka. We gave him Russian water, and he acted loopy.
You could have that. We have a DOD. Why is it run out of CIA? Why does that still exist? And no one is willing to answer that question because they're afraid. And the truth is, if the president of the United States is murdered and everyone believes that the CIA played a role in it, probably lots of players there, but CIA was clearly one of them. The counterintel division clearly played a role and lied about it. Then every subsequent U.S. president lives with that hanging over his head.
Well, also,
there are
we've had
guardrails to cross over them.
He keeps doing this thing where he's like falling downstairs. And he's just like, hold on, I got it.
And you could get killed.
Right. I mean, we've had with Donald Trump. There were 2 attempts on his life in the run-up to the last election.
Yeah, how come he doesn't focus on that guy, by the way? Weird. You know, he focused on the trans shooter. He knows the name of, like, you know, some of these women who were, you know, these white princesses that were killed by the big bad immigrants. He knows them, where he can, you know, the Laken Rileys of the world, but he doesn't even mention the guy that tried to kill him. Why wasn't there a vendetta there? Like, for real, what the hell is up with that? Like, the dude literally has a hate boner for everybody that's ever done him wrong. Why does he ignore that one?
That's correct.
Yeah, one was this young kid who appeared to have absolutely nothing on his files whatsoever. We seem to know nothing about this person. He just somehow existed in a total vacuum of any information. And the second guy,
was a good Tucker.
Weeks later, was able to sit in a bush for 12 hours preparing to assassinate Donald Trump.
Actually, you're mixing that up.
If he'd walked up about 500 yards up a golf course to where he was waiting by one of the greens. And I found that deeply unsettling, because you would have thought that Trump by then would be the most protected human being in history.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, the first one didn't take because a bunch of people were like, I don't know, man, this is a little weird.
Having just survived an assassination attempt. Both of those cases raised all sorts of questions which we just don't know the answers to. And that's happened in the last year.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, you should be asking these questions. It's almost like you know this person. Weird. You cheeky little fucker.
I don't know, and I'm you know, I can't say this definitively, but my strong impression is that, you know, people at the top levels of government don't know the answer.
Finally reunited with his turtle dove.
Answers. Right. So that.
Hey, Piercy, I got you something. I knocked out that little fucker, Kevin McAllister. He was recording me with this little talk boy, and you know what? I took this out of his pocket. I got you the extra turtle dove.
Including Donald Trump,
paints consider it a gift from me, because you know, Piercy, I love you.
I think that's right, but you know, I don't know. But the picture that emerges is very clear, and everyone can see it, which is a government that is not controlled by the voters or even the people the voters elect to control the government. It's controlled independently by the people who
I miss my talk boy.
Staff it and other aligned interests, not all of them American. So that is not a picture of democracy or even of oligarchy. It's a picture of something much darker than that. And people who point it out are roundly attacked and
I just realized that that was you.
Criticized, and their children are attacked. I mean, you know, anyone who's done this knows the consequences of doing it, but it doesn't make it any less true, actually. You can attack me all you want, don't really care. Why don't you answer the question, how does this work? And why can't I know? And if I can't know, who has greater authority than I do as a taxpayer and a citizen? What you're really revealing is that the system itself is utterly fake. Okay, I guess everyone knows that now, but what are the consequences of knowing that? The consequences of knowing that are dire and scary. And so I think at this very late date, we should try to fix it. And the only way to fix it is by telling people the truth and reading them in, as they say in Washington. Read me in to what my government is doing with my money in my name. And if you won't do that, then at a certain point, like, how is it not justified to try to replace the government? Like, that actually is tyranny. What's the other definition of tyranny? I don't, you know, like, so they're really playing with fire. I don't want revolution. I can't stand violence. Civil war is the worst thing that could ever happen. I'm not calling for any of that. I'm merely saying that's going to happen at some point if they don't make good on the core promise, which is it's your country, it exists for your benefit. You have a right to know relevant things. You can't just be dismissed with the back of the hand and called names. Keep that shit up, and you know it will get really ugly. That's my
in your series.
I don't know. I know that his head's definitely pressed against his stomach.
Do you dispel some of the sort of madder conspiracy theories. And I'll give an example, which you may or may not agree with me as mad, but there's been a raging conspiracy theory ignited again by what's happened in Gaza, that Israel was somehow implicated in 9/11. It was in their interests for that to happen, because then it would lead rage against all their enemies in the Middle East and so on. And yet, of course, if you look at the people who died, at least, I think, 110 or more people who died that day were known to be
Apparently, her biggest mistake was asking to get paid.
Jewish. It is estimated maybe another 80.
Which, good for her, but I don't know.
Were Jewish, which meant that about 10% of all the victims that day were likely to have been Jewish, which would seem to dispel the suggestion this was some Jewish thing that they had been involved with. But do you tackle that kind of conspiracy theory in the series? In other words, as well as exploring stuff that you think needs to be highlighted and exposed and we need to know more about, do you also dispel stuff which has been allowed to rage around for nearly 25 years now and kill that off?
Well, it hasn't so much been allowed. It's actually been greatly discouraged. I don't repeat every theory about it. They're endless, and I don't really see the point in
Fascism Watch. What up?
Elevating things that we can't know are true. I would say the effect on me was to make me more suspicious, actually. And again, we didn't interview people who gather their information about 9/11 from the internet. We interviewed only people who are directly involved in the events and the subsequent events. So government officials. It was almost exclusively government officials. And during the course of that experience, I became more prone to believe that this is really, really bad. This is super bad. And as to the question that you asked specifically about Israel, no, of course I didn't allege that, the Jews did it. I don't even know what that means. I think, in fact, saying things like that is a way to discredit.
That means you totally alleged the Jews did
it. Real questions.
Right.
Like, we know, Benjamin
Oh my
Netanyahu
God.
on camera.
Can they tell on themselves any, labor? Where it's like, bro.
Right after said this is a good thing because it brings the United States into a.
I never used to wear a bow tie. I think bow ties are stupid. Why would I wear a bow tie?
Conflict that we've been involved in on an existential level for decades. He said that out loud. I'm not guessing. You can pull the tape. We know that a group of Israeli art students, who clearly were not art students, clearly some of them were aligned with Israeli intelligence, were arrested and held for quite some time in the United States before being released without charges. And we know that a group of them, again, I'm quoting an FBI document here, not the internet, filmed the attacks on 9/11, and I'm quoting, seemed to have foreknowledge of those attacks. Now, you were not allowed to follow up in any of this. Fox News did a series with Britt Hume and Carl Cameron, which many people have seen in a bootleg version on the internet, but they did it within weeks, saying, what is this? There was an Israeli spy ring in the United States, and they clearly knew 9/11 was coming. This is Fox News. They pulled that under pressure. They pulled that off the internet. It's not searchable in any Fox News archive, but they aired it. I know the people who did it. Of course, I worked with them for years.
It almost sounds like you're full of shit.
They're real people. They're not crazy. In fact, they're pro-Israel, but they had a fact set before them and they reported it, which is called journalism. And subsequent generations have been forbidden from noting what is now factually true. Those are factually true statements. Now, we tried to interview some of those people. One lives in the United States, in California, and made no headway whatsoever. And we knew as we did it, by the way, that we're going to be attacked as anti-Semites or something.
Oh my God,
Hello and welcome. We begin with some breaking news. Woke is dead. The war on common sense is officially over. Cancelled celebrities are emerging from Twitter jail. Virtue signaling has been outlawed under punishment of mass.
I'm not an anti-Semite,
That's
obviously.
apparently his book. Okay.
I'm not even anti-Israel on some principled level. I'm an American, and I think it's not only fair, but my moral obligation.
He could have just called it decency is dead.
To find out what the hell was this. And you're calling me names is not going to stop me because I've been here my whole life and my family's been here a long time. I don't have to take orders from you about what I'm allowed to know or not know because it's my country. That's the kind of democratic spirit that informed this country my entire life until 9/11, after which it became a thought crime to ask obvious questions. And I'm just not going to play along, period.
Where do you think we are, Tucker, with the various...
He looks like a fucking Muppet.
Various things that have happened since you and I last spoke.
Dude, seriously, why did it, like, if you were to put a picture of Grover and Tucker Carlson, like, they have like the same mannerisms. It's weird.
In Riyadh, actually, for a really interesting double.
Dude, he blinks like a bird.
Had a chat, but in particular, what happened with Iran, where Donald Trump decided to attack Iran. What did you feel about that? Given that it ended so apparently quickly, do you think Trump was vindicated in his short, sharp strategy there by bombing Iran? Or do you think that this will come back and haunt him down the line?
Well, of course I can't say. I mean, my life is a kind of unbroken chain of bad predictions and embarrassing analysis, and I've been wrong so many times, and I will be in the future without question. However, it's just a fact that,
I miss the days when Jon Stewart would just cook this asshole like religiously. Oh, God.
Events have consequences that we can't foresee, often for years.
Wait till he tries to catch a fly with his tongue. All of a sudden, one of his eyes starts doing this.
Generations. And I think it's very unwise to use military force without a clear, achievable objective that serves the American national interest. In fact, it's not allowed to use it under any other circumstances. And in that case, I was concerned and remain concerned that this focus on Iran is not actually connected to our national security. How many Shiite terror attacks have there been in the
Excuse me, Pierce.
United States in my lifetime? Let me do the math. 0. So don't tell me that the greatest threat we face is Iran. That's a lie. You're telling it on behalf of a foreign power. Maybe they feel the greatest threat they face is Iran. It's not the greatest threat we face. It's not an endorsement of Iran, okay? Doesn't make me a simp for the Shiites. It just makes me an American who's trying to think clearly about.
No, it makes you a simp for the the shit. Damn it! My mouth betrayed me. Boo.
What our problems are. And our problems would include tens of millions of foreign nationals living illegally in my country. Nobody knows their identities. They would include a collapsing economy that makes it very hard for my children to have children and live the life that they grew up with and their friends and all American kids. It would include a drug crisis that's killed millions of Americans over the past 20 million.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't have children that I just kind of I'm just like, I don't know. If the world shook us off like some fleas, I would be like,
of Americans over the last 20 years. Iran is not even on the top 10 list. So you can scream at me all you want and call me names and call me a bigot or whatever, but there's no evidence to support that. And so if the energy of the U.S. government is focused on a threat that's not the primary threat to us, it is by definition ignoring threats that are. And that's a kind of negligence. And so I pointed that out. I was, roundly attacked. My family was attacked. Whatever. I don't care. It's true. And everyone kind of knows
kids will be
it's
fine.
True. And being bullied by Ben Shapiro into pretending that it's not true, it's just not on the program for me at 56. I'm just not doing that anymore.
President Trump told reporters at the time that you had called him and apologized after you disagreed with the Israeli strikes on Iran. Is that true?
I am a champion apologizer. I really believe in apologies. I have a lot to apologize for. I always have. We all.
You mean asking forgiveness?
Do. I certainly do. But I also think that, you shouldn't proffer a false apology. You should apologize for things that you did wrong, and I didn't do anything wrong there. And I wasn't attacking anybody. I wasn't attacking I wasn't attacking Israel. I wasn't attacking. I wasn't attacking. I was merely saying, in my capacity as someone with strong opinions, I think this is an unwise course. And I still think that. It's not an attack on Trump, who I voted for and campaigned for and really like. It's my view. And so that's not something I would apologize for because it wasn't wrong. It was my duty and I still believe it. So
that seems to be a clear repudiation of what he said.
No, because the thing is, if his kids never retaliate, then you just get the Murdoch kids and the Trump kids and all these shitty rich kids.
You did not call him to apologize.
No, it's not that. It's just that, look.
No, watching the I only saw the first 2 seasons of Succession. I need to finish that show, by the way. But yeah, it was enough for me to just be like, oh, at least these people are miserable. All the money in the world, and they're just still miserable cunts.
said
Sorry.
what
I had to get it out of my system. Just looking at Piers's face invokes that word.
I said, which wasn't, very complex or sophisticated. It certainly wasn't hate-filled. I don't think this is a wise course. I would never apologize for that because I believe it. I will just be totally honest with you and say I'm kind of an unpleasant person when I get mad. And like if I'm ever rude, which I often have been to people, that is worth apologizing for. And I'm sorry. I want to preemptively apologize for being a jerk because I often am. So I would definitely apologize that. To answer your question, I don't really remember the conversation, but whatever.
Could it have been, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but could it have been you apologized perhaps for the tone of the way you had criticized what Trump had done rather than apologize for your view of what he did?
Wow. This kiss the ring motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, I mean, if I have no idea if
Wow.
being as honest as I can be, I have no idea if I actually did that, but if I haven't done that, let me do it now. I apologize to him and everyone else I've snapped at or been mean to.
Wow, you little bitch.
Even poor Ted Cruz, who, I don't think is the most evil, and he's just controlled by a foreign power. I feel sorry for him. He's like kind of desperate and wants money or whatever his motive is, but I was rude to him and I'm sorry. I'm just that way. People in my family have pointed that out. When I get mad, I get snappy and cutting. I went to boarding school as a kid. They inculcate that in you, the cruelty of the dorm. And I've been fighting against it my whole life. So
It's because your parents hated you.
I'm sorry.
This is what rich people do. They have kids because they think that they have to, and they need someone to pass their fucking generational wealth to, because they also think that somehow, some way, they're going to put their brain into your body.
For being that way.
Like, dude, I talked to a rich dude that legitimately was surprised that his kids, like, he could not he couldn't Charles Xavier himself into his kids' brains, because he's just like, oh, I thought that was the whole point of having kids. It's like, what? It's like that billionaire that takes his kid's plasma. He's just like, I'm gonna live forever, even if I take all my kids' plasma. I'm just a vampire.
When we had our little, I thought highly entertaining ding dong in the desert in Saudi Arabia, I enjoyed it. I like people who give it full throttle. I like people who challenge me. I like people who take me on. I like people who can be a bit snappy.
But that's why I've never been mad at you in my life.
Yes.
I know you do. We have exactly the same personality that way. Yeah. So I would.
Yeah, you're fucking pricks.
Never be snappy with you because you.
No, you're disingenuous assholes. Dare I say, see you next Tuesdays.
Always, I think your views are sincere. You always retain some distance from yourself and from your views and a sense of humor and kind of like. I would never, and you do this for a living, and you
maybe watch your tone when you're talking about Orange Messiah. Say, shall we now?
Debate for a living, and so
I'm sorry, Mr. Trump. I won't say anything mean about you again.
Not triggered by it, but it's the self-serious.
Very good. I'm very happy about that. And Ted Cruz, I'm so sorry. I don't know about that. Ted Cruz still has an ugly wife.
It's the self-righteousness of a toad like Ted Cruz that just sets me off.
Never seen the Zodiac Killer and Ted Cruz's dad in the same room.
I was elected to the Senate to fight for Israel, and it's like, what? And shut up, anti-Semite. It's like, okay. If you respond to a totally obvious, legitimate question by attacking a man's character, you earn my contempt. You don't.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Unless they're left-leaning. Dude, at least be just a little bit, like, genuine here. Just, I don't know, man.
Behave like that at all. You're like, okay.
I don't act like that at all. I'm just a silly goose.
We have different views. That's all right.
You
don't trigger me.
You mentioned Ted Cruz.
Why? Because he might get more goofy?
You did raise some eyebrows this week when you said that.
Seriously, he reacts like he's getting tickled.
Hamas is more like a political organization.
By the way, we are 30 seconds out.
Than a terror group. That was on the new episode of your show when you were talking.
I didn't say that. And I said that is Hamas a jihadi group?
Well, we'll play the clip and I'll tell you what Ted Cruz said.
Hold on. Let's keep this face on while I go smoke real quick. We got 10 seconds. Load them up. Let's fire them up. And then cheers to you guys. 420. Let's go. And then we finish the clip. Woohoo! Duh.
I'd like you.
Tucker has resting duh face.
Please do.
Here's a clip.
He really does.
No one can plausibly claim that a Christian family are in Hamas. Okay, so like what? Tell me, you can't claim that they're in Hamas while simultaneously claiming that Hamas is, group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly. Which I don't know if that's true. By the way, it seems more like a political organization. But whatever it is, they're telling us constantly they're Al Qaeda. So it can't also be true that Christians are a member of Al Qaeda. Sorry.
Yeah.
So then we know they're not in Hamas. So why did they get killed? Why was their church blown up? Why were they killed in that hospital? Like, what is this?
So when you said there, Tucker, that you said in passing.
Oh no!
There, you were making a different point, but you did say in passing there they seem more like a political.
That's gonna smell for weeks.
Organization. What did you mean by that?
No, I said you can't claim. First of all, the core of it is why is Israel killing Christians?
Yeah.
Who fund it? Americans fund Israel, fund the IDF. None of this would be possible without the United States and Christians in the United States. So they don't get to kill Christians. They don't get to block access to Christian holy sites. They don't get to allow people to spit on Christian clergy, and they definitely don't get permission.
There it is. Oh my God, I was waiting for this. The Christian victimhood
from the country that funds.
They always do this.
Them to blow up churches or Christian hospitals, and yet they have a lot. So what
There
the
it
hell
is.
is that? And that's my point. And in response, and I've asked that.
If you guys ever want the conservative movement to ever care about like people, just tell them they were Christians.
Not as a hater of Israel, but as a Christian. So I've asked that pretty persistently for the last few years. I've really been attacked
Yo, Russian drones invaded Polish airspace. Here we go again.
for it. But so what? And the response is, well, they're not actually, they're Hamas. And so my question is, well, you're telling me simultaneously that Hamas is a religious group, they're Islamic extremists, but they also have Christian members? Like, how does that work? It doesn't make any sense at all. That was my point. I'm not endorsing Hamas. I didn't say they're not a terror group. That's a freaking lie. I said, if you're telling me they're a jihadi group, they're political extremist groups, by the way. Fatah, there were tons of Arab political terror groups that were secular, that did have Christians in them, by the way, a lot of Christians, who were displaced in 1948 and they were radical or whatever. But do you see what I'm saying? There's like a childish internal contradiction there and now they don't want to deal with it, so it's like, shut up, Hamas support.
Yeah, I think what got people going.
You stop killing Christians. Stop killing Christians. You're not allowed to do that.
I understood the bigger point.
What is that?
Yeah, listen,
what's the justification for that?
I understood the bigger point you were making. Like I said,
I'm a Christian.
He said booger point.
I don't have to put up with this anymore.
I mean, it was a booger point. It was gross and sticky.
To sit back and be like,
I understand.
And all these Christian ministers in the United States are like, oh, shut up.
Yeah.
We can't complain about a government that we fund killing Christians. I don't know who's writing the rules here, but I'm not obeying them. I'm not attacking Israel. I'm not an anti-Semite. You don't get to kill Christians who have nothing to do with this. It's the world's only religion that is not only nonviolent, but considers retaliation a sin.
Ever heard of Buddhism, motherfucker? The fuck are you on?
Turn the other cheek. That's the religion.
And no, Romans actually is like what they use to warmonger with. What are you fucking talking about?
So why are you killing these people? Why don't you give me a straight answer? And calling me names is not going to deter.
Christian of convenience.
I understand the bigger point you made, but like I said, you definitely say
it's the only point I'm
making. You definitely said in passing that they seem more like a political organization. So do you want to clarify what you meant by that bit?
I'm saying.
He just asked you to clarify, and you're just like, oh, I'm just saying stuff.
Funded by Israel Political Association, by the way.
Sure.
Hamas was funded
Whatever he thinks he is.
By Israel to some extent. It's not a controversial statement. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's an established fact by the current prime minister. Took money, gave it to Hamas. I meant what I said, which is they are either, I'm not questioning whether they've committed violence. They have. I'm opposed to that. I'm opposed to all violence, period. And I'm opposed to Hamas violence. I'm opposed to killing people. The question is, if you are telling me that they are inspired...
Wait, if you're against all violence, then why do you advocate for violence against trans people?
...to kill because of their religious ideology, that is a different thing from people who are inspired to kill by their political ideology. Because if it's political, you can imagine...
But as long as they're different than you and they have a different political ideology...
...an alliance with Christians.
Okay.
If it is a religious... motivation, it is impossible to imagine, as I said in that clip, Christian accomplices. There weren't a lot of Christians supporting al-Qaeda because al-Qaeda was explicitly anti-Christian. So was ISIS. Fatah, which was, again, a radical or violence-prone Palestinian political organization, had Christian support. So which is it? That's my point. I was calling into...
Well, it's almost like, I don't know, sometimes Christians can also do some terroristy things. I mean...
question their lack of a coherent...
Your whole, like, disbelief structure there was based on, like, the predicate of, like, oh, well, Christians couldn't do that.
Explanation.
What are you talking about? They believe in turn the other cheek. It says it in Matthew.
For why Christians are being killed in a conflict that...
Again, Jesus only being, based for them when they can just be like, oh, well, the rest of that Jesus stuff is, whoa.
My perspective...
Whoa, garbage Jesus.
It doesn't seem to have anything to do with them.
Do you
so why
view,
are you desecrating churches?
Do you view Hamas as a terrorist organization, as they've been prescribed in many countries, including the US?
This rhetoric is a shot across the bow that the evangelical Jewish alliance is coming to an end. Well, that's because evangelicals they see this as the opportunity to make the push to take over Israel and take it for themselves. Trust me, there's a lot of evangelical Americans that want Trump to go in there and declare that Israel is now the 51st state and that Israel never had, trust me, they would be totally fine with it.
I view Hamas
and they don't see that as extreme at all. They're just like, it's necessary.
Killing people, especially civilians, as horrifying, immoral, and wrong. And if you think you're going to get me into some semantic game about who's a terrorist and who's not a terrorist, killing people who committed no crime is wrong. Period. That's the basis of Christian belief. It's the basis of Western civilization.
Actually, my brother in Christ, again, you want to even play the new covenant game? No, my man, I'm sorry. Again, Romans has it because the book of Romans is essentially Deuteronomy light, right? Where you have a bunch of these Christian assholes that are just like, the new covenant says that we don't have to believe in the old Jewish law. That means the Torah and the Old Testament don't matter. We have the best one because it's post-Jesus and it's our beliefs. Honestly, that's how these people think. So everything in the new covenant is seen as, sacred. Except where they're just like, well, that's still saying to obey certain old covenant law. Wait, that's contradictory. Oh, shit.
Dropping
Leviticus. I mean, dude, there, all of this shit, man.
Bombs on people who did nothing wrong is a crime. Period. That is what...
As I said, guys, and I should just put this on a shirt. It would be a long shirt, but it's like, if you know people who believe in the rapture and they think it's coming, ask them for their routing numbers. Make sure they have you written in a will, at least, to inherit all their money, because why should it matter?
Why we say we are better than the terrorists, because we don't kill people who did nothing wrong.
And I'm dead serious about it. People think I'm joking. I'm like,
And by definition, children...
That's how I knew that, a bunch of people in my life are full of shit.
...haven't done anything wrong. So
they don't believe the rapture's coming.
We're not allowed to kill them. And now there's an entire network of not.
Also, I love this one because I got into this argument with somebody in my life where they were just like, well, when I go to heaven, I'm like, you mean purgatory? They're like, what? I'm like, well, technically you believe in purgatory because you believe in the rapture. They're like, no, what? Wait, what?
The television network.
They just don't know shit, and I love it. I love it. Because then they go read the Bible because, you know, when they're doing Bible study, they only do the feel-good verses, you know. Again, why people love Proverbs. I'm not shitting on, you know, Pastor Ben, because I did mention earlier that he likes to quote Proverbs a lot. But, yeah, that's a reason that they like it.
Loosely aligned.
It's like the warm and fuzzies. But then there's also some like, oh, they would kind of say to like, yeah, I don't know. Should I really kill my kid for like talking back to me? That's a thing? Oh, damn.
My network arguing that it's somehow wrong to say it's immoral to kill children. And I think it's immoral to kill children no matter who kills the children, whether it's the government of the United States, the government of Sri Lanka, the government of Belgium, the government of Israel, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It is immoral to kill people who haven't done anything wrong. That's why Hiroshima is a problem.
If I ever do a show with Pastor Ben, I'll pull up my old Bible. I'll make sure that I have all of my old verses out where it's just like, all right, at least I can, you know, come here because I even as an atheist, I still have my favorite stories.
That's why I've complained about Hiroshima. That's why the Nazis were bad. That's why everybody who murders innocents is wrong. And when did that become controversial? Like I said, I articulated that and was.
The thing is, you have to, you do actually have to like justify this because the people you support don't believe that. So you're technically supporting people who don't believe that and then commit these crimes. And then you're like, whoa,
it was immediately
and then you have nothing to say.
Attacked by all these.
Every day I hope Jesus takes the Christians away. Oh, yeah,
you know,
me too.
People on the so-called right.
Yeah, if he shows up on a winged horse, #1 badass, I will definitely get pictures of that shit.
I was like, then what is the whole point? What is the point of living here or having this country if we endorse murdering people who committed no crime? How are we better than the people we supposedly hate? You can't get an answer. Oh, you're a radical.
I'll admit that the Rapture is pretty punk rock, like when you read it.
Jihadi. No, actually, I'm a Protestant Christian who hates radical jihadi.
But then you realize that the field of Armageddon is it's not even, I think that it's just as big as, I think, 2 football fields. I remember it was just short of 3. And I was like, wait, what?
He's like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's crazy. I thought that, oh, yeah, damn.
Anyway, that's it.
Like the fucking the final battle of Mordor, like it had more space.
That's the distinction. And by the way,
and that was all CGI.
The designation of terrorism grows from that understanding, which was a common understanding before 9/11.
Shadowfax, Lord of Horses.
If you kill people intentionally who've committed no crime, you are the criminal. And who does that? Terrorists. That's why we call.
You know what? That is such a cool name. I have to like put that in a D&D campaign.
Call them terrorists. So I'm happy to call anyone who
oh my god
does that a terrorist.
Doing a biblical D&D campaign written by an atheist? You got who wants in?
That's my definition. That was our working definition before 9/11, and then it just became the people our political class.
Oh my god, I would be God, the ultimate DM.
Doesn't like, and I've been called it. I was called a terrorist yesterday. You're a terrorist. Okay.
The Battle of Mordor was real. They filmed it in a location in Middle Earth. Oh, right. I forgot. My bad.
Okay. Because I espouse
Lord of the Rings was a documentary. I keep forgetting. Damn.
Nonviolence, which is the basis. It's the
Baker Bell's like, I'm in.
Basis of Western civilization that you punish only the guilty.
But I'm trying to work out.
Mary Magdalene with her crossbow.
I'm trying to work out whether. I'm trying to work out. Do you actually think then that Hamas are terrorists or not?
Make her an apothecary. Oh my god, it fits.
I think any
CGI came out a year after Return of the King. That tracks.
Organization
that also tracks why we peaked there.
That kills the innocent.
Dude, seriously, I'm not kidding. Just I know I'm pausing too much, but yeah, we definitely like peaked with CGI right around that time.
Including Hamas is a terror organization.
Okay.
What I object to, and I just want to be as clear as I possibly.
Why do they keep playing this game? It's weird. It's like you can just say, yeah, I don't support Hamas and I don't support the like jihadist element of things, but the fact that you like constantly lump this thing in where you're just like, but what if the, just Palestinian people retaliate against something and then you're like, well, they must be Hamas. That's the problem.
Can. What I object to,
God, Israel has legitimately come out and been like, you see that starving kid? Hamas.
Is the proceeding with the conversation without the defining of terms. The purpose of language is to convey specific ideas. And so in order to have a conversation, you have to define what you're talking about. If I were to throw a couple Korean terms in and refuse to tell you what they mean, we couldn't have a conversation because you don't speak Korean.
Oh, you're in, LT.
And so I want to define terrorism, and I'm going to do it very precisely. Terrorism is the act of murdering the innocent. If you murder the innocent, you are engaged in terrorism. And that would include, in specific cases I can think of, Hamas, which has murdered the innocent, people at a music festival. I mean, what? That is terrorism. Anybody who murders people who committed no crime is committing terrorism.
Does that include?
And if someone else can think,
does that include? Okay, so does that include Israel?
It includes anybody.
Does that include Israel?
It includes anybody.
No, but
anybody. But by the way, let me just say, it's so funny. Does that include Israel? It includes people I know personally in the United States. I know a lot of people who have okayed the order. I know in some cases people who participated in carrying out the order to murder people who committed no crime. Does that mean they're terrorists? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll let God figure out
yeah.
what that means. It means they're committing acts of terror. That is terrorism.
Oh my God, he literally says it like the Bush era. See, but he was never implicated. I can't be implicated in being a mouthpiece for the post 9/11 rhetoric that was permeating in the culture at that time. No, what are you talking about?
Because the point of it is not to punish the guilty. The point of it is to inspire fear. The point of it is to...
Terrorism is whenever you take over Nakatomi Plaza on Christmas Eve. True.
Depopulate a place, move a population, whatever the point of it is, the effective...
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho.
...it is to punish people who've committed no crime. And in our system...
McLean, Mr. John McLean.
The Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy.
Mostly
but even
European based on their cigarettes.
It was a pure monarchy. The belief in the West, because of Christianity,
of all the terrorists in the world, I get the one with the feet smaller than my sister.
Was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving...
God, he really does move like a fucking bird.
...like terrorists too, in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country.
I can't get my furrowed brow, though, to just...
...that I...
It almost gives me a headache to, do the confused look of Tucker Carlson.
Other than having been a visitor there and really enjoyed it. And it's now at the center of the conversation in my country, when my country is degrading at high speed. We have a lot of concerns here. I just resent the kind of solipsism that pulls everything back to the concerns of a foreign country. And that's the litmus test for everything. Well, is Israel bad? How dare you say that? Are you going to go out on a limb and criticize Israel? What about my country? Every country commits terror because leaders, drunk on hubris, imagine that they can do things that no human being is permitted to do. And
I would define it as crime or violent crime with the intent or instill terror in civilian populations.
First on that list,
primarily for political purpose, but doesn't need to be.
is killing
Yeah.
people who didn't do anything wrong. That is the ultimate sin. And it happens in every country, in every period.
Which is weird. He's damn near 60.
Of course.
And like you would think that like his brow would just be like "Rrr."
Israel meets that I mean, obviously.
You'd think he looked like Carl from fucking
But so
what do you call it? Oh my god.
is my government. And not always. And I think we try harder. Certainly we try harder than Israel is trying. But we have definitely done that. And it's not controversial to say that. It's not controversial to say that things the U.S. government has done have intentionally murdered people who didn't do anything wrong. People are like, yeah, that's right. But you say that about Benjamin Netanyahu, who has nothing to do with me at all. I don't live there. I don't want to live there. I've got nothing to do with that. Then you're somehow a criminal. That whole frame to me is insane, and I'm not participating with it. Israel is not the litmus test. How you feel about your own country, what you do to improve or degrade your own country, that's the litmus test for me. Not how you feel about some foreign country. Period.
Well,
So
let
I'm
me
just
give
not
you.
playing
Let me.
God, nationalism's so dumb.
Talk about my country for a moment, because again, when we had our doubleheader in Riyadh, you talked pretty scathingly about the UK, and I put up I think a pretty good fist of a defence. But something happened last week that
Damn, LT's going off.
made me think, my God, that made me think, my God, Tucker.
Whoa, the way he just stopped right there, I was faking it. Whoa.
Was probably right.
Bro.
Right. And I'll tell you what it was. The tipping point for me.
Just broke my ass. He just broke my brain, bro.
And there's been
that was creepy as fuck.
a lot of this going on.
Damn.
But when
I just got like, dude, I got douche chills.
Comedian
Holy fuck.
Graham Linehan returns to the UK and is arrested by 5 armed police
It's stupid.
officers at Heathrow Airport over
Did you just see what he did with his face too, where he went
3 joke
fucking weirdo
tweets that he posted in April. I literally thought my country had gone berserk and was now, when it came to free speech, bordering on North Korea. So Tucker Carlson, I would like to say you were onto something when we spoke in Riyadh, because it was so shocking to me that in a democratic society
creepy automaton
like the United
Yeah.
Kingdom, built on free speech like the United States, that this could happen.
Oh my god, that's who he reminds me of, the annoying fish from SpongeBob. Yeah.
And
oh my god, we get it!
It did happen. And this guy was taken off to cells and arrested. I mean, quite extraordinary to me.
Did you notice when they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics? I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly.
This is why I don't like bringing up my my lineage, because it's so douchey.
Reaching a point where
I'm half English. You know, I can say this because I'm half English. I went to Britain once and I had a connection with it because my bloodline says bleh.
Democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think, because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going
Oh, I just realized something
to happen. And
I think this just hit me. For anybody that donated or was wondering what was going to happen with the hair braiding, I think that we'll have time to figure that out finally.
The people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already
They're
seeing it.
relying
You
on
are
AI
seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle. Certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, maybe that's a referendum on how you should treat your own people, Piers. I don't know. You keep coming to this, like, you hit these points where you're just like, oh, it's all, like, remember during COVID when we were all like, oh, these fast food workers and these grocery store clerks are keeping us alive. Weird how they're actually the ones who really control society. It's almost like if they decided to raise a, hold on now. Well, we can't have that. We can't have them wanting to actually be valued in the way that they should be, because that doesn't make sense, because I need to know that they're making less than me. I need to know. And then I can't demand that I make more money. That's absurd. My boss would fire me.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean,
these douche canoes, like, they live in gilded houses in fucking gated communities, and honestly, like, this is the shit that they contribute to? Cool.
And that's the whole point. And are they really?
The problem is, it's the, the sub-millionaires that, like, watch the shit and they're just like, I need to protect my way of life.
Going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back.
I need another car on top of my sixth one.
Back to their countries of origin. Millions of people. And you need to do it
in my vacation home
really soon. And are they actually willing to do that?
I meant my second vacation home.
I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish? Oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing.
That's how America was formed, dumbass.
So fast.
Like, literally, even if you're gonna just negate the Native Americans, which we know you do, yeah, that's how this was built. You do realize that, like, you just said that you were derived from the English. Gee, how does that work? How does that work? How are you not just 100% American there, dude? I don't know.
Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history.
It's called a melting pot.
Except when, say,
No, this is like the white replacement bullshit.
Mongols.
It really is.
Swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but
Did he just pull a Ronald McDonald? Depends on what you mean by that.
Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it.
I'm hating it.
But I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are. And that's real. And no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject.
How is he just a goofy goober in the middle of making a sentence like that? And the population, they just don't want it. They just don't want it.
I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get...
This guy's such a fucking weirdo.
To decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it.
Remember, guys, this is what boarding school does to kids. Don't say... Just be glad that your kids go to public school. Just every once in a while, you know, as much as we want to be, like, rich And like we always do this thing where it's like, I want to make enough to have fuck you money and blah blah. No, just be happy that like we do live amongst each other and like there is something that's cool about the community aspect of all this. This is what happens when you separate yourself from everybody else and then you like try to LARP as a normal person.
What is this? It's
exactly.
I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
Well, I don't know. You kind of are if you keep doing this thing where you're like, but you can't come here. This is our country. Why? Well, you're brown, and I have daughters.
I think
you put those eyes away.
Most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant,
I hope his wife's getting fucked by a Latino cabana boy.
Multicultural,
that would just be like the ultimate, just like, yes.
Cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Carlson.
And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
Why has Raul been here more than 4 times this week? What's going on? It's almost like, I don't know.
What Sharia law is? No.
A lot of people do. Wait, but hold on. I don't know what you mean.
Don't worry your head, Mr. Carlson. Your wife will be well taken care of.
Culturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not just
sorry, that one actually got me.
Sustainable. There's never been such
your
a
society
thing.
Is
One
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not.
We can't take things. That's our thing.
No. It's a multiracial. Wait a minute. Multiracial society.
Where'd you learn that? Oh,
society.
Yeah.
So it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence.
Man.
But whatever. But you did have different peoples. You had different religions. That was all totally fine. But there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race.
Like we didn't know
It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes mandatory to worship at the altar of gayness or whatever. Trans stuff, sodomy, pride, all this stuff. That was not a thing 40 years ago. We're the same age. You know that.
Everything he just said is derived from white replacement theory fear.
It was reviled. Now,
like that's white supremacy. I know that you don't like the whole just because you hear white supremacy, you're like, I'm not a Nazi. It's like, yeah, you kind of are.
Now it's beloved. That's a culture change, but it's not multicultural.
I don't think you have
can't
to
dissent. You can't.
Well, yeah, you see what you're doing here. Even Piers Morgan is uncomfortable with this one.
Dissent from it.
Yeah, but.
Dude, I hope your daughter marries I hope all your daughters marry fucking multicultural. I hope you don't get a fucking a white grandchild.
To dissent from it.
But
if you're like, actually, I think
that would literally be like the most justified thing ever.
Sodomy's wrong. How does that work for you?
Thank you for the follow, Zaus.
You go to jail in your country.
Well, what's happened with the gay thing, as you put it, is that actually we were an extremely homophobic society. It was only legal to be gay from the mid-60s in the United Kingdom, and I'm very glad I now live in a country where it's perfectly legal to do that.
So you buy the culture. You buy
It's not a culture. I buy people's right.
You obviously
I buy people's right to have their own sexuality. My argument with
culture.
That's
what about their skin color, man? Jesus Christ.
My argument with the trans...
Wait, but that's never happened. That's never happened in the
debate
history of your country.
Well, the trans debate's different to the gay debate.
It's not different. It's not.
It is.
No, it's
It
not.
is.
Look,
When
I'm not
people try
attacking
and-
gays. I'm not attacking
That's so weird where he's like, oh shit, he's actually kind of right.
trans. No, I'm making a larger
It's not,
point that
it's
I know
not different. I mean, if you're going to hate one, then you kind of, I mean, come on, man.
that you are capable of grasping, which is that these are cultural determinations. We decide what our culture is. What are our
Like, how come you could get there where you're just like, yeah, I want them to practice their sexuality, but it's a bridge too far when a man becomes a sexy woman.
values? And that definition changes. So your
What up, big dog? Just discovered you. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hope you're enjoying it.
country, let's just say its inception, modern England, 1066. The Normans come in, the French, who are actually Norse, but whatever, they come in, they invade your country, they impregnate your women, they put themselves in charge.
Did you notice how he threw in the Norse thing there?
They take all the castles. That's 1,000 years, okay? During
Cool.
that entire period, it was not okay to be gay until, as
Where's your beard, motherfucker?
you said,
Like, seriously, you want to talk about Norse? Like, all right. All right. You want to go with the culture? All right. Where's your long hair? Where's your beard? Dude, get to plowing the fields with the and cooking the meals with the women. We don't need you.
1960s.
I mean, if that's how you're going based on this, feels good, right? I mean, this whole thing where it's just like there's this weird superiority thing and you can't meet the fucking standards. So all of a sudden you're just like, well, I won't like that.
6 or whatever. Oscar Wilde went to jail for it. So you have 1,000 years versus 60 years. Your culture changed, but there's only one culture. It went from being totally unacceptable to be gay to being mandatory to love gays.
It wasn't mandatory to love
There's no
gays.
multi in that.
It's not mandatory to love
Well, it
gays
is
now.
absolutely
You can-
mandatory to
you
love
can
gays.
You can have a view.
Really?
Pep got Norris on lock.
What would happen? What would happen if you stood up in Parliament or on a television show in Great
My family didn't invade frickin'
Britain and said,
what later became Germany.
basically just describe what the average of
Literally, that's like my lineage is derived from a Norris, what do you, not colony, but whatever the hell they were called. We essentially took over what is, it's like the border of Germany and Norway.
Victorian or even Edwardian thought of homosexuality. Or just read Oscar Wilde's indictment, but agreed with it. You'd lose your job. You might go to jail.
Or not that border. Fuck, what's the other one?
There is
Dutch. Them. Netherlands.
not a multicultural there. There's one culture. And it's required. And that's true in every
When I found that out, I was just like, wait, I'm Dutch? That's weird.
society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values
okay?
can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those
time.
values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural.
No, the weird thing is, it's like how you guys constantly, like, you're the ones teaching this shit. Like, the people like you are the ones that are always just like, now, Billy, remember, we don't like that one because he looks a little bit different.
One set.
Yes,
you
but
worship one God in
but
every
hang on,
society.
hang on.
Sorry.
But your country.
Where else do you think this comes from?
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right? So your own values as determined...
His idea of culture is boring. Well, again, this is somebody that thinks mayo is spicy, so yeah.
by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes
Once you
with
start
it.
rejecting
But the culture, yeah, right.
the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist.
Did he not understand what Alexandria and Rome was for the longest time? Does he think that Rome was just like the Romans? Is he really that dumb of a motherfucker? Yeah. I'll answer my own question on this one. Yeah.
Because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at
Colonizers don't have culture. They steal it and demonize the people they took it from. Yeah.
things, one worldview will predominate.
History? Yeah. Trust me.
And it will
This guy, like, again, he's like Bill O'Reilly, You know, like these guys, they like to study history and then rewrite it.
Punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and like have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're
Actually,
having one
I don't
culture,
really agree
one
with-
worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. Like that's just what it is, dude.
But I would
Let's
point,
be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world to be not only multicultural, but very tolerant of other people's cultures in a way that has enriched their society. I certainly feel that about my
Did you just see that? He actually side-eyed like, huh?
country.
Oh my God. Just when you thought he couldn't actually look stupid or
Well, I certainly think that
more stupid.
Inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance. And that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity.
This motherfucker has not studied the Crusades.
People decide
that tracks.
To believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore.
Bro, what is with this fucking
been
face?
central to
I don't know, man. This is what pure stupidity looks like.
Society, Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always...
He did not just say that. Yes, he did.
Always been a feature.
He totally did.
My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon
he's
set
a
of
special
beliefs,
type of stupid.
rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, you know, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the
Meanwhile, there's literally a mosque next to a gay bar in New York.
party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that.
Ain't it a bitch when you understand how much property is and you're just like, well, you know what? I guess we get a tax break, right?
Reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country. And maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting person. But
you're so fucking stupid.
That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
White replacement theory.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what was the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things.
Oh, it's almost like you shouldn't. Are you propagating the crime thing about Chicago? Well, maybe shut the fuck up, Pierce.
I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom and
this monumental dork, dude.
I feel that there are lots of very happy people like me who are neither disgusting or sad or suicidal. But Tucker Carlson, it is always great to talk to you.
I agree
and
with that.
I would like to remind my viewers.
If you ever need to, like, I don't know, you know, like how dudes need a cold shower to get rid of their boner? Well, I think that's just Tucker Carlson, like, for everybody.
That your 9/11 documentary series.
Do you need to get out of your horniness? Tucker Carlson. Oh, okay, that did it.
The first episode is posted
9/11, aptly so.
Yeah.
Nothing will dry a pussy hard. Nothing will dry a pussy faster or make a dick softer.
Tucker, thank you very much indeed for coming on, and best of luck with the series.
Tucker Carlson, killing boners since whenever the fuck he was born.
Thanks a million, Pierce.
Thank fucking God, it's over. Wow. Didn't know it was that bad, guys. Damn. All right, so I got something funny for you here, since we're in the fun half. Check this out. If you've seen it already, please don't ruin it. Here.
A jak ty w ogóle masz na imię? Nie chciałbyś zostać na śniadanie?
Wait for it. This is not going where you think it is. This is not what you think it is. Whenever you guys think that this is a commercial for, it's not.
A gdybym to ja zajął twoje miejsce? Nie parkuj na miejscach dla osób z niepełnosprawnością. Na wszelki wypadek.
It hits me every time. You wouldn't want me to take your spot. Handicap. You wouldn't take a handicap spot, would you? I love the fucking slip on the arm. Hang in there, champ. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, you missed it? Oh, wait a minute. All right. God damn it. All right. This one's for... It's only a minute long. This one's for Sean. One more time. One more time. What a nice little ad. I know.
A jak ty w ogóle masz na imię?
I love the swagger.
Nie chciałbyś zostać na śniadanie?
Oh, man.
A gdybym to ja zajął twoje miejsce?
That's literally how... What if I were to take your spot?
Nie parkuj na miejscach
Stop parking handicap space.
dla osób z niepełnosprawnością. Na wszelki wypadek.
That's the case. What the fuck? How? I still can't believe that's a real fucking ad, man. When I saw that, I was like, no way. And then I saw it, I was like, oh, that's official. Wow. Department of Transportation in Poland is just holy crap. Again, hang in there, chap. It's okay. I want to see reactions to this from the people who actually saw this in real life. I should play the tie. Oh yeah, you played a tie ad. Hold on. All right, let's see. Can I actually get that on here? Yeah, I can. Cool. I hope there's no music.
Fuck. Áo,ฉีดดิ
เช่นไดโฟม
ตายมึงซื้อยี่ห้ออะไรมาเนี่ย
เชนไดไง อ้าวมึงจะไปไหน
กำลังกูดิ
กลับไปไหม
อ๋อ จะกลับไปบอกเพื่อน ว่าเชนไรกระจอก
Ah, man, come on. Why with the music? Damn it. I guarantee this is copywritten.
He ยังไม่ตาย
ใช่
มันทำอะไรพี่ไม่ได้
ต่อไปนี้ พวกเราจะไม่
ตาย แต่แล้วตาย
จงไม่บอก
จะก็เทเลอร์
พวกเราพร้อมทุกตัวแล้วพี่บอกพวกมันว่า
Everyone say it, brother.
แต่พวกกูอ้าว
เกี้ยง
This is real?
เช่นใดฝ
Oh my god, it's actually a real commercial.
ตาย
Alright, man. What the fuck? Alright, that shit's wild. That shit was a whole ass movie. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't know. Once I started getting invested in one of the characters, I was just like, whoa. Okay. Now, this is fun. Joe Rogan lost his shit. Let's watch.
Saying
Don't
that we shouldn't
don't
have,
do that. Don't call me.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying?
So I usually do not like Brian Callen. I have to say this. Like, the Fighter and the Kid podcast is really just it's a hard watch. Mostly because of his partner, Brandon Schwab. Yeah, let's just get to it.
Don't
we shouldn't
don't do
have-
that. Don't
Oh.
call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you, and it's so much easier to mock you.
See, he's actually pissed. Like, I love when you can hear Rogan go from like doing the like, you know, playful jabs shit to like, I do not like you right now. I want you to leave. I want to beat your ass.
Please
Yes.
stop.
No,
You
I
don't-
won't. I won't. I know you
Brian,
think it's
Brian,
just.
Brian,
I've read.
Brian,
I've
Brian,
heard.
Brian,
I've
Brian,
heard
Brian,
Susan
Brian.
Humphreys.
This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've
what up, Jeff?
Researched this for years.
Right.
Let's just.
But you're not a scientist.
I don't have to be
Right there. But you're not a scientist.
a scientist to know that.
Yes, you do.
No,
Yes, you do. Yeah, see, this is where Brian actually gets a little respect from me, where it's like, dude, good on you for pushing back.
Brian, shut the up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research. Brian, you don't know what the I'm saying. You don't.
Well, I know because you don't want to talk about it.
Brian, I don't want to talk about it in the middle of a podcast because it'll completely derail the podcast.
Where's Okai from?
From your mother's.
Hey, that's out of line.
Been there.
Tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan is going through a rough time at the moment. It seems like every week he's being called out for something different, whether it's refusing to acknowledge that Donald Trump is actively trying to hide the Epstein files from the public and pretending like it's still some big conspiracy, or it's the blatant confirmation bias when he falls for yet another AI video,
which is
even when his
hilarious.
producer Jamie is literally telling him in real time that it's fake, but he just brushes it off and says, yeah, but it could be real. I'd believe it if it was. But it's
damn, dude, boomer brain. I think that they don't see like the little filter like shit that AI produces that like most millennials are like, oh, that's AI.
A very rare occasion when one of his own buddies calls him out to his face in the studio over a topic that little Joe is very, very sensitive about and refuses to let it go. I honestly can't remember the last time this happened on JRE. Maybe it was the now infamous Steven Crowder episode where Rogan bullied and mocked him for
that was pretty funny,
suggesting weed was contributing to traffic accidents, which Rogan would later apologize for. Watch it, Joe. Watch it. Oh no, hang on. Crowder only says that to pregnant women. Whoops. But Joe and Brian Callen have history as well. Years ago, Brian tried to run a gag with Schaub where he pretended to be this tough guy that wasn't going to take any shit from anyone anymore and threatened to show up at anyone's house who had beef with him, to which Rogan shut him down immediately and called him out for hanging around the wrong people. You all know the clip. We've all seen it 1,000 times. However, over the weekend on the latest JRE Fight Companion, Brian called out Joe Rogan for spreading misinformation about vaccinations and their links to certain diseases. Nothing we haven't heard before from our boy Joe, but it's the first time that one of his buddies had the balls to actually call him out for it on a live stream, no less. There is so much more going on here than you think. Brian Callen knew exactly what he was doing, and I believe this one was 100% planned out beforehand. So stick around because I'll explain exactly what I mean right after this clip.
The bottom line is biology is really simple. Double X, XY. Sometimes there's a mistake. Sometimes there's an error and you get XXY. That is a real thing.
There's overlap.
But it's super rare.
Yes.
What this is a social contagion. And Abigail Schreier wrote a fantastic book about it called Irreversible Damage that she highlights how they're happening in these clusters of a lot of girls who are autistic. How come 1 in every 12 kids who's a boy in California has autism now? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on in California, which has one of the strictest vaccine policies. 1 in 12. Did I say vaccines cause autism?
Florida doesn't demand vaccines.
Yeah,
for kids.
that's dangerous to me.
Yeah.
I knew you'd jump on that train.
Of course it's dangerous, Brian. What are you talking about?
Tetanus,
all vaccines.
tetanus,
No.
Just go down the road wrong?
You need to bail on the tetanus thing because Suzanne Humphreys.
Educate his ass.
Suzanne Humphreys explained tetanus.
She's not a
She's like,
vaccinologist. I know that woman.
all you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it.
Oh, that's
you
such
don't.
bullshit.
It's not
Oh my
bullshit.
God,
It's
what
not bullshit.
bullshit.
Do you know how many people die of tetanus
Holy
every year? Very
shit.
few.
What about
Just
Okay,
stop.
so let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying that we should
Don't
have...
do that. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you, and it's so much easier to mock you.
So are we not... So you don't believe in vaccines? You don't think we should have
It's
vaccines?
so much easier to mock you. See what he did right there?
It's not that I don't believe in vaccines.
What are you saying?
It's I don't think you
74.
should give a kid a Hep B vaccine when they're a baby. There's a lot of problems because they don't test vaccines in a double-blind, placebo-controlled setting.
Hold it.
They test them against
What?
other vaccines. You know that, right?
Yes, I do. Excuse me. Let me just say something. Yes, you're right. You can make the argument for Hep B. Here's why. Because the chances of a child coming in contact with the kind of activity that causes Hep B is different. What I'm trying to say to you is that there are certain diseases. Pick up a history book. Smallpox, diphtheria, mumps,
polio. Please stop.
Yes. No, I won't. I won't.
No,
I know
Brian,
you think it's
Brian,
just. I've heard Susan Humphreys.
This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years.
Right.
Let's just.
But you're not a scientist.
I don't have to be a scientist
do.
to know that.
Yes, you do.
No, Brian,
you
shut the
do.
up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research to understand that they were spraying DDT all over the country when everybody was getting polio. Do you know that?
Let me make a statement.
They were calling it paralytic polio.
Do you agree with the following statement? It's not just.
I'm not going to do this with you,
but
Brian.
it's not just about.
I brought up
It's
vaccines.
not just
so that'd
about.
be a
Hold
fun
on,
debate.
hold on, Joe.
No,
It's
Brian, I don't want to do this with
but
you.
it's not
I don't
just
wanna do this.
about.
We're in
is
the
it-
middle of a fight companion.
All right.
It's annoying.
All right, but it's like. I don't get it.
Joe Rogan finally showed his true colors when one of his buddies called him out live on air for the world to see. How many times have we heard Slow Joe rambling on about how he wants to have conversations with people he disagrees with and how he's just asking questions so the
It's because he really is threatened by Brian because Brian he's smarter than him.
internet can decide what's true and what's fake for themselves. Most of us already knew that whole shtick was complete bullshit, and Rogan prefers to sit in his ivory tower, guard guarded down by SEAL Team 6, looking down on us commoners with disgust from his booster chair covered in bubble wrap just in case a small particle floating through the air threatens his fragile ego by virtue of its very existence in his safe space. But if you are still on the fence about who Joe Rogan really is deep down in...
Again, so anti-vax, but, you know... Oh, let's just, you know, I'm a badass. I'll get the virus. When he did get COVID, dude, he threw the kitchen sink at it. Ivermectin, Tramadol, or whatever the fuck.
Side, then surely this is all the evidence you needed. There are a few things in Joe's life that he claims to be an expert on. One of them is MMA, even though he's never had a professional fight in his life. Another is stand-up comedy, even though he's never told a
To be fair, he is a commentator, which commentators can... actually, like, you know,
funny joke in his life.
I will say that you can analyze things pretty well, even if you've not done it. Like, I mean, he has done it, but he's never done it professionally, which, again, don't need to.
And bought his way into the comedy scene with his fuck you money from Fear Factor and Spotify. But over the last few years, Joe's picked up a new expertise in vaccinology and immunology, even though he's never stepped foot in a lab and believes Terrence Howard's theory that 1 × 1 = 2.
I understand it, though.
I kind of
understand it. I understand.
I mean, it made sense.
To me, he's making me
sense.
believe.
But in the intro, I mentioned that there's more going on here than you think. You see, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen moved to Texas earlier this year, and this is the first time they've appeared in Joe's studio since that move. There is so much backstory and lore here that most of you will know if you've been following my channels over the last couple of years, but basically, in a nutshell, Brendan and Brian's careers have been in free fall ever since Brian was accused of sexual misconduct by several women, dating all the way back to the 90s, and since Brendan Schaub embarked on a comedy career and then threatened violence against anyone who made fun of him, including a small innocent Asian boy named Bobby Lee, who has also been accused of sexually harassing morning show hosts on live television. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with these guys? And so moving to Austin, Texas was their last-ditch effort to save their podcast and revive Brian Callen's comedy career, which for the most part seems to be working. For Brian, that is. The podcast is beyond saving at this point. I mean, they're literally broadcasting from a storage unit next to a railway line. But in the 6 months they've been living in Austin, Rogan has not mentioned a word about them or invited them into the studio to help revive their failing careers. This live stream was the first time they've been back on JRE since leaving LA. Also, don't forget, this isn't a normal episode of JRE. This was a live stream. No editing, everything stays in. Obviously, we all know that Rogan gets Jamie to turn the live chat off when Brendan Schaub comes on to protect him from the internet, but now it wouldn't surprise me if Rogan scraps the live streams altogether. Callen is known for fishing for viral moments when he's on Rogan. He's done it a dozen times before, and even though he's a massive creep who will probably never beat the allegations, you've got to give him credit for the subtlety with which he operates. He genuinely fools Rogan and baits him into arguing with him over and over again, knowing it will go viral just like this one did. That's why I'm saying this was definitely planned. I have no doubt that Callen was waiting for an opportunity to get Joe going, knowing that it's a live stream and Joe has nowhere to hide. That's why Rogan got so frustrated, in my opinion, because he couldn't just turn around to Jamie at the end and say, delete the argument before you post this. This was just another Brian Callen publicity stunt, except he clearly forgot to tell Schaub about it.
Yeah. And being
See,
anti-vax.
but
being anti-vax
No
is
one's
irresponsible.
anti-vax,
It's not
Brian.
anti-vax. Questioning why there's so many, though.
My kids are all vaccinated. And they're vaccinated, but they went on a delayed schedule. They delayed
So did mine.
schedule.
So did mine. So did
You're
mine.
not?
Yeah. You're not. No.
Yeah, good for you. I don't think you need to.
No, they're healthy as fuck.
Yeah.
Between the two of them, they have 12 touchdowns this week. 2 home runs.
That is 100% Brendan Schaub grade bullshit right there. I don't believe that Brendan's kids aren't vaccinated for a second. He totally just made that up on the spot to impress Papa Rogan. Brendan got all excited when Callen and Joe first started arguing, telling Joe to educate his
The thing is, private schools in Texas require you to be vaccinated.
ass, and the contrast was huge between Schaub kissing Joe's ass for 4 hours and agreeing.
So, Do his kids go to private school?
With everything he said, compared to Brian pushing back and not letting it slide.
I think the problem is that the pharmaceutical drug companies.
I feel like Obi-Wan, dude. I got like this. I let my beard go a little too long, so like I got this like nice little.
Have an exemption because of what they did in the 1980s with Reagan, where they allowed them to never worry about being sued, and that's when they ramped up the fucking schedule.
Look at autism. It's through
autism.
the
Just
roof.
one. There's a lot of other autoimmune issues. There's a lot of
Dude, this thing where it's like, yeah, it was just not diagnosed. All those guys that got really into trains, they were totally normal.
There's a lot of like serious problems.
Fuck, Joe. You exhibit some of this shit.
I think there are three things that have pushed us beyond our biology, and the reason we don't have a lot of children dying: nutrition, sanitation, and vaccines. And I think anybody who says otherwise is, I think it's crazy.
But
People
he's not
start
saying all vaccines.
It sounds like he is.
Brian, you don't know what the I'm saying. You don't.
Well, I know because you don't want to talk about it.
Brian, I don't want to talk about it in the middle of a podcast because it'll completely derail the podcast. And I'll start showing you statistics. If you look at when people stop getting all of these diseases and then when the introduction of vaccines happened, it's at the end. Most of those diseases were eradicated by sanitation and nutrition.
I agree.
What?
But there's still pathogens that are very dangerous.
Sure there are. So the problem is that these pharmaceutical drug companies are
really is that
insanely, entirely
corrupt.
They have been corrupt for a long time.
He doesn't know what a virus is.
And there's a revolving door between the FDA and these pharmaceutical drug corporations. And then they ramp up the schedule every year. And it's not about public health. None of it is about looking out for you. All of it is about making money. That's the problem.
Who wants to do some smelling salts?
Okai's good. This guy's good.
Who wants to do some smelling salts?
Chuck one over here, Jamie. We got some? Here we go.
Where's Okai from?
From your mother's.
Hey, that's out of line. Hey, that burn is too far.
By the way, if you hadn't noticed, juiced up jiu-jitsu legend Gordon Ryan has been sitting in the corner on Joe's side the whole time, just watching them going back and forth like a tennis match. And the funniest bit was when they pulled out the smelling salts, he asked the question I've been wondering about for years. Finally, someone questioned the JRE tradition of sniffing smelling salts for absolutely no reason while sitting in a studio for hours and hours talking into a microphone.
It's supposed to wake you up?
Yeah, they'll wake you up. Guys that do it before they lift super heavy, go for
I
like
know that.
PRs.
Why I think it spikes your adrenaline.
We used to take smelling salts on the bench in hockey.
Just a party. Hey, just to get away.
Sometimes, I mean,
from the vaccines.
If you're feeling a little down, it'll fucking perk you up real fast.
For broken kills, Brian. I brought it up. Feel bad.
I was hoping you right after he sniffed it, that Brian was going to bring vaccines back up.
We'd get in shouting fights.
He used to tell me that vitamins weren't necessary.
Oh, yeah.
Vitamins aren't necessary.
Yeah,
this is a fact. I talked to a doctor. He told me the vitamins don't work. They don't do anything.
The battle of conspiracy
This is me and him at a restaurant in Seattle. Brian, will you please shut the up?
Yeah, but then I started taking vitamins, and I called him up, and I go, dude, I feel great. He goes, can I know?
I wish you could go back in time and not take vaccines. You'd be like, why am I so healthy? I never got psoriasis. This is crazy.
Hey, shut up.
Turns out I had autism the whole time.
I got my levels tested.
Dude, how was
my test?
Awesome, right?
The best.
So I just got my levels tested with Brigham. It was awesome, and I got stem cells. But my test is the lowest it's ever been, which is 785. Not bad for my age.
That's very good.
Not bad, right?
That's very good.
Yeah. Now my free though is low. It's like 45.
Ooh.
And she said it should be 151. But then I did a bunch of research on ChatGPT with PubMed, and I talked to a couple other doctors at Wastewell. They go, we don't want to put you on anything yet because we want to test because your
magnesium is huge.
Mike Israel, who gave me.
This is why none of them have hair, by the way.
He told me. I said, if I wanted to get huge, give me the steroid
Not
stack.
possible.
And he goes, do you?
And the thing is, remember, these are married men.
You don't mind if your liver becomes styrofoam? I go, just hit me with it.
What was he talking? DECA and all that
He's
shit?
got his PhD.
Was he telling you to take DECA and everything?
Well, and also he's on everything.
Oh, yeah. Have you had him on? He's hilarious. Oh, I love it.
Like, why the fuck do they care so much about, like, their testosterone levels? Like, at some point, it's just like, yeah, man, let it happen.
Rumor has it that Brendan's still waiting for an answer about the Decker. But all jokes aside, which isn't really that hard on JRE, can we just sit back and appreciate the blatant hypocrisy coming out of Brendan Schaub's face? He's the first one to jump on Rogan's dick when it comes to all the vaccine talk, but when it comes to taking anabolic steroids, he casually peer pressures Brian into going on TRT when his own doctors are recommending he boost his magnesium levels first. It's like listening to Tony Hinchcliffe ranting about excess death rates since 2021 while puffing on a British cigarette in Rogan's studio. These guys couldn't even spell the word hypocrisy if they tried, yet they carry it in bucket loads everywhere they go. It was only a couple of weeks ago that Brian low-key trolled Brendan on their podcast by
It was really funny because,
getting their producer Chin to pull up the life expectancy of MMA fighters and NFL players, while Brendan sat there squinting at the screen, realizing in real time that his days are numbered. Yet as soon as they hit JRE Studios, Brendan's piping back up and encouraging everyone to do recreational steroids because it's cool and Rogan does it too. And
the thing is, it stops your heart like cold. Macho Man literally, like, he was driving in his Wrangler in Florida and his heart just seized and just boom.
The scientist, so he knows what's good and what's bad. This is the Dunning-Kruger experience in full effect.
That was funny to watch Brandon Schaub's face, because I watched another video where they're showing that, where like they're looking it up, and then they showed another clip where the producer was watching anti-Brandon Schaub stuff, and he called him out. He's like, "Wait, go back to that. What was that?" He's like, "Is that Elephant Graveyard guy? Hey!" It's pretty funny. Poppers and inhalant upper. I've actually never known what they are. All right. What else we got? Oh, I put something else on the agenda here. What was it? Right. Here's Morgan interviewed Epstein victims. Nah. I'm kind of done with Piers Morgan today. Judge blocks Trump from firing Fed board Governor Lisa Cook. Really? Right-wing coverage for this Trump approval rating of 42%. Interesting. It's almost like they can't ignore it. Gotta say, that's unexpected. Let's see. Okay.
Has anybody tried turning Joe Rogan off and turning him on again to see if that makes him work?
We'll
Has
keep
anybody
going with the
tried
Joe Rogan
rebooting
stuff.
him? Has anybody tried that? This motherfucker is not doing well, dog. He's getting worse. He is somehow getting worse. So what you're about to see here is Rogan appears to have fallen for the world's most fake AI video I've ever seen in my life. In fact, it is so fake, I don't even think the people that made it thought they were fooling people. I think they made it thinking everybody will know it's AI and they'll all just giggle and laugh and enjoy it. Like, I don't even think the people who made it were being nefarious, even though they're right-wingers. I thought they just thought, oh, everybody will laugh at this because it's obviously silly, it's obviously goofy, it's obviously over the top. But no, Joe Rogan thought the world's most fake AI video of all time was real. You're not going to believe this. And of course, who's it going after? Tim Walz. So let's watch, and then I'll have a lot to say about it. Here we go.
You know what's really fun?
Yeah.
When someone is in that whole race and running for president or vice president, and then the race is over, and they realize that person was a liability, so they cut them off.
And you never hear
then that
from them,
person goes wacky, like Tim Walz.
That's right.
Did you see where he had a "fuck Trump" shirt on? Yeah. And he's dancing and going down an elevator. Have you seen this video?
I haven't seen. Please play it. I haven't seen it.
Please, Jamie, find that
Tim
video.
Walz is.
But this is weird.
That was a big mistake.
Oh, a huge mistake.
They should have picked Josh Shapiro from the governor of Pennsylvania.
I think they're worried about the Jewish thing.
Well, of course, it's a big swing state, and it would have been better.
Okay,
This is these fucking geniuses. This is their political wisdom. Is pick the bullshit knockoff Obama clone that the base hates now. Yeah, pick the.
Okay, so apparently a new report just came out by The Guardian that says the president doth protest too much. Trump's denial on Epstein is backfiring. Those in the White House are scrambling because Trump is behaving so out of character.
Ultra-Zionist fucking bullshit Obama clone
Paradise?
who's copying Obama from fucking 2009. Pick him. Unbelievable.
Go full screen on
Is that
this.
really this
Yes?
him?
It's real. Yes, it is. No, it's real.
No, it's real.
I love it. It's real.
I love it's real.
It's got to be real.
It has to be real.
Joe Rogan really is actually getting like more and more pathetic. Like it's kind of like it's sad. It really is sad.
It has to be real.
Jamie,
it has
come
to be
on,
real.
Jamie's
I like it
Look
too
at him
much.
dancing.
I mean, the
That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No,
on
he
a white
slaps
shirt.
his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
Okay, guys, this is the video. I'm going to show you a better version of it. You can see it better. This is what Rogan thought was real. Look at this. Look at this video. Rogan thought this was real. Rogan thought
That's wild, dude.
Tim Walz is going around a mall in a fuck Trump shirt, slapping his ass. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, I've seen TikTok filters that look better.
Bro, Tim Walz with titties in a fuck Trump shirt, dancing down an escalator, smacking his ass, gyrating. You have got to be fucking kidding me. And then when Jamie goes, it's not real. It's not real. Is he goes, yes, it is. It has to be. Yes, it is. It has to be.
No, it's real.
No, it's real.
I love it.
I love it.
It's real.
It's real. It's
not real.
It's got to be real.
It has
got to be real.
It has to be real.
Jamie,
come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at him
He's embarrassed.
dancing.
Someone's embarrassed.
I mean,
That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No,
on
he
a white
slaps
shirt.
his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
Oh, it's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant by the
Jamie's
government.
compromised, and
So now they're trying to make. Now he's trying to joke about it. Now he's trying to make
Now he's
light
trying
of
to
the
make
fact
jokes.
that he's a fucking dipshit and he's the world's dumbest man. This is Facebook level boomer AI slop. This is like the equivalent of basing your entire political ideology off some meme that your fucking uncle, your racist uncle posted, right? Like this is, Rogan is gone, bro. Rogan is gone. I don't know. He doesn't have many brain cells left. You thought that was real? You thought that was real. This motherfucker, day and night, lives on confirmation bias. He fucking snorts confirmation bias like it's cocaine.
My man's got a deviated septum like me.
Oh, yeah, tell me Democrats
Yeah, you hear what he just did there? That's how he snores. Trust me, I know how I do it.
suck more. Tell me fucking Democrats sucking MAGA is awesome. Yeah, Tim Walz is stupid. He's wearing a fuck Trump shirt.
My stepdad would fall for this. Yeah.
He's shaking his ass. He's slapping his
Yeah, my
ass.
stepmom
That's so
would too.
hot. I mean, that's so silly. That's got to be real, bro. It's got. And now he's joking about it, like ha 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 hee hee. I have the world's #1 podcast and I have millions of people who hang on my every word. Ha ha hee hee hee. I thought this dumb AI slot video was real because I hate Tim Walz. Tee hee hee hee. Oh my God, what this man has done to political discourse in this country is fucking unforgivable. This is literally like Sean Hannity, Bill O'Reilly tier shit. He's just the modern day Rush Limbaugh with his shitty fucking podcast. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I mean, that is hilarious.
It's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant by the
Jamie's
government.
compromised, and I'm worried about Jamie, and I'm worried about Grok.
Does it say that it's AI?
I mean, yes.
You say it's AI.
No, the video.
Everybody says
the
it?
video I played on top.
He's refusing to believe it's AI when you have to have a fucking
You know that Tim is just sitting there like, I knew it was AI too, man.
sub 70 IQ to not realize that.
Rep Riley Moore fell for an AI-generated video of Minnesota government. I fell for it too. And you know why I fell for it?
Yeah.
Because I believe that he's capable of doing something
But that's his
dumb.
essence.
Joe, you just need to retire.
He really, yeah, I mean, he should.
At this point, you need to step down. You need to apologize and then step down forever and go away forever. Because that's the... Well, the fact that I thought this dumb shit was real only proves my point.
How does Joe Rogan come off as older than frickin' Howard Stern at this point?
That he's a ridiculous person. Or maybe you're the ridiculous person. Maybe you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Have you considered that? That you're a dipshit? That you're low IQ? That you're in over your head? That you don't know what you're doing? That you don't understand your ass from your elbow when it comes to fucking politics? So nobody likes beating up on Joe Rogan nobody likes beating up on Tim Walz more than Joe Rogan. Nobody likes beating up on Joe Rogan more than me, but that's beside the point. Nobody likes beating up on Tim Walz more than Joe Rogan. How many times has he disrespected this man, shit on him, made fun of him? Every right-wing trope he fucking fell for, hook,
Did Joe Rogan just verbally show confirmation bias? Yeah.
line, and sinker. The Tim Walz put condoms in the boys' bathroom. No, he didn't. That's a fucking lie. They put him in the girls' bathrooms. But this is what Tim Walz did stolen valor. No, he didn't. He was in the fucking military, and he got the promotion to the higher level. He decided to leave the military before he accepted that promotion. But then he told people, I got to this level, the one that, he didn't accept the promotion for. But they act like that's some big deal. Like, you had to technically say the lower level, not the higher one you were promoted to that you didn't accept. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? This fucking nitpicking garbage bullshit. And this is what Rogan did. He hammered home every single fucking smear campaign against this guy. He hammered home. So he's talked about Tim Walz 100 fucking times. But what has he never told you? That as governor of Minnesota with the 1-seat majority, what did Tim Walz do? Legalize weed. You know that thing that Joe Rogan pretended was like his number one policy issue for the longest time? And if you're a politician that fights for legalizing weed, he likes you? Well, somehow he missed it. That Tim Walz legalized weed in Minnesota with the fucking 1-seat majority. Somehow he missed it that Tim Walz did free school breakfast for children and free school lunch for children. Somehow he missed it that Tim Walz did 12 weeks paid family leave for everybody in the state of Minnesota and 12 weeks paid sick leave for everybody in the state of Minnesota. Missed that. Fell for every fucking bullshit Fox News smear campaign. Fell for the stupid fucking AI video, which is the world's most obvious AI video. Fell for that because I don't like Tim Walz and I'm doing my confirmation bias shtick here. Yep. But somehow you missed that he passed red flag laws for guns, that he did universal background checks for guns, that he did automatic voter registration, that he did free public college for middle-class families, that he banned the PFAS, that's forever chemicals. Now, Rogan sucks off RFK all the time. Why? Because, he's against the toxic stuff, bro. He's against those chemicals. Well, it turns out the Trump regime deregulated the PFAS, so there's more forever chemicals going around now. But Tim Walz in Minnesota, he banned them in Minnesota. He also increased funding by $2 billion for K-12 school funding. He did sectoral bargaining for nursing home workers so they can make better money. These are all things that he did as governor. Rogan has not brought up fucking any of them because he's too busy falling for bullshit AI slop videos that smear the guy. This is why I can't stand Rogan. This is fucking online brainworms to the max. At no point in his repeated efforts at smearing Tim Walz did he say, maybe I should look at the man's policy record and see what he actually did, see what he actually stands for, see how he helped fix and improve Minnesota and why he's so beloved in Minnesota. At no point in his repeated smear campaigns against the man did he say, let's just look at the policies he did. Because if he did look at those policies, he would have to say, this stuff is actually pretty good. You want to know how I know that? Because he said those things to my face. All those policies I just ran through, he supports most of them, if not fucking all of them. But he's too lazy to do fucking 2 seconds of Googling to get the answers as to this man's policy record. He'd rather fall for some obviously fake AI slop bullshit that makes him look like a goofball, right? Like, shaking his ass and slapping his ass and dancing and fucking wearing a fuck Trump shirt. He really thought that was real. You know what that reminded me of? This is, and for those of you who say, okay, well, you mess up sometimes, it happens. Like, okay, first of all, no.
I think we have the same chair.
Falling for that video, you are sub 70 IQ. That's point number one. Point number two is, this is not the first time he did some shit like that. Remember this? I'm going to play this one for you, and you're going to remember that he has a fucking track record of being egregiously wrong about shit. Ready? Watch this.
Well, there's people that voted for Biden that are doing it now. They're like, what did I do?
Right.
Like, what did I choose? Like, how is this guy?
Yeah, you just can't listen to an interview where he's saying some of the stuff he says that just makes no sense at all. It's like you can't listen to those interviews and feel like you made a good decision. I don't know how.
Did you hear what he said like yesterday or a couple days ago? He's talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, one of the reasons why we lost the Revolutionary War, one of the problems with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports. Yeah. Have you seen that?
I saw that. Like, what?
Like, pull him.
It's
Imagine
crazy.
If you had any other job and you were talking like that, they would go, "Hey, you're done."
If you talk like that to a doctor at your medical exam to fight, they'd be like, "Okay, like obviously they're not fighting." You would also here's 8 weeks of being helped out by professional. Like,
right, you might not ever do anything again.
No, it's one of the wildest things ever.
It's insane.
Yeah,
and the media gaslighting you to protect. It's just people are so afraid of Trump being in office and Republicans being in office.
A few moments later, hanging out with the guy, I'm like, man.
Well, it's just the media narrative. I mean, so many people were fed this lie that the Russia collusion.
Yeah.
Was this?
Was this the video you're talking about?
Let me see what this one says. I don't think it is.
By the way, the same stable genius who said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War is we didn't have enough airports. Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
Right.
Just for the record.
Is that fake?
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying that. Here's what Trump's saying in 2019. Donald Trump said something about that. He didn't say Jesus. He said a stable genius, and that's where the transcription.
Let me hear what it says. What did he say?
Oh, Jesus Christ, Joe.
In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airports. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he fucked up.
Yeah, he did. But I feel like that's you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you can tell he like messed up.
Wait, I can turn Top Chat off?
His words, but
yeah,
I don't think I can.
He's just, I don't know.
To go over the airports.
Look at the double standard. When it's Trump, you could tell he fucked up. When he thought it was Biden, it was, hey man, you gotta go.
No, that's exactly my point with all of this. I have been dealing with this all day. And now I'm just like, ugh. Full circle. Wow. Comes back and Joe Rogan's proving my point. Cool.
Fit. You can't be in this office. You're done. It's over. You're cooked, bro. Wrap it up. Step down. Step aside. What is wrong with you? Leave. You're basically fucking the mad.
I said this about Trump's transcripts, where it's like if we actually like read what he says in his speech, which again the White House suspiciously was just like, oh, we might want to not have that on record because, I have a feeling the Democrats might look at this and go, if we just quote the man and then go Biden or Trump,
king running this country. You thought there were fucking airports in the Revolutionary War? That's the mindset when it's Biden, when he finds out it's Trump. He fucked up. Yeah, he messed up his words. It's all right. Total hack. Total fucking hack. Zero media literacy. Fucking biggest podcast audience in the world. Zero media literacy. So what I want to impress upon all of you is very simple. Very simple. When talking about politicians, what matters first and foremost is
oh, no, I knew that, LT, because, like, I'm always, like, I swap to live chat.
Policy. So
you can thank Jerry McClain for making fun of me for that.
Don't fall for the hype. Don't fall for the bullshit of what are people saying about this person? What's, like, the scandal du jour about this person? No, go to the original source shit. What do they say their policy preferences are? And what's their record? What have they voted for? And when you do that, you're much more well-grounded and you're connected to reality where you know what this person actually stands for, what their career is actually about, what their goals actually are. And Rogan doesn't give a fuck about any of that. Rogan falls for every single bullshit, fake scandal, confirmation bias nonsense. And he's been doing this repeatedly in effort to bolster Republicans and make it seem like Democrats and wokesters are fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, we know. It's so fucking tired. Holy shit. Mark Maron ripped this apart 48 ways to Sunday. Elephant Graveyard ripped this apart 48 ways to Sunday. You're done. It's over. You peaked. You're fucking declining. This is embarrassing. There's going to come a time where people bring up your name and everybody is embarrassed to admit they ever fucking watched your show or enjoyed it. Because the fact that you fell for...
Oh, I mean, the fact that, like, that news report just came out that nothing dries a pussy up faster than somebody saying that they listened to the Joe Rogan Experience on a first date.
That fucking Tim Walz video says everything about you and where you are. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
That's a real thing. To quote Joe Rogan, that's a real thing, by the way. There was a report that came out that said that most women have reported that if a guy says that they listen to Joe Rogan, that they are more likely to not go on a second date with them. So, that's cool. Oh my god, my back hurts. My hands hurt. A rare thing for you? Well, the older you get, the more it happens. I'll tell you right. Yeah. Started to get the little carpal tunnel on my left. What do we got? 10 minutes? Oh shit, hell yeah. I'll hang for another 10. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow. For that later. Alright, let's find a fun video to watch or something. Oh, no shit. David Dole was on the Bitchuation Room? Fuck. Oh, man. Well, we'll watch that tomorrow. Slap Tube War with Destiny. Nah. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Nick Fuentes attacks Hassan. Nah. Don't care. Literally do not care. Fuck it.
Trump's Epstein problem just got way worse, with a now panicked Trump White House making denials as the Epstein birthday book ended up exposing even more than expected. More information is expected soon, and Massey and Khanna should have the votes for the Epstein files by the end of the month. Also, Israel just struck Qatar in an attempt to assassinate Hamas leaders as top leaders gather to discuss Trump's ceasefire proposal. And you've got at least 19 protesters dead, Parliament on fire, and the Prime Minister resigning as the Gen Z protests rage in Nepal. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily dive into the news, starting with this. We've got to talk about the now infamous Epstein.
I gotta give Philly D a lot of credit. I make fun of him. He's very good at what he does.
Birthday book, because it's been released and it's actually way worse than we previously thought. Because back in July, you had the Wall Street Journal reporting, though not publishing the actual thing, that Trump had contributed a letter to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book in 2003. With it said that it contained a drawing of a naked woman whose pubic hair is Trump's signature, as well as an imaginary dialogue between Trump and Epstein, something that was very weird and creepy sounding. Trump supposedly writing that they have a lot in common and then adding enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? And ending a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Right? And in response to it, Trump calling the whole thing fake and then suing the Journal's reporters, its publisher, and its parent company, News Corp, for defamation. And you had many, including J.D. Vance, so I think he asked it rhetorically, asking, where is this letter? And well, now the letter's here, along with the rest of the 200.
The AJ Styles Undertaker
page birthday book, because the House Oversight Committee got it from Epstein's estate and released it last night. And so now we know this letter, it very, very much exists, but still you had Trump allies denying that it's authentic. You had Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying, as I have said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. President Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation, and adding, this is fake news to perpetuate the Democrat Epstein hoax. You then also had the likes of Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, and the White House Deputy Chief of Staff posting other example of Trump's signature, claiming that they look different. But as many have pointed out, the signature in the letter, it bears many hallmarks of Trump's actual signature. signature, the bold serif lettering, the loopier cursive, the long tail at the end, and the final D. There are even some side-by-side examples of known signatures from Trump, as well as this one from the birthday book. The one, you have Trump defenders using examples of his signature where he doesn't do the long tail. And two, you've got folks like Republican Representative Tim Burchett claiming that, this could just be an outright forgery.
I mean, anybody can do a signature. We've seen the auto pen's been used quite a bit with the Biden administration. So I've never known Trump to be much of an artist either. I just don't buy it.
So you think really someone might have just forged this somehow and sent this to the app?
Somehow. It's so easy to do. I just don't buy any of it.
But then with all that, you had people pushing back, saying it would be very strange and weird and seemingly unnecessary for Epstein's own estate and therefore Epstein himself, when he was alive, to have a fake letter from Trump in his birthday book. Right? Of course, you've also had Trump attacking the credibility of the lewd drawing, with him saying in July,
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. That I can tell you.
And then you had his son Eric reiterating that claim yesterday.
I can tell you my father does not sketch out cartoon drawings.
But as is public knowledge, and as others have pointed out, Trump did draw pictures around that same time, which he actually auctioned off for charity, and their style is remarkably similar to the one in the letter. And once again, here they are, side by side for comparison. But that's also not where it ends. Even seemingly where he refers to himself in the third person in the letter as imaginary dialogue, it resembles his speeches and social media posts.
Nobody would be tougher on ISIS than Donald Trump. If Putin likes Donald Trump, you wouldn't even be hearing about the word immigration if it wasn't for Donald Trump. Trump was able to get him to give something. I don't know what the hell it was, but it doesn't matter. Then Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Right, and then there's stuff like his distinctive vocab, right? You had people out there going, the president would never use the word enigma. But in fact, he used it to describe Don King, Mike Tyson, and Dan Rather in his books. And then you have things like the letter's phrase, a wonderful thing. It's something that Trump uses frequently.
I only use a ghostwriter. Oh, shit.
It's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. And it was a wonderful thing. It's been a wonderful thing.
But also, a thing that I think should be focused on all this is the stuff outside of just Trump's letter. What we're seeing is that the birthday book contains much, much more that is very revealing. Or something you've seen more and more people honing in on is this one from a businessman and longtime Mar-a-Lago member, Joel Pashkow, because it shows Epstein receiving an oversized check for $22,500 with Trump's name on it with the caption, Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women and then sells fully depreciated redacted name to Donald Trump. And according to the journal, that redacted name belongs to a real person, a wealthy...
Then in her 20s.
European woman, then in her 20s. So the drawing apparently is meant to show Trump purchasing a woman from Epstein. The source is also saying that she was courted by both Trump and Epstein in the 1990s, but that when she ultimately went for Trump, Epstein felt bitter. Though I will say the woman's lawyer claimed she had no romantic relationship with either man, severed ties with Epstein in 1997, and doesn't know Pashkow and has no knowledge of the birthday letter. But then also, there are dozens of other letters in this book.
That sounds like someone got a settlement.
And though most don't mention Trump outside of a brief comment that he was one of the many famous people that they met through Epstein, they do demonstrate in the words of the New York Times that Epstein's lewd and lecherous behavior with young women was both widely known and widely celebrated by people who describe themselves as his closest friends and associates. So you've got things like a cartoon drawing of Epstein lying in a beach chair, getting what appears to be a nude massage, at least, from 4 topless women. There's also another comparing him to the fisherman from a Hemingway story, except instead of catching fish, he catches women, blonde, red, or brunette. You then had another lamenting so many girls, so little time about Epstein. You also had one that reminisced about how in a farm town in Iowa, where it was hard to tell the difference between the girls and the hogs, Epstein somehow managed to find a spectacular tall blonde who he later invited back with him to New York. You then had another letter where the person said they agonized long and hard about what to write and then simply put photos of lions and zebras having sex and adding that they seemed more appropriate than anything I could put in words. And next you have a letter alluding to how in the mid-1970s Epstein first discovered the Maxwell teenage daughter. And then finally you had one letter marveling at the fact that somehow at the age of 50, Epstein has avoided the penitentiary. So y'all can draw your own conclusions from all that, but arguably these letters show that even 3 years before his first arrest, Epstein's reputation for being at least a womanizer and at worst a sex pest with a fixation on very young girls, it was widely known among his friends. As far as Trump's take on this, when NBC got him on the phone this morning, he reportedly said, I don't comment on something that's a dead issue. I gave all comments to the staff. It's a dead issue.
Totally.
And you had JD Vance
wow
saying much of the same, posting on X. Democrats don't care about Epstein.
Holy shit, dude. They're scrambling hard. This is kind of fun.
They don't even care about his victims. That's why they were silent about it for years. The only thing they care about is concocting another fake scandal like Russiagate to smear President Trump with lies. no one is falling for this BS. But also, and maybe unfortunately for Trump, this appears to be only the beginning, right? Because the House Oversight Committee got more than just the birthday book from Epstein's estate. They also now have his will, his 2007 non-prosecution agreement, right? That sweetheart plea deal that he got, and almost 30 years of entries in his personal address.
Oh my God, dude. I love that this is just like cascading and they're just like, God damn it. God damn it. God damn it.
With that, I will note that the estate's lawyers told the committee we are not aware of the existence of a list of clients involved in sex acts, or sex trafficking facilitated by...
I don't know. Based on these photos and little drawings and just insinuations, I think that this is going to be another year's worth of content.
Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. And so for now, we're going to have to see, what we have to work with here and wait to see if the House obtains more evidence. Which, actually, we need to mention this. The committee still hasn't received a second batch of documents from Trump's DOJ, despite the deadline to comply with its subpoena for the full Epstein files coming and going weeks ago. And all of this is, just...
Dems need to go be on a bullhorn that the reason that it didn't go farther under Biden was because a Trump judge blocked it.
Despite having several of Epstein...
Even though they still bitch... even though they are still bitch made for letting them stop
coming to Capitol Hill last week and demanding that Trump release the files, no more Republicans have signed on to Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie's discharge petition. So there's still just 2 lawmakers short of getting it passed in the House, with Massie himself, Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert being the only ones to join Democrats. But also, I'll add there that the votes in the House are very likely going to change soon, because the Democrats have vacant seats because their politicians died, and those seats are going to be filled soon. Though that also doesn't mean it's a dumb deal. The White House might be able to work with or pressure one of the Republicans who says they will vote for it, and maybe they change their mind. Something we often see in Congress is people feeling like, oh, I can vote against this because they know it's not going to actually have an impact. But soon, when the reality on the ground changes, maybe their vote does as well. But for now, we'll have to wait to see, and it really does look like Mike Johnson and Trump might be in a bind here. But then quickly...
Then quickly give me my sponsor.
1 minute break that helps keep the show free. Let me say, the way to avoid getting punished for drinking and driving is just be a cop. That, or, not drinking and driving. Because what we're seeing from this investigation from the New York Times and the nonprofit newsroom New York Focus, it is shocking. Over the past 2 years, they got over 10,000 previously confidential disciplinary files detailing misconduct at roughly half the state's law enforcement agencies. And what they found is that some New York police departments have caught officers drinking and driving, and then they protected them from the punishments that you
go figure.
Or I would face. Right? Because if you're not a cop and you're caught...
What? No. Guys, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. This is my shocked face.
While intoxicated in New York, you're looking at losing your license for at least 6 months. You'll face nearly $1,000 in fines, and you could even go to jail up to a year. And that's for a first-time offense. All that said, I'm imagining you're hearing this and you're going, well, it's not a surprise that officers give their brothers in blue special treatment. They even had a former police chief saying on the record, if I go 85 on the freeway, I'm not going to get a ticket, and saying, have I let people go occasionally? Of course, we all have. But that guy, as well as other former police chiefs and officers, were reportedly surprised that even officers responsible for crashes had avoided arrest. Right? According to this investigation, officers have collided with guardrails, parked cars, and even a moving police car with its lights on it. And then some have fled the scenes of accidents. Some have even shown up to work under the influence, one to a police station, another to a fire, a third to a crime scene. Officer Vincent Del Forte, for example, admitted to having 9 drinks before attending a basketball game, then a few more beers during the game, more drinks at 2 bars on the way home, and 3 more at his house before going to bed. And then he drove to work the next morning and tested above the legal limit, but was never charged. He just got suspended for 3 days and breath tested every shift for 6 months. And then this guy, Ronald Wilson, 11 p.m. on a Saturday night, he crashes his BMW into a Jeep, with the responding officer noting that Wilson's speech was slurred and he was off balance, his eyes were glassy, and he reeked of alcohol. But then Wilson showed ID, proving that he was an investigator with the state police, and the officer just never gave him a sobriety test. Wilson even admitted in an affidavit that he had been behind the wheel, and later admitted
you should see what they do just with FOP stickers.
That he had 6 cocktails and a shot that night, but all he ended up getting was a traffic ticket for following behind another car too closely, and he got suspended without pay for 35 days. And just the damn cherry on top of this situation, the cop who responded to the scene of this crash, Andrew Kowalski, in June, he won,
God damn it, Prairie Fire,
the Erie County's DWI Enforcement Award. Right, and overall, this investigation found numerous cases of just cops not taking even the most basic steps to confirm if their fellow officers had driven drunk despite significant indications that they had. And then even with a few exceptions, those who had been caught all returned to the job following short suspensions. Right, and a big thing that I want to end on is the problem is very likely much bigger than even what we know here. We've got some experts saying that the documented cases were very likely an undercount, suggesting that many drunk driving incidents were never internally investigated. Though I will say, to be fair, on the flip side of this, not every department failed to criminally investigate incidents of drunken driving, and officers who seriously injured themselves or others, they usually face prosecution. That said, that feels like an incredibly fucking low bar. It's something even the most flexible of us couldn't limbo under, and it's still incredibly alarming that officers can put other people's lives at risk in this way and avoid any real consequences. Efforts to negotiate a ceasefire and end the war. But that is also not where the international news ends, because at least 19 protesters have been killed, government buildings are burning, and the prime minister has now resigned in Nepal. And all of this, it stems from late last week when the government moved to ban 26 social media platforms in the country, including Facebook, X, and YouTube. Right, with the government claiming that the companies had failed to register and submit to government oversight. But that ban, it was widely seen as a tool for censorship and something that would allow the government to punish those who voiced their dissent online. And so
that's crazy what you do, like what'll happen when you take away like the little dopamine hit.
What you saw is that it's
literally like taking a cigarette, like somebody who's addicted to cigarettes and just being like, all cigarettes are banned, and then not seeing how that was going to cause some problems.
Sparked what's been described as Nepal's Gen Z protest, though I will say very notably, this has been about a hell of a lot more than social media from the very beginning. But it's also about unemployment, economic inequality, and corruption, and all of that, it's encapsulated in the anger that we've seen directed at the country's so-called Nepo kids. Because I think most people are familiar with the term Nepo babies, but in this specific context, the term pretty specifically refers to the children of political leaders who have been seen enjoying lavish lifestyles on social media in the eyes of many, thanks to the ill-gotten gains of their corrupt parents. And all while most other young people, they struggle to even just find work. I mean, youth unemployment there, it stood at around 20% last year. And the Nepali government actually estimates that more than 2,000 young people leave the country every single day to find work in the Middle East or Southeast Asia. And so with all of that now in your mind, it was then on Monday morning that tens of thousands of people gathered in Kathmandu and surrounded the parliament building. You then had police responding by deploying tear gas, water cannons, and rubber bullets. And at least at one point, according to reports, they opened fire with live ammunition. Ultimately,
anytime you see those, just remember, traffic cones are always around, just because you got to park and always have a bottle of water on you.
Only killing 19 people. Right, and then you had the government responding by the prime minister saying that compensation would be given to the families of those killed and that those who were wounded will receive free treatment. He also announced that he would form an investigating committee.
Jesus, holy arthritis, Batman. Look at this dude's finger.
That would submit a report on the shooting in 15 days. The government also lifted the social media
and that day, the arthritic little worm
ban, and early this afternoon, the prime minister actually resigned. But what we're seeing is that none of that has satisfied the protesters, right? You had tens of thousands remaining on the streets today, with some attacking government buildings and the residences of top political leaders. And specifically, what you had is the presidential palace, the prime minister's official residence, the building housing the offices of the prime minister and several ministries. They got torched along with the private homes of some politicians. And in fact, in video was being shared online, you had protesters reportedly being seen beating up the head of the country's largest party,
B-A-S-E-D,
who has also been prime minister several times, along with his wife, who's the current foreign minister. You've got helicopters airlifting some ministers out of the city, and with most senior politicians running for cover, there's seemingly no one left in charge. You had the heads of Nepal's main security agencies, including the army chief.
I mean, that's a shame. Come on, guys. Civil disruption? What's wrong with you?
A joint statement appealing for restraint and calling on political parties to find a peaceful way out of the crisis. And then, as far as the president, who really has more of a ceremonial role in Nepal, he's urged demonstrators to cooperate for a peaceful resolution and called on protesters to come to talk, and saying in a statement, in a democracy, the demands raised by the citizens can be resolved through talks and dialogue, including through the participation of representatives of the Gen Z. Though, with everything that we've seen so far, we're gonna have to wait to see if that can actually happen and end that way. And all of this is notably, like, this is not the first country in the region where we're seeing something like this play out. The images that we saw out of Bangladesh last year, they weren't so different when deadly protests ended with the resignation and exile of that country's prime minister. And actually 3 years ago, we saw similar events playing out in Sri Lanka. So a lot changing, a lot happening, and we're gonna have to keep our eye on this. But that, my friend, is the end of at least today's show. Because remember, you can check out the latest episode of my
All right, guys. It is time for me to end the show. Go eat. Also, shout out to Uni. Because, yeah. Kind of just had that moment where I was like, uh-oh. She needs to eat, so. We have, Give me 1 second. There we go. Zawas, hey, man. Thank you for joining the show. I appreciate you. Hope to see you back here again. I will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so I'll be live at 2. So 2 hours earlier than usual. If you are not aware of my schedule, that means 2 Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. Please hit the like, share, subscribe, and become a member before you go. I really appreciate that. Thank you, LT. Good night, y'all. Yes. Good night. Let me do the thing where I get the outro prepared. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, wait. LT, I gotta get you the new Discord links. Here we go. Oh my god. Here we go. Come on. Work. There we go. Oh, hey. Yeah, if you haven't already liked and subbed, please do. There we go. There's the non-dead Discord link. Yeah, come join up. We have a lot of fun there. But that being said, guys, it is time. I will see you all tomorrow. And cue the music.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Night, y'all.